Welcome to the only table where the screams are the appetizers, and the fear is the main course. Pull up a chair, if you dare. Tonight, the shadows are stretching long, the floorboards are creaking with unseen footsteps, and the air is thick with a whisper you can't quite place. You're listening to the Scare Table, where we serve up the deepest, darkest, and most delightful chills the world has to offer. We have set a place just for you. Get ready to feast on true tales of terror, unsettling legends, and the bizarre happenings that defy explanation. Turn down the lights, lock the doors, and maybe check what's standing behind you. It's time to gather round the Scare Table. Let the haunting begin.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Scare Table. I'm Chloe, and today we are stepping into the dream world to tackle one of the absolute titans of slasher history, Freddy Krueger and A Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Before we start falling asleep on the job, make sure you head over to ghostfacehorror.com for all your horror deep dives, reviews, and updates, and hit that subscribe button for the Scare Table so you never miss an episode. Now, when Wes Craven unleashed Freddy back in 1984, he completely changed the game. Instead of a silent, masked killer stalking the real world, we got a burnt, razor-gloved wisecracker who hunts you in your sleep, where you are completely defenseless. Across 9 films, a television series, and endless pop culture crossovers, this franchise redefined 80s horror, pushed the absolute limits of surreal practical effects, and turned our dreams into a literal battlefield. We are breaking it all down, from the terrifying highs to the bizarre, campy lows. And to get us started, I'm going to pass the button over to Shane to take us back to where the nightmare began. Shane, give us your analysis on the 1984 masterpiece.
Thanks, Chloe. Yeah, if you want to understand why this franchise became an absolute empire, you have to look at how radical the 1984 original was for its time. By the mid-80s, the slasher subgenre was getting incredibly predictable. Audiences knew the drill. A masked, silent killer stalks teenagers in the real world, and if you just stay alert or run fast enough, you might survive. Wes Craven completely broke that mold by turning our only safe haven, sleep, into the ultimate danger zone. You can't outrun a killer if you have to close your eyes eventually. Look at what makes this specific movie a masterpiece: the threat of sleep deprivation. The movie brilliantly captures that gritty, hallucinating feeling of trying to stay awake for days. The boundary between reality and the dream world bleeds together perfectly, making the audience feel just as disoriented as Nancy. A truly terrifying Freddy. Before he became the king of pop culture one-liners in the later sequels, Robert Englund's Freddy Krueger was a dark, menacing, and genuinely sinister threat. He operated from the shadows, scraped his claws against metal pipes, and took sadistic joy in psychological torture. Groundbreaking practical effects. The visual effects in this film are pure magic. We get Tina being dragged across the ceiling by an invisible force, the wall stretching over Nancy's bed, and of course, Glenn's bed turning into a literal geyser of blood. All done practically, and all still holding up incredibly well today. Nancy Thompson as the ultimate final girl. Heather Langenkamp's Nancy doesn't just survive by luck. She studies the rules of the dream world, builds physical traps in the real world, and actively brings the fight to Freddy. She sets the standard for proactive horror protagonists. Ultimately, the 1984 A Nightmare on Elm Street wasn't just a great slasher. It was a flawless, dark fantasy. It saved New Line Cinema from bankruptcy, earning it the nickname, The House That Freddy Built, and it laid a rock-solid foundation for everything to come.
Spot on, Shane. It's wild to think about how New Line Cinema owes its entire legacy to a man in a dirty striped sweater, but it's completely true. And you nailed it with Nancy. She isn't passive. She drinks pots of coffee, stays awake for days, and literally sets a timer to drag him into the real world. She treats Freddy like a tactical problem to solve, which was such a breath of fresh air for 1980s horror. What do you think, Marcus? Does the original still hold up that same tension for you?
Oh, absolutely. For me, what makes the 1984 film stand out is how gritty and mean it feels compared to what the series turned into later. Freddy isn't funny here. When he cuts his own chest open or stretches his arms out across that dark alleyway, it feels like a genuine, dirty nightmare. Plus, the pacing is just relentless. Once Tina dies in that opening act, Craven never lets you breathe because every time a character closes their eyes, the audience is on the edge of their seat trying to figure out if they're awake or asleep. It's pure psychological dread before the franchise leaned heavily into the MTV-era camp. You both hit the nail on the head. That alleyway scene Marcus mentioned is the perfect example. It's surreal, it's uncomfortable, and it proves Freddy was a monster, not a mascot yet. And Chloe, Nancy's coffee-fueled battle plan, is exactly why she's a top-tier final girl. It's that exact blend of surreal terror and tactical survival that makes the movie a masterpiece. But speaking of the mental toll all this takes on the kids, Chloe, I know you wanted to dive deeper into the mind games of it all. What's your take on the actual psychology behind the film?
Yeah, when you strip away the blood and the razor glove, the 1984 original is an incredible metaphor for generational trauma and the isolation of being a teenager. Think about the setup. The parents of Elm Street took vigilante justice into their own hands years ago by burning Fred Krueger alive. Instead of dealing with their guilt or processing what happened, they buried it, lied about it, and turned to alcohol or over-medication to cope. They literally tried to sweep their monsters under the rug. But the psychology of suppression is that whatever you bury always finds a way back up. Freddy is the physical manifestation of the parents' sins coming back to haunt their children. The darkest part of the movie's psychology is the complete breakdown of trust between the generations. Total isolation. When Nancy goes to her parents for help, they don't believe her. They think she's having delusions. They lock her in her room and they install bars on the windows, literally trapping her inside the house with her trauma while cutting off her escape. The sleep deprivation weapon. Freddy weaponizes a basic human biological necessity. By taking away sleep, he attacks their sanity. Psychologically, prolonged sleep deprivation causes hallucinations, paranoia, and psychosis, which makes it even harder for the teens to know what's real, completely gaslighting them within their own minds. Nancy only wins when she realizes that Freddy feeds entirely on fear and control. Her final act of power isn't a physical trap. It's turning her back on him, withdrawing her fear and stripping away his energy. It's a profound psychological statement about facing your demons instead of running from them.
Wow, Chloe, that is a brilliant breakdown. The parental betrayal in this movie is honestly just as terrifying as Freddy himself. Her mom literally builds a prison around her by putting bars on the windows and locking the doors, thinking she's protecting Nancy, when in reality, she's just delivering her on a silver platter to the monster they created. It's the ultimate form of parental gaslighting. They refuse to face their own dark history, so they force their kids to pay the price. No wonder Nancy is so exhausted. She's not just fighting a dream demon, she's fighting the entire adult world that refuses to believe her.
Man, you guys are making me look at this movie in a whole new light. Marcus, you're so right about the bars on the windows. It completely highlights that psychological trap. And Chloe, your point about Nancy withdrawing her fear at the end is the ultimate power move. Freddy is an apex predator as long as you're running, but the moment she turns her back and strips him of that emotional energy, he loses his grip. It's such a smart, grounded way to beat a supernatural enemy. It really shows that Wes Craven wasn't just trying to scare us. He actually understood human vulnerability and how we process terror.
Exactly. It's that deep psychological layers mixed with top-tier slasher imagery that makes the original untouchable. The real tragedy is that even when Nancy figures out the trick, the nightmare isn't truly over because, as we see in that final twist ending, you can never fully bury the past. But man, what a way to launch a franchise. Marcus, take us down your analysis of Elm Street.
All right, let's look at the body count. The 1984 original is famously lean on the kills, only 4 total. But Wes Craven made sure every single one of them had maximum impact, heavy psychological weight, and legendary practical effects. Here is my breakdown analysis of every kill in the movie, ranked from the most grounded to the absolute craziest. 1. Tina Gray, the ceiling drag. This isn't just the best kill in the movie, it's one of the greatest kills in horror history. What makes it a masterpiece is the sheer terror of isolation. Her boyfriend Rod is awake in the room, watching her get sliced open and dragged up the wall and across the ceiling by an invisible force, totally helpless. The FX magic. To pull this off, the crew built a massive, rotating room set. The camera was bolted to the floor, and as the room flipped upside down, the actress lay on the ceiling while Rod's actor hung upside down with his hair glued down to look normal. It creates this deeply unnatural, terrifyingly fluid motion that CGI still can't replicate. It sets the stakes instantly. In Freddy's world, physics don't exist. 2. Glenn Lance, the blood geyser. Johnny Depp's big horror debut ends in the most spectacular way possible. Glenn commits the ultimate Elm Street sin. He falls asleep while watching TV, holding a TV on his lap. Freddy pulls him straight down into the center of his own mattress. There's a tense, eerie pause, and then the bed violently erupts. The FX magic. The crew used that same rotating room set, turning it completely upside down for this shot. They pumped 300 gallons of fake blood through a hole in the bed, letting gravity do the work. The blood hit the ceiling, splashed everywhere, and created a literal geyser. It's pure, surreal, visceral art. It shows that Freddy doesn't just kill you, he completely consumes you. 3. Rod Lane, the invisible noose. Rod gets a bad rap because everyone thinks he committed suicide in his jail cell, but we know Freddy framed him. This is the quietest, most claustrophobic kill in the film. While Rod is asleep in his cell, the bedsheets slowly untangle themselves, slither up the bars like a snake, and wrap around his neck, pulling him up. The analysis. This kill is all about Freddy's real-world reach. It reinforces Chloe's point about teenager isolation. The adults lock Rod away, thinking he's a teenage murderer, and while he's locked in a literal cage designed by adults, the monster kills him anyway. It's slow, agonizing, and purely psychological. 4. Marge Thompson, through the window. Our final kill is the most controversial because it happens in that bizarre, studio-mandated twist ending. Nancy thinks she's won, walks out the front door, and suddenly Freddy's clawed hand violently smashes through the small window of the front door, grabbing her mom, Marge, and pulling her through it like a rag doll. The analysis. Visually, it looks a bit goofy today because they clearly used a stiff dummy to pull her through the glass. But narratively, it's a gut punch. It proves Marge could never outrun her past. The sins of the parents finally caught up to her physically, dragging her right back into the dark. 4 kills, but every single one of them serves a purpose and leaves a scar. Back to you, Chloe.
Man, Marcus, breaking down those kills really highlights just how much of a mad scientist Wes Craven was with that rotating set. The ceiling drag still gives me chills every single time. But all right, crew, before we officially pack up our pajamas and move on to the wild ride that is Freddy's Revenge, I want to close out our discussion on this 1984 masterpiece with one final roundtable question. I want to know, what is the absolute number one thing you loved about this film, and what is the one thing you would change, and why? Shane, I'm putting you on the hot seat first. Give us your ultimate highlight and your one fix for the original Nightmare.
All right, Chloe, putting me on the spot. If I have to pick the absolute number one thing I love about this film, it's the atmosphere of pure, gritty dread. Wes Craven struck lightning in a bottle here. Freddy isn't a pop culture icon cracking puns yet. He's a dirty, malicious parasite scraping claws against pipes in the shadows. The movie makes you feel the literal weight of sleep deprivation, that hazy, hallucinating space where the edges of reality completely fray. It's dark, it's mean, and it's genuinely scary in a way the franchise rarely captured again. But if there is one thing I would change, it is absolutely the very final jump scare ending. Originally, Wes Craven wanted a happy ending. Nancy defeats Freddy by stripping him of her fear, walks out into a bright sunny morning, and gets into a car with her friends, realizing it was all just a bad dream, or at least that she won. But Bob Shaye, the head of New Line Cinema, demanded a twist to set up a sequel. So we got that bizarre sequence where the convertible top drops down, looking exactly like Freddy's sweater, and locks the kids in, followed by Marge getting pulled through that tiny door window like a stiff mannequin. It completely undercuts Nancy's psychological victory and feels incredibly tacked on. If I could rewrite history, I'd end it right as she walks out the front door, leaving the audience guessing, rather than forcing that goofy studio-mandated jump scare.
Oh, I am 100% with you on that ending, Shane. It completely robs Nancy of her agency. She goes through literal hell, figures out the psychological blueprint to defeat a dream demon, and then the studio just goes, boom, psycho convertible, you lose anyway. It's frustrating, and visually, it's the only part of the movie that doesn't hold up. But as for my response to the prompt, the thing I absolutely love the most is the practical effects innovation. What Wes Craven and his crew achieved on a shoestring budget of under $2 million is mind-blowing. The rotating room set alone is legendary. When you watch Tina spin onto that ceiling or Glenn get swallowed by the bed, you are looking at raw, physical filmmaking creativity. There's a weight, a texture, and a visceral nastiness to those practical effects that modern CGI just cannot replicate. It forces the director to be an illusionist, and this movie is a masterclass in stage magic disguised as a slasher. Now, if there's one thing I would change, I would actually give Glenn a slightly more proactive role before his death. Don't get me wrong, Johnny Depp is great, and his death is an all-time top-tier horror moment. But Glenn spends the entire movie being the skeptical, passive boyfriend who just shrugs his shoulders and tells Nancy to go to sleep. It would have been so much more tragic and impactful if Glenn had actually started to believe her at the end. Maybe he tries to stay awake with her, tries to help her set up those real-world traps, but his body just betrays him, and he nods off for a split second. Having him fight the sleep and lose would have made his sudden, violent erasure into the bed hit even harder emotionally. It would show that even if you're on Nancy's side, Freddy is just waiting for that one moment of weakness.
Oof, Marcus, that Glenn fix is heavy. You're so right. Seeing him actually try to fight it and fail would have dialed the tragedy up to an 11.
That is a killer note on Glenn, Marcus. Seriously, if he's actively fighting the sleep alongside Nancy, it turns his death from a sudden jump scare into a tragic countdown. It makes Freddy feel even more predatory, just lurking in the shadows, waiting for a single blink. And man, your praise for the practical effects is spot on. CGI just can't duplicate the raw, visceral nastiness of 300 gallons of fake blood hitting a spinning ceiling. But all right, Chloe, we've put our cards on the table. You set up the trap, so now you've got to step into it. What about your response to the prompt? What's the one thing you absolutely love? And what's the one thing you're changing about the '84 classic?
All right, Shane, fair is fair. If I have to pick the one thing I absolutely love above everything else, it's Nancy Thompson's character arc. In a decade where slasher movies were flooded with female characters who existed just to scream, run, trip over flat surfaces, and die, Nancy stands out like a beacon. She is smart, she is observant, and she refuses to accept the victim role. When she realizes the adults in her life are completely useless, she doesn't just curl up and give up. She goes to the library, pulls research on sleep deprivation, and literally builds a tactical defense grid in her own house out of tripwires and exploding light bulbs. She is the blueprint for the intelligent, proactive final girl, and Heather Langenkamp plays that gritty determination so perfectly. But if there is one thing I would change, outside of that tragic convertible ending we all agree on, I would actually dive deeper into Marge Thompson's backstory before the climax. We find out through a quick, frantic conversation that the parents burned Fred Krueger alive in a boiler room years ago. It's a massive reveal, but I want to feel that weight earlier. I would add a quiet, tense scene between Nancy and Marge, where Marge is hitting the vodka particularly hard, staring out the window at Elm Street, and we see the raw, unchecked guilt and terror consuming her. If we get a clearer look at the psychological rot inside the adults early on, it makes Freddy's arrival feel like an inevitable, poetic, cosmic justice. It bridges that generational gap Marcus and I talked about even better, showing that the parents didn't just kill a monster, they invited a curse into their kids' bedrooms. And with that crew, I think we have officially thoroughly dissected, praised, and lovingly critiqued the foundation of this entire empire. The 1984 original is an absolute masterpiece, flaws and all. But as we all know, when a horror movie makes money, a sequel is never far behind. And boy, did New Line Cinema rush to get this next one out. Marcus, the floor is officially yours. Take us out of Nancy's bedroom and right into the wildly unique, heavily debated world of 1985's A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge.
Man, Chloe, that note about Marge is deep. If we get that quiet, alcohol-fueled moment of raw guilt from her earlier, it makes the parents' actions feel so much heavier. It turns Freddy from just a monster into a lingering curse that's been rotting under the surface of Elm Street for a decade. And you are so right about Nancy. She doesn't just survive, she goes to war. That's why she's on the Mount Rushmore of final girls.
Oh, absolutely. It perfectly connects back to that psychological isolation we talked about. If we see Marge drowning her guilt in a vodka bottle early on, it emphasizes that the adults know they messed up, but they're too terrified to admit it to their own kids. It makes Nancy's tactical fight even cooler because she's essentially breaking the cycle of her parents' cowardice. Honestly, Chloe, that's a stellar fix. It takes a masterpiece and gives it even more dramatic weight.
Thanks, guys. That's the beauty of the 1984 original. Even decades later, there are still new layers to peel back. It laid down a legendary foundation, and no matter how wild, campy, or bizarre the sequels got, they all trace their roots back to this dark fantasy masterpiece. That wraps up our deep dive analysis of the movie that built New Line Cinema. If you love breakdowns like this, make sure you head over to ghostfacehorror.com for articles, expanded reviews, and exclusive horror content you won't find anywhere else. We are going to take a quick breather before we step right back into the fire with A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge. But before Marcus takes the mic to break down the sequel, let's hit the airwaves with a killer track to keep the mood right. Crank up the volume, don't close your eyes, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
The streetlights flicker, the hour's getting late. My lids are heavy, I can't fight my fate. I see the children on the street, playing with their rhyme, counting down the seconds, a wasted stolen time. I feel the heat, the smell of flesh, the fear that starts to crave. Into the corners of my mind as I drift off to sleep. He's the master of the dream, the shadow in the hole. He's the burn that makes you scream as you try not to fall. With razor gloves on his head and the laugh that chills your soul. He's the monster in the promised land. He's taking back control. The furnace roars, the boilers hiss, a room of rusted steel, a terrifying burning kiss, that's all I'm gonna feel. The walls begin to bleed and twist, the staircase starts to sway. He's right behind me, I can't resist, the sun won't rise today. He stalks me through the corridors, a whisper in the glow. safe inside your bed. You think you're safe and sound. But what happens when you're dead and he's still all around? He feeds on all the fear you hold, the terror that you keep. A tale that's often told, he'll find you while you sleep. He's the master of the dream, the shadow in the hall. He's the burn that makes you scream as you try not to fall, with razor gloves on his hand and a laugh that chills your soul. He's the monster in the promised land. He's taking back control. You can run and you can hide, but you'll never truly wake. He's living deep inside, for goodness his own sake. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, you better lock your door. 5, 6.
All right, we are back at the Scare Table, brought to you by GhostfaceHorror.com. It's the one-stop shop for all things horror. Let's talk about 1985's A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge. Released just 1 year after the original, this is easily one of the most unique, fascinating, and heavily debated sequels in horror history. Instead of bringing back Nancy, the story follows a teenage guy named Jesse Walsh, whose family moves into Nancy's old house on Elm Street. Jesse starts having horrific nightmares, but Wes Craven's rules get completely flipped on their head here. Freddy isn't just trying to kill Jesse in his sleep, he wants to possess him. He's trying to use Jesse's body as a vessel to cross over and commit murders in the real world. For years, this movie was the black sheep of the franchise because it broke the established dream world logic. But over the decades, it has achieved massive cult status, largely due to its incredibly text and subtext of queer themes, making it a legendary piece of horror cinema. It's got a totally different vibe, a completely different tone, and some of the wildest imagery in the whole series. To really unpack how this shift landed, I'm throwing the ball over to Shane. Shane, when you look at Freddy's Revenge, how do you analyze this radical departure from the original?
Man, Marcus, you call it unique. But let's be real. Back in '85, people thought the filmmakers had collectively lost their minds. Thanks for the handoff, though. Look, Freddy's Revenge is a wild ride because it throws Wes Craven's rulebook right out the window and backs over it with a school bus. In the first movie, the whole hook is, if you die in the dream, you die in real life. Simple. Brilliant. Here, Freddy is basically a demonic parasite trying to bust out of Jesse like a chestburster from Alien. It completely changes Freddy's MO from a supernatural dream stalker to a straight-up body horror villain. But if we're talking about why this movie is legendary today, you cannot talk about Part 2 without talking about the subtext, which, honestly, is just straight-up text at this point. Screenwriter David Chaskin denies he did it on purpose, but actor Mark Patton has been totally open about it. And looking at it now, it's a brilliant, accidental 1980s queer horror masterpiece. Jesse is dealing with this terrifying internal transformation that he has to hide from his parents and his girlfriend. He literally runs away to his gym teacher's house in the middle of the night, ends up at a leather bar, and the gym teacher gets murdered by sports equipment in a steaming shower room. Like, come on guys, they weren't exactly burying the lead there. Aside from that, what I actually love about this sequel is how mean Freddy is. Robert Englund is menacing here. He hasn't started dropping the comedic one-liners yet. When he steps out of Jesse's body at that backyard pool party and just starts slashing casual patio goers in broad daylight, it's chaotic, it's bizarre, and it completely subverts the isolation of the first film by by bringing the nightmare right into the suburban sunshine. It's messy, it breaks the rules, but man, it has so much personality.
Oh, personality is definitely one word for it, Shane. I think my favorite part of the entire franchise might be Jesse doing that full-on, high-energy bedroom dance sequence to Touch Me while supposedly being possessed by a dark demon. Freddy was just waiting in the closet like, yeah, kill it, kid, I'll wait.
Hey, if you're gonna be possessed by a dream demon, you gotta warm up the hamstrings first, Chloe. That's just standard safety.
All right, jokes about Jesse's bedroom dance routine aside, which, let's be honest, Marcus, he absolutely crushed. The psychology and subtext of Freddy's revenge is actually where this movie becomes a fascinating piece of art. If the first movie was a metaphor for generational trauma, Part 2 is the ultimate horror metaphor for the terror of the closet and the crisis of identity. Think about what Jesse is going through. He's a teenage guy in the mid-1980s, a time when toxic masculinity was at its peak. He's dealing with these intense, overwhelming internal feelings that he doesn't understand, and he is absolutely terrified that if these feelings come out, they will destroy his life, his family, and his social standing. Freddy isn't stalking Jesse from the outside. Freddy is lurking inside him, threatening to burst out and reveal the monster to the world. When you view the movie through that psychological lens, every single bizarre plot point suddenly makes perfect sense. The killer subtext. Look at his relationships. He has a beautiful girlfriend, Lisa, who is practically throwing herself at him, but Jesse constantly pushes her away. He's physically distant and emotionally unavailable. Where does he go when he panics in the middle of the night? He runs to the bedroom of his alpha male buddy, Ron Grady. The Coach Schneider scene. Shane mentioned the leather bar and the shower scene, and psychologically, Coach Schneider is the ultimate manifestation of Jesse's fear of authoritarian, aggressive homophobia. The gym teacher catches him at a queer bar, punishes him with intense physical labor, and when Freddy takes over Jesse's body, Schneider is the first one he brutally eliminates. It's Jesse's repressed rage exploding against a symbol of oppression. The bedroom closet. Freddy literally emerges from Jesse's bedroom closet. I mean, they weren't even trying to hide the metaphor there. The tragedy of the psychology here is how isolated Jesse feels. He feels completely alienated from his distant, demanding father, and he can't talk to his friends. It's only when Lisa shows him unconditional love and acceptance at the end, essentially saying, "I see who you are, and I'm not afraid of you," that Freddy is suppressed. It's a wild, messy film, but psychologically, it captures the genuine terror of being an outsider in 1980s suburbia better than almost any other horror movie of its time.
Damn, Chloe, you just turned a movie with a demonic parakeet explode scene into a profound psychological drama. I love it.
Right? I was just gonna say, it's a movie about a guy who screams like a final girl, but Chloe out here writing a master's thesis. Seriously though, that completely changes how you view Jesse's struggle.
All right, clear the table, because if Chloe is handling the master's thesis, I am handling the butcher shop. Let's talk about the body count for Freddy's revenge. Much like the original, this movie is incredibly restrained compared to the absolute slaughterhouses the sequels became later. We only have 3 official on-screen kills here, not counting a couple of background pool party casualties. But because Freddy is operating in the real world through Jesse, the kills have a completely different, almost meaner vibe. Here is my breakdown of the body count in Part 2, ranked from the most grounded to the absolute craziest. 1. Coach Schneider, the shower shredding. This is the standout kill of the movie, hands down. It is pure, unfiltered 80s horror aggression. Coach Schneider gets dragged into the high school shower room by jumping ropes, stripped down, and then Freddy, fully emerging from Jesse, slices him up with the glove before the school's steam valves explode. The FX magic. The practical effects here are excellent, especially with the heavy atmosphere. The practical steam obscuring the hallway, the flashing red lights, and the blood mixing with the running shower water on the tile floor make it incredibly cinematic. The analysis. Going back to Chloe's subtext point, this kill is brutal because it's deeply personal. It's the elimination of the overbearing, aggressive authority figure. Visually, it feels less like a dream world illusion and more like a vicious, real-world assault. It sets a totally different tone for Freddy. Ron Grady, the bedroom reveal. Ron Grady is Jesse's jock friend who reluctantly lets Jesse sleep over to keep an eye on him. Jesse realizes he's changing, yells at Grady to lock him in the room, but it's too late. Jesse transforms right there in the bedroom, and Freddy slashes Grady as he tries to open the locked door to escape. The FX magic. The highlight of this entire scene is the transformation sequence before the kill. We literally see Freddy's razor glove burst out of Jesse's flesh, tearing through his skin like a wet paper bag. The practical makeup team used puppetry and bladders underneath the fake skin to make it look like Freddy was clawing his way out from the inside. It's incredible body horror that completely rivals The Thing or An American Werewolf in London. 3. The demonic parakeet, the exploding bird. Okay, look, I have to include this because it is one of the most bizarre sequences in the entire franchise. Early in the movie, before the human bodies start dropping, the Walsh family parakeet suddenly goes completely psycho. It flies around the living room, attacks the family, and then literally detonates in midair like a firecracker. The analysis. This kill is hilarious, but narratively it's supposed to show that Freddy's evil presence is physically warping the reality inside that house. The dad immediately blames bad wiring or heat, which is peak useless Elm Street parent behavior. But visually, it's just a feathered dummy exploding on a wire, and it cracks me up every single time I see it. So yeah, only a few kills, but between the body horror transformation of Grady and the absolute brutality of the shower scene, they definitely left a mark on the franchise. Shane, what's your take on these? Does the pool party massacre eclipse these for you, or do these individual hits take the crown?
Man, you can't just casually gloss over a bird spontaneously combusting in a living room, Marcus. That parakeet died for our sins.
I still want to know what kind of bad wiring makes a household pet turn into a hand grenade, honestly. The dad logic in these movies is unparalleled.
Okay, look. We can't talk about the kills in part 2 without addressing the absolute elephant on the patio, the pool party massacre. I know purists absolutely despise this scene because Freddy is just walking around in broad daylight, in the real world, swinging his glove at teenagers who are tripping over lawn chairs. But honestly, I love it. It is peak chaotic energy.
Oh, come on, Shane. That scene is where the logic of the entire franchise completely snaps in half. Freddy is a dream demon. He lives in your subconscious. Suddenly, he's crashed an upscale suburban barbecue like an uninvited, heavily burned uncle. He literally stands by the pool and yells, "You are all my children now." It's so goofy.
Wait, Marcus, are you telling me you don't find the image of a supernatural child murderer casually terrorizing a suburban pool party terrifying? There are people in floaties, Marcus. Floaties!
I'm just saying, it ruins the dread. In the first movie, if you're awake, you're safe. That's the rule. In this scene, Jesse gets overwhelmed, goes into a room, and boom, Freddy just materializes at a backyard gathering. The parents are inside mixing drinks, while a guy with a razor glove is popping inflatable rafts outside. It completely strips away the claustrophobia of the dream world.
See, that's exactly why I think it works, though. It's the sheer audacity of it. The teenagers think they are totally safe because they're awake, surrounded by people, in the middle of a sunny afternoon, and Freddy just completely crashes their reality. Plus, can we talk about the practical effects when the pool water starts boiling and turning red? Or the shot of the two dogs with human faces just casually walking across the patio? That is pure surrealist nightmare fuel right there.
Oh my god, those human-faced dogs haunt my dreams, Shane. But Marcus does have a point about the logic. If Freddy can just manifest at a party and start slicing people up in front of 20 witnesses, why does he ever bother waiting for people to go to sleep again? He could just open up a stand at the local farmer's market and take out the whole town.
Exactly. Get your fresh produce and a side of nightmares. It just sets a weird precedent. But I will give you this, Shane. The shot of Freddy standing in front of the raging fire by the cabana with the red and orange light hitting his silhouette, visually, it looks incredible. It's just the script logic that makes me want to facepalm.
Hey, in 1985, we didn't want logic, Marcus. We wanted a burned guy ruining a perfectly good brisket. And on that level, the pool party delivers.
R.I.P. to that brisket, honestly. The real tragedy of Elm Street. All right, brisket tragedies aside, we have arrived at the ultimate roundtable question for Freddy's revenge. Despite how much it fractures the rulebook, this movie has so much meat on the bone to analyze. So, boys, let's hear it. What is the absolute number one thing you loved about Part 2? And what is the one thing you would change, and why? Marcus, you were hurting the most over the pool party logic, so I'm passing the mic to you first. Give us your ultimate highlight and your one big fix.
Oh, I'm ready for this one. The thing I absolutely love the most about Part 2 is the practical body horror. Hands down. Mark Patton's performance during those transformation scenes is so incredibly agonizing and raw. When he's locked in the bedroom with Grady and that glove literally tears its way out of his own hand, bulging through the skin, ripping through his flesh, it is stunning filmmaking. It feels like a beautiful, grotesque homage to David Cronenberg. They managed to make Freddy feel physically violating in a way that none of the other sequels ever replicated, and that transformation sequence alone elevates the entire movie for me. But if there is one thing I would change, it's that I would rewrite the script to actually bridge the dream world and the real world properly. Instead of Freddy physically manifesting at a pool party or exploding a parakeet in the real world, I would make it so that Jesse is a sleepwalker. Think about it. Freddy controls Jesse's mind while Jesse is asleep, forcing Jesse to physically walk out into the real world and commit these murders in a trance. That way you preserve Wes Craven's brilliant original rule. Freddy still only has power when you fall asleep, but you keep the terrifying concept that he's using Jesse as a physical weapon. It fixes the logic loop that bugs me so much, and it makes Jesse's isolation even more terrifying because he would wake up covered in blood, not knowing if he did it or if the monster did it.
Ooh, Marcus, that sleepwalker angle is brilliant. That actually fixes the whole movie's logic in one stroke. Plus, it plays right into that 80s satanic panic or Jekyll and Hyde archetype. Love that. For me, the thing I absolutely love the most is Robert Englund's performance. This is the meanest, darkest version of Freddy Krueger we ever get. He is pure, malicious spite here. He's towering over Jesse in the shadows, he's whispering threats, and he hasn't turned into the stand-up comedian yet. The makeup in this film is also my personal favorite of the entire franchise. He looks more like a demonic witch, with sharper features and those piercing, evil eyes. He is genuinely terrifying in this one. But the one thing I would change? I would completely scrap the entire climax at the boutique factory. The end of the movie drops Jesse and Lisa into this bizarre, industrial boiler room meets fashion shoot aesthetic where Freddy's captive demon dogs are running around, and Lisa defeats Freddy just by crying and telling Jesse she loves him. It feels incredibly rushed, visually cheesy, and anticlimactic compared to how intense the rest of the movie is. I would change the final showdown to take place entirely inside Jesse's own mind. Let Lisa use a dream-sharing device or just fall asleep next to him to go into his subconscious to fight Freddy for control of his soul. It would give Lisa a much more active, badass role like Nancy had, instead of just crying until the monster melts.
Yes, Shane, a mental battlefield for the climax would have been incredible, especially with how psychological the rest of the movie's subtext is. You both absolutely nailed these fixes. If I have to pick the one thing I absolutely love about Freddy's Revenge, it is the sheer, unapologetic bravery of its subtext. Even if the screenwriter still claims it was accidental, the choice to center a 1980s slasher film entirely around a young man's agonizing crisis of identity and fear of the closet is brilliant. It gives the movie a unique, deeply empathetic heart that no other slasher of that era has. Jesse isn't just running from a guy with a glove, he's running from the terror of his own truth being exposed to a hostile world. That layer of real-world vulnerability makes the horror hit on a completely different frequency. But if there is one thing I would change, outside of making that industrial factory climax less cheesy, I would actually change the fate of Ron Grady. Grady is such a fascinating character because he starts off as this typical macho meathead jock who picks on Jesse. But the second he realizes Jesse is genuinely spiraling and terrified, his protective instincts kick in. He lets Jesse sleep over, watches out for him, and tries to keep him safe. His death scene is already incredible body horror, but I would have changed it so that Grady survives the initial attack. Imagine if Grady survives, but he gets blamed for the attack because the bedroom door was locked from the inside. Now you have this broken jock who knows the truth about Jesse and Freddy, forcing him to team up with Lisa for the final act. Having Lisa and Grady, the two people who care about Jesse the most, working together to save him would have been an incredible dynamic. It would have given Jesse a real support system and made the themes of acceptance and friendship versus isolation so much stronger. Plus, Grady was just too good of a buddy to get sliced up so early.
Oh wow, Chloe, a Lisa and Grady team up to save Jesse's soul? That is an elite tier fix. It turns Grady from just another body count stat into a ride or die friend.
Yeah, that's beautiful, honestly. It gives the sequel that exact us against the monster core that made the original group of friends so compelling. Incredible take, Chloe.
And that, my friends, is the wild, rule-breaking, fiercely debated ride that is A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge. Whether you love it for the practical body horror, hate it for crashing the pool party, or celebrate it for its incredible subtext, you cannot deny it has some of the most unforgettable DNA in the entire franchise. If you want to read more about Jesse's journey, the real-world history of the film, or check out our full retro review lineup, make sure to visit ghostfacehorror.com. We've got a massive deep dive article on Part 2's cultural legacy waiting for you right on the front page. But don't drift off to sleep just yet, because up next, we are hitting the absolute zenith of the franchise. Wes Craven returns, the budget explodes, and a group of institutionalized kids decide to stop running and start fighting back. We're going to take a quick break, but grab your spiked bats and your wizard capes, because when we come back, Shane is leading the charge into the ultimate fan favorite, 1987's A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors.
The light of this world is riding away. Of this I am certain. The malice and beautiful decay I crave, I unearthed in her. As the flesh tears from the bone, I strike the match to burn. But the ash yields no warmth. Every instinct blinds me, leading me deeper into the dark. The labyrinth shifts, turning over and back again, leaving me more haunted than human when she is gone. When she is gone, I feel the walls closing in. is gone. I feel the walls closing in. Be the horrors I could never dare afford. Latch on to my veins, be my sweet poison now. Inject the sickness you know I am starving for. Suture us together. You could be my chemical. You could be the chemical. You could be my chemical. You could be the chemical. You could be my chemical. 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 My chemical.
And we are back, keeping the lights on and the coffee brewing. Before Marcus grabs the steering wheel and drives us straight into the asylum, a quick shout out to everyone rocking with us tonight. If you're loving this marathon, do yourself a massive favor and hit up ghostfacehorror.com. We have dropped killer tracks on Ghostface Horror Radio, plus a massive gallery of horror reviews, podcast shows, and music that will hit you straight in the nostalgia. Trust me, it's worth the click. But alright, let's get into the heavy hitter. 1987, A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. After Part 2 left a lot of fans scratching their heads over the rules, New Line Cinema brought the master back into the fold. Wes Craven returned to co-write the script, and they pulled off the ultimate legacy sequel move by bringing back Nancy Thompson herself, Heather Langenkamp, to guide a whole new generation. This movie completely redefined Freddy Krueger. The budget went through the roof, the practical effects became absolute works of art, and instead of just watching teenagers get picked off one by one, these kids said, "Screw it, we're gonna use our own dream powers to fight back." It's the ultimate horror action fusion. It gave us the legendary band Dokken rocking out on the soundtrack, and it cemented Freddy as a bona fide pop culture icon. Marcus, I know this is a sacred text for you, man. Break it down. Why does Dream Warriors hold the crown for so many horror fans?
Shane, you have no idea how ready I am for this. This isn't just a movie, it's a religious experience for slasher fans. Oh, and it absolutely holds the crown, Shane. Dream Warriors is the absolute peak of the franchise because it takes the terrifying concept of the original and expands the mythology perfectly without breaking the rules. After Part 2 went off on that real-world possession tangent, Chuck Russell and Wes Craven came in and said, "No, we are going back to the dream world and we're making it a playground." The genius of this movie starts with the setting, Weston Hills Psychiatric Hospital. Grouping all the Elm Street kids together in an asylum is a brilliant narrative engine. It completely solves the isolation problem of the first two films. For the first time, these kids aren't alone in their rooms wondering if they're crazy. They look across the day room at each other and realize, wait, you see the burn guy with the claws too? And bringing Nancy back as a grad student intern who actually validates their fears? Pure poetry. She transitions from the ultimate victim to the ultimate mentor. But what really cements Dream Warriors as a masterpiece is how it leans into dark fantasy. Freddy stops being just a guy hiding in a boiler room. He becomes an absolute god of his own dimension. The dream world reflects the specific psychological vulnerabilities of each kid. If you're a recovering addict, Freddy's fingers become syringes. If you're an aspiring actress, he uses a TV set to smash you into stardom. It's twisted, it's deeply creative, and visually it features some of the most jaw-dropping practical effects ever put on celluloid. It's the perfect bridge between the dark, gritty horror of the early 80s and the larger-than-life, MTV-infused pop culture horror of the late 80s. It is a flawless slasher sequel.
It really is the gold standard, Marcus. It takes the absolute best elements of dark fantasy and comic book teamwork and slaps a horror coat of paint over it.
Oh, definitely. It's essentially The Breakfast Club meets X-Men, but with a high probability of decapitation. What's not to love?
Oh, it is 100% The Breakfast Club with a body count, Shane. You've got the nerd, the punk, the jock, the quiet girl. Except instead of serving Saturday detention, they're trying not to get turned into human marionettes. But what I love about the psychology of Dream Warriors is how it flips the script on how society treats traumatized teenagers. At Weston Hills, the adults have locked these kids away, pumped them full of sedatives, and basically told them, "Your nightmares aren't real, you're just broken." They are gaslighting them on a massive scale. Then Nancy walks in like a guardian angel with a streak of gray hair and says, "No, your trauma is real, the monster is real, and I believe you." That shift is so powerful. The moment they stop fighting their own minds and start fighting the actual threat, they go from being patients to being warriors. It takes the absolute worst thing about their lives, their vulnerability, and turns it into a superpower. Plus, let's be honest, it gave us the single greatest line in horror history. If you didn't jump out of your seat when Nancy screamed, "In the dream world, we're the Dream Warriors!" while Dawkins' hair metal guitar riff played in your head, do you even have a pulse?
Oh, I was throwing up the rock horns in my living room, Chloe. No shame at all. But let's talk about those superpowers for a second. Kincaid's power is literally just, I am incredibly strong and I can smash through walls, which honestly feels like he just wanted to be the Incredible Hulk, and I respect it.
Hey, if it works, it works. But can we talk about Will? The nerd who uses a wheelchair in real life, but in the dream world, he's a literal level 10 wizard who shoots green lightning bolts? I love Will, but man, he brought a Dungeons & Dragons character sheet to a knife fight, and Freddy absolutely checked his armor class.
Too soon, Marcus. Will died a hero. He cast magic missile at a dream demon. That is legendary behavior.
He really did, but I think my favorite is Taryn. She goes from a recovering addict trying to stay clean to this ultimate leather jacket-wearing, switchblade-wielding punk rocker. She looked so cool. Of course, Freddy had to ruin it by turning his fingers into needles, which is just incredibly foul. But for a solid 2 minutes, Taryn was running that dream world.
That's the beauty of this movie, though. It gives them that glimmer of hope before Freddy reminds them that it's still his world. He's like that toxic gamer who lets you think you're winning before he hits you with a cheat code.
Man, Marcus, you're hitting on exactly what makes this movie a masterpiece. But if we're talking about how it became this flawless blend of dark fantasy and slash-heavy action, we have to talk about the absolute mad science experiment that went on behind the scenes with the script. The architects of this movie are this unbelievable horror dream team, but the road to getting it on screen was wild. As we know, New Line Cinema brought Wes Craven back because they needed to right the ship after Part 2 split the fan base. Wes and his co-writer, Bruce Wagner, hammered out a script that was way darker, meaner, and completely profane compared to what we got. In Wes's original draft, Freddy didn't drop fun one-liners. He was malicious, crude, and deeply perverted, leaning hard back into his original backstory as a child predator. It was heavy stuff. New Line looked at it and thought, okay, this is amazing, but it's way too grim, and frankly, it's going to cost about $50 million to shoot. So they brought in a young, hungry director named Chuck Russell and his writing partner, who just so happened to be a totally unknown guy named Frank Darabont. Yes, that Frank Darabont, the future visionary behind The Shawshank Redemption and The Walking Dead. Russell and Darabont literally locked themselves in a cabin at Big Bear Lake and completely rewrote about 70% of the script in 11 days. They kept Wes's brilliant concept of the Dream Warriors and the asylum setting, but they injected it with that incredible dark fantasy imagination and balanced Freddy's malice with a theatrical, showman-like personality.
And that rewrite is exactly where the absolute highest tier movie magic happened. Like, Can we talk about Philip's death? In Wes's original script, Freddy just sleepwalks Philip down the hallway and shoves him into a moving ambulance. It was standard slasher stuff. But Darabont and Russell looked at that and said, "Hold our beer." They turned it into the Vane marionette sequence. Freddy cuts open Philip's wrists, pulls out his actual tendons like puppet strings, and walks him like a puppet up to the roof. That is pure Darabont-level grotesque brilliance.
Oh my god, yes! And they didn't just elevate the kills, they invented the franchise's identity. Wes's script had the TV kill with Jennifer, but it didn't have the line. Frank Darabont literally penned the words, "Welcome to primetime, bitch," on a typewriter in a cabin. Imagine writing a single sentence that gets printed on t-shirts for the next 40 years.
Man, Marcus, since you brought up the marionette scene and got everyone's wrists aching, you can't just tease us with the highlights. If we're talking Dream Warriors, we need the official, cold, hard data. Why don't you hit us with the official kill count for this movie? And don't spare the gory details, man. Give us the absolute visceral breakdown of how Freddy tore these kids apart.
Oh, you want the official, blood-soaked spreadsheet? Let's get nasty with it. If we are strictly talking about the final body count for A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors, the official number of on-screen human casualties is a tight, lean 5. But because the practical effects crew went absolutely feral, every single one of these deaths is a masterpiece of dark, wet, anatomical horror. Grab your barf bags, people. Here is the official, gory breakdown of the Weston Hills Butcher Shop. 1. Philip, the human marionette. The kill scene. Freddy looms over Philip's bed, his face warping into a demonic smirk. With a sickening slice, Freddy uses his razors to deep cut open Philip's wrists and ankles. Instead of blood just pouring out, Freddy reaches into the open, wet gashes, yanks out Philip's white, fibrous tendons, and ties them into knots like puppet strings. He forces the agonizingly screaming boy out of bed, walking him like a staggering, broken doll down the asylum hallway. The final blow. Freddy leads him up to the rain-slicked roof of the hospital tower. Philip is crying, suspended by his own exposed anatomy, hanging over the edge. Freddy stands in the clouds like a giant, ghostly god, looks down, and with a metallic snap of his claws, snips the tendons. We hear the sickening pop of flesh tearing as Philip free falls through the dark, smashing onto the concrete courtyard below in a wet, bone-shattering thud. 2. Jennifer, the television smash. The kill scene. Jennifer is sitting alone in the dark TV room, desperately trying to stay awake by pressing a burning cigarette directly into her arm. You can literally hear her skin sizzling. Suddenly, the old cathode ray tube television sets begins to warp. The plastic chassis stretches like hot gum, and giant mechanical chrome arms burst out of the sides, pinning her to the chair. The final blow. Robert Englund's heavily burned head sprouts directly out of the top of the TV set, his eyes glowing with malice as the twin rabbit ear antennas transform into a secondary set of razor-sharp pincers. He hoists her kicking, screaming body completely off the ground by her hair, bellows, "Welcome to primetime, bitch!" and rams her head first straight through the glass screen. The tube implodes, showering the room in sparks, blood, and gray matter as her body goes completely limp, hanging out of the shattered, smoking television. 3. Taryn, the syringe claws. The kill scene. Taryn goes toe-to-toe with Freddy in a dark alleyway, slashing him across the chest with her switchblades. But Freddy just laughs as his blue sweater wound seals up. He holds up his gloved hand, and his rusty metal blades morph into 10 heavy, glowing glass hypodermic needles filled with a bubbling neon fluid. The final blow. He corners her, and suddenly the old track marks on Taryn's arms begin to mutate. They turn into tiny, gasping, puckering mouths, begging for a fix. Freddy plunges all 10 needles deep into her veins. We get a horrific close-up of her veins turning completely black and collapsing as the poison pumps through her system. Her eyes roll back into her head, foam bubbles up from her lips, and she collapses into a pile of trash, her face violently contorting as her heart literally explodes from the toxic shock. 4. Will, the Wizard's Fall. The kill scene. Will is living his D&D fantasy, standing tall in his wizard robes and blasting green, crackling magical energy at a massive stop-motion Freddy snake monster that is slithering through the asylum basement, covered in human faces. Will thinks he's winning, but the snake suddenly morphs back into human Freddy right behind him. The final blow. Before Will can cast another spell, Freddy grabs him by the throat, lifting him into the air. With a brutal, wet shuck, Freddy drives his razor glove straight through Will's chest, the blades tearing through his ribcage and bursting out of his back in a spray of dark, arterial blood. Freddy twists the glove inside his chest cavity just to hear the bones crunch before dropping his lifeless body onto the cold stone floor. 5. Nancy Thompson, the ultimate sacrifice. The kill scene. In the chaotic, burning dream version of the boiler room, Donald Thompson's spirit appears, calling out to Nancy. Desperate for closure, she runs into her father's arms. But as she hugs him, his flesh begins to rot away, revealing Freddy underneath, grinning like a maniac. The final blow. Freddy wastes no time. He punches his metal claw directly into Nancy's stomach. You hear the visceral, tearing sound of the blades penetrating her torso. But instead of screaming, Nancy coughs up blood, looks Freddy dead in the eyes, and clamps her hands around his wrist, trapping him. With her final, agonizing breaths, she grabs a loose piece of rebar and drives it straight into Freddy's chest, pinning him in place so her friends can finish him in the real world. She collapses into a pool of her own blood, dying exactly how she lived, a complete badass. Now, some horror nerds out there will try to argue that Nancy's dad, Donald Thompson, should count as number 6 because Freddy snaps his neck inside the junkyard Cadillac. But remember, Donald was already dead. Freddy killed him earlier off-screen and was just using his corpse as a meat puppet to trick Nancy. So Donald doesn't get a spot on the fresh casualty list for Weston Hills. And of course, we can't forget Freddy's skeleton, which gets doused in holy water and buried in salted earth by Dr. Gordon, technically killing him for the rest of the movie. So yeah, 5 human souls taken, but every single one of them was a masterpiece of practical effects and psychological warfare. It's the perfect example of quality over quantity in a slasher flick.
Jesus, Marcus. When you lay it out like that, it's a wonder this movie didn't get slapped with an X rating in '87. The tendon pulling alone makes my stomach turn every single time. It is so deeply, physically violating.
The TV smash always gets me. The sound design of her skull hitting that glass is just brutal. But that's why Darabont and Russell are legends. They didn't just give us cheap jump scares. They gave us absolute anatomical nightmares. God, after hearing Marcus list those deaths in such gory detail, it's a miracle anyone made it out of Weston Hills alive. But that brings us to a massive turning point for the franchise, the survivors. By the time the dust settles and Nancy's body is carried out, we are left with 3 kids who successfully beat the Dream Demon at his own game: Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey. Psychologically, what makes these 3 survivors so fascinating is that they represent a completely new archetype for the slasher genre. Usually, you get one final girl who outsmarts the killer alone. Here, we get a surviving collective. They didn't survive because they were faster or stronger individually. They survived because they learned to pool their psychological trauma and fight as a unit. Let's look at who actually made it to the credits. Kristen Parker, the ultimate successor to Nancy. Kristen is the emotional anchor of the group. Her power, the ability to pull other people into her dreams, is literally a metaphor for empathy and connection. She survives because she refuses to let her friends be isolated. When Nancy dies, the torch is officially passed to Kristen to keep the fire burning. Kincaid, the muscle and the mouth. Kincaid survived on pure, unadulterated grit. In a genre where the loud, aggressive guy usually gets chopped up first, Kincaid breaks the mold. He survived because his dream power was an extension of his real-world defense mechanism. absolute, unyielding toughness. Joey, the quiet kid who spent the whole movie locked in his own silence. Joey's survival is so triumphant because he's the one who was physically and verbally paralyzed by his fear of Freddy. When he finally finds his vocal blast power in the dream world and uses his voice to help tear Freddy apart, it's a massive psychological victory over his own oppression. The tragedy, of course, is that their victory is incredibly short-lived when we look ahead to Part 4. But standing right here at the end of Dream Warriors, this trio represents the ultimate triumph of the outcast. They took the absolute worst hand society could deal them, locked arms, and walked out of the asylum alive.
Man, Kincaid surviving is still one of my favorite subversions in horror. The dude spent the entire movie talking trash to a supernatural entity and actually lived to tell the tale. Legendary behavior.
Oh, absolutely. But man, Chloe, you hitting on how Part 4 handles them, that is a sore spot for a lot of fans. It turns their survival here into a beautiful, tragic little bubble.
All right, now that we've broken down the architecture, the gore, and the survivors of Weston Hills, it's time for the big one. This movie is widely considered the absolute pinnacle of the entire franchise, but no film is totally flawless. So boys, let's hear it. What is the one thing you absolutely love the most about Dream Warriors? And if you had to change just one thing, what would it be? Shane, you're the resident Darabont and behind-the-scenes historian tonight, so I'm throwing the mic to you first. Give us your peak highlight and your one big fix.
Man, it is so hard to pick just one thing to love about this movie because it fires on all cylinders. But for me, the thing I love the most is the perfect tonal balance between horror and dark fantasy. Chuck Russell and Frank Darabont managed to expand the sandbox completely. Freddy isn't just lurking in a dark basement anymore. He's a reality-warping god. The dream world feels completely limitless, whether it's giant puppet strings, a mechanical TV with arms, or a stop-motion snake creature. They injected this incredible, comic book-style imagination into a slasher sequel without losing the macabre, surrealist edge that makes nightmares scary. It is a masterclass in how to evolve a franchise's identity. But if I have to change one thing, I am fixing the execution of Will's wizard fight. Don't get me wrong, the concept of Will turning into a level 10 wizard in his green robes is amazing. But when he actually fights Freddy, he just stands there, shoots a couple of static green lasers out of his hands, and then Freddy immediately grabs him and stabs him. It feels a little clunky and anticlimactic for a kid whose power is literally magic. I would rewrite that sequence to give him a legitimate, high fantasy wizard duel. Let Will conjure illusion mirrors, manipulate the architecture of the room, or throw actual fireballs to force Freddy onto his heels before Freddy exploits his real-world paralysis to take him down. If you're gonna go full D&D, let the kid cast a proper high-level spell before he goes out.
Oh, a full-on wizard duel would have been legendary, Shane. I would have thrown my popcorn at the screen. For me, the thing I absolutely love the most is the return and final arc of Nancy Thompson. Bringing back Heather Langenkamp wasn't just cheap nostalgia, it was the emotional spine of the movie. Seeing her transition from the terrified, isolated final girl of the original into this fierce, protective mentor who looks these institutionalized kids in the eye and tells them, "I believe you," is just beautiful storytelling. And her death scene, while heartbreaking, is perfect. She dies shielding Kristen, using her final breath to drive the blade into Freddy. It cements her as the ultimate matriarch of the horror genre. But my one big change? I would completely rewrite how they handle Donald Thompson and the scrapyard climax. The real-world plot with Dr. Gordon and Nancy's dad dragging Freddy's bones to a Cadillac graveyard always felt a little disjointed compared to the awesome Dreamworld stuff. And Donald Thompson's death is so weak. Freddy's skeleton just randomly springs to life like a Ray Harryhausen skeleton and stabs him against a car door. I would change it so that Donald doesn't die as a useless victim. I'd have Donald actively sacrifice himself to save Dr. Gordon, using his old police service weapon or a crowbar to pin Freddy's skeleton down while Gordon pours the holy water. It would give John Saxon a much more heroic, redemptive send-off after all the damage he caused as a stubborn parent in the first film.
Ooh, giving John Saxon a redemptive sacrifice is a fantastic note, Marcus. He definitely deserved a better exit than getting pinned by a puppet skeleton. As for me, the thing I love the most is the collective survival aspect. I talked about this with the survivors, but the psychological subversion of moving away from the isolated final girl trope to a final pack is brilliant. It completely subverts the slasher formula. The kids only survive because they stop hiding their trauma from one another and start pooling their strengths. It's an incredibly empowering message for a horror movie, especially one set in a psychiatric ward where teenagers are usually treated as completely powerless. But if there is one thing I would change, and Marcus, you teased this earlier, I would change the ending to protect their victory a little bit more. At the very end of the movie, after Freddy is defeated, we see Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey looking out the hospital window, completely safe. But then the camera pans over to the model house, and the light kicks on inside the bedroom window, proving Freddy is already back. Knowing that Part 4 immediately turns around and kills all three of them off in the first 20 minutes makes that final jump scare feel cheap in hindsight. I would rewrite the final shot to be completely triumphant for them. Let them sleep peacefully without a single hint of Freddy, leaving their survival as a closed, sacred chapter. If New Line wanted to bring Freddy back for Part 4, let him hunt an entirely new neighborhood of kids instead of immediately undoing the beautiful victory these specific Weston Hills kids fought so hard to achieve.
Oh man, Chloe, you mentioned the guitar riffs earlier, and I cannot let us leave 1987 without talking about the absolute peak of MTV-era horror marketing, the official music video for Dawkins' Dream Warriors. It is legendary, it is hilarious, and it is the most beautifully 1987 thing to ever exist on celluloid. To set the stage, New Line Cinema realized they had a massive hit on their hands, and heavy metal was ruling the airwaves. So they partnered with Elektra Records and brought in Dokken to write the title track. But they didn't just want a song, they wanted an MTV crossover event. They got Patricia Arquette to return as Kristen Parker for the music video, utilizing the actual sets from the movie. The plot of the video is basically a 5-minute summary of the film, except instead of Nancy helping Kristen fight Freddy Krueger, she is rescued by the raw, unadulterated power of heavy metal hairstyling and guitar solos. The behind-the-scenes stories from the shoot are just gold. Robert Englund was in full Freddy makeup for 14 hours a day, hanging out with the band between takes. There are literally photos of Freddy Krueger casually showing George Lynch how to hold a guitar pick with his razor glove, and Don Dokken trying to fit his massive hair into Freddy's fedora. What makes it so hilarious in hindsight is how much it completely shattered the terrifying mystique Wes Craven built. Freddy went from a child-murdering shadow demon to a guy who gets bullied by a band wearing spandex and eyeliner. MTV played it on a loop every single hour, and it completely cemented the pop culture Freddy era. It proved that Freddy wasn't just a horror villain anymore, he was a rock star.
Man, George Lynch standing on top of a boiler room pipe, ripping that solo while Freddy covers his ears like a frustrated parent who wants the kids to turn down the volume. It gets me every single time. It is pure art.
It really is the ultimate time capsule. Patricia Arquette acting her heart out, looking genuinely terrified, while a man in a leopard print vest screams lyrics about dream powers right next to her. If you haven't watched that video on YouTube recently, do yourself a favor and pause this podcast right now to go look it up. It's magnificent. And with that glorious image of Freddy Krueger being absolutely bullied by heavy metal spandex, we are officially closing the file on A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. It is the undisputed high-water mark of the franchise for a reason. It gave us the ultimate team, the ultimate mentor, the ultimate practical effects, and the ultimate hair metal anthem. If you want to check out our full retro gallery of the Weston Hills crew, or read our deep dive essay on how Frank Darabont helped rewrite slasher history, head over right now to ghostfacehorror.com. We've got the lights on and the coffee brewing for you 24/7. But it's time to chug a fresh pot of coffee, because we are stepping straight out of 1987 and into the hyper-stylized, neon-soaked landscape of 1988. We are moving into A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master. With Chuck Russell stepping away, New Line handed the keys to a young visual visionary named Rennie Harlan. The budget exploded even higher. Freddy officially became the highest-grossing horror icon on the planet, and the franchise fully embraced the MTV aesthetic. The Dream Warriors are back, but a new heroine named Alice is about to step into the ring to absorb their powers and face a Freddy Krueger who is funnier, meaner, and completely unhinged. We're taking a quick break to stretch our legs, but don't close your eyes, because when the scare table returns, Shane is taking us straight into the nightmare of Part 4. Stay awake, we'll be right back.
Ghost towns in the wake of violence. I was hellbound fast in cemetery wrong. Forgot the words to every Sunday song. I spent a lifetime gripping tight to the ledge, but I found my peace right at the jagged edge. The trial was worth the fall. The drop was worth the shrieks. The shrieks were worth the salt. The salt was worth the miles. The miles were worth the fault. The fault was worth the scars. The scars were worth the end. The end is worth the dark. The dark is why I've come. The ride is worth the fall. I've had some near misses with the holy light, and some long cold dances with the things in the night. Left some houses haunted and some blood on the floor, and I do it all again just to see him once more. Cause what I should have been is a man long dead, but I keep on walking with this price on my head. I dig my way back in. The drop was worth the streets. The streets were worth the salt. The salt was worth the miles. The miles were worth the fault. The fault was worth the scars. The scars were worth the end. The end is worth the dark. The dark is why I've come. The ride is worth the fall. The drop was worth the streaks. The streaks were worth the salt. The salt was worth the miles. The miles were worth the fault. The fault was worth the scars. The scars were worth the end. The end is worth the dark. The dark is why I've come. The ride is worth the fall.
Go ahead and pop another caffeine pill, guys, because we are diving straight into the deep end of the late 80s neon nightmare. Welcome back to the Scare Table. If you're just joining our marathon, we are moving directly into 1988's A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master. Now look, if Dream Warriors is the critical darling of the franchise, The Dream Master is the ultimate gold-plated box office juggernaut. This film didn't just make money, it became the highest-grossing film in the entire franchise up to that point, and it held that title for 15 years. It transformed Freddy Krueger from a cinematic monster into a full-blown global phenomenon. We're talking 1-900 hotlines, talk show appearances, and lunchboxes. New Line Cinema gave the director's chair to a young Finnish filmmaker named Rennie Harlin, and he brought a completely different energy to Springwood. He essentially looked at the franchise and said, "Let's make this a dark, summer blockbuster action movie." The plot picks up right after Part 3, bringing back our surviving trio of Weston Hills kids, Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey. But the torch quickly gets passed to a new protagonist, Alice Johnson, played brilliantly by Lisa Wilcox. Alice is the ultimate daydreamer, a quiet, introverted girl who literally has to inherit the traits, strengths, and dream powers of her dying friends to build herself into the ultimate weapon against Freddy. Visually, this movie is an absolute feast. It trades the dark, gritty boiler rooms for kinetic camera angles, stunning, surrealist set pieces, church cathedral showdowns, and a soundtrack packed with everything from Tuesday Night to Sinead O'Connor. Shane, I know you have a lot of thoughts on how this movie completely shifts gears tonally from what went before. Break it down for us. How does Part 4 feel standing next to the masterpiece that was Dream Warriors?
Oh, Marcus, it is a total whiplash experience, but in the best way possible. It's like stepping out of a dark Gothic haunted house and walking straight into a crowded, neon-lit arcade. You know, before we even get into the visuals, we have to address the elephant in the boiler room. Marcus, I know this is the moment that makes you want to throw your coffee at the wall, but we have to talk about it. The massacre of the Dream Warriors. The studio basically hit the reset button in the first 20 minutes. They bring back the surviving trio from Part 3, Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey, only to systematically slaughter them so Alice can take the lead. From a production standpoint, it was messy. Patricia Arquette didn't want to return, so they recast Kristen with Tuesday Night, which already felt like a gut punch to the continuity, and then they offed the guys almost immediately after. It's a bold move, but man, does it make for a divisive opening.
It's not just divisive, Shane. It's arguably the most frustrating narrative choice in the entire franchise. Look, I get it. You need to move the plot forward. You need a new final girl. But you spent the entirety of Part 3 teaching us that these kids are a pack. They are a family forged in fire. They learn to fight together. To take that entire emotional investment and just extinguish it in the first act? It feels like the studio is saying, forget everything you just loved. Here's a new toy. It makes the victory in Part 3 feel cheap. Like, why did I care about them surviving the asylum if they were just going to die in a waterbed and a gym sauna 2 movies later? It's emotional bankruptcy, man.
I see where you're coming from, Marcus, but I think I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Narratively, as much as it stings, it was the only way to make the Dream Master concept work. If the Dream Warriors were still alive, Alice never would have stepped up. She would have just been another side character in their movie. By taking them out, the film forces Alice, this timid, invisible girl, to physically and metaphorically consume their powers. It's a tragic passing of the torch. She doesn't become the Dream Master because she wants to. She becomes it because the friends who loved her died, and she has to inherit their strength to survive. It's brutal, yes, but it frames Alice's journey as an act of grief-stricken rebellion. She isn't just fighting Freddy, she's fighting for the people who were stolen from her.
That's a great point, Chloe. It's almost like a forced evolution. The Dream Warriors were a democratic team, but the Dream Master is a singular vessel. I just wish they could have found a way to do that without making the transition feel like a discard pile. Especially Kincaid. Killing Kincaid in the junkyard? The dude survived a psychological asylum siege, and he goes out in a sand trap? It hurts, man.
It hurts bad, but I will concede this. The way Freddy takes them out, it's undeniable proof that Rennie Harlin wasn't playing around. He wanted to show us that Freddy wasn't afraid of the Warriors. He was actively hunting them, and he was bored by them. It established the stakes, even if I hate the result.
Since we're talking about the emotional fallout of losing the Dream Warriors, We have to look at the girl who inherits that massive weight, Alice Johnson. In my opinion, Alice has one of the most beautifully constructed, empowering character arcs in the entire slasher genre. When we meet Alice in the first act of The Dream Master, she is the absolute definition of an introvert. She is passive, deeply insecure, and completely invisible. Her father is a volatile, grieving alcoholic who completely dominates the household, and Alice handles it by shrinking into the background. She literally hides her reflection. Her mirror is completely covered in photographs of other people, her friends, her brother Rick, because she cannot bear to look at herself. She lives entirely in her own head, using daydreams as a shield to escape a reality that terrifies her. But the central genius of this film is the Dream Master mythos, which turns her greatest coping mechanism into her ultimate weapon. As her friends are systematically taken out by Freddy, Alice doesn't just inherit their abstract dream powers, she inherits their core personality traits, their physical strengths, and their confidence. It is a literal manifestation of grief and memory. When Kristen dies, Alice gains her ability to pull people into dreams. When her crush Dan gets injured, she absorbs his tactical, analytical thinking. When her best friend Sheila is killed, Alice takes on her brilliant scientific intellect. And when her brother Rick, who taught her martial arts, is taken, she inherits his physical combat skills. Visually, Rennie Harlan tracks this evolution through her mirror. Every time a friend dies, Alice pulls a photograph off that mirror, forcing herself to see more and more of her own reflection. She is literally shedding her invisibility and stepping into her own skin. By the time we get to the third act, Alice has evolved into an absolute powerhouse. She stands in front of that completely cleared mirror, looks at her own reflection for the first time, and straps on a leather jacket, Kincaid's spiked wristband, and Nancy's old switchblade. She isn't just fighting as Alice anymore. She is walking into the dream world as a living monument to everyone she loved. She goes from a girl who couldn't stand up to her father at the dinner table to a warrior who looks a supernatural demon in the eye and commands the souls within him to tear him apart. It is a spectacular, deeply satisfying evolution.
Man, Chloe, when you break it down like that, it really highlights how smart the writing is underneath all that flashy 80s neon. The mirror metaphor is just brilliant visual storytelling.
Oh, absolutely. Say what you want about the opening, but by the time Alice shows up to that church in the climax, doing martial arts flips and kicking Freddy through stained glass, I am cheering every single time. Lisa Wilcox absolutely crushed that performance.
Man, Marcus, you hit the nail on the head. By the time Alice is standing in that church doing roundhouse kicks, you realize The Dream Master isn't just a horror movie, it's an action blockbuster masquerading as a slasher. And that is entirely due to the mad genius of a 29-year-old Rennie Harlan. When New Line hired Harlan, he was practically a nobody from Finland who barely spoke English, but he had this incredibly aggressive, kinetic visual language. He looked at Freddy Krueger and realized the character was a rock star, so he shot the movie like the most expensive, hyper-stylized MTV music video of 1988. Harlan threw out the slow, shadowy, gothic atmosphere of Wes Craven and replaced it with pure visual adrenaline. Let's break down the three pillars of how he completely overhauled the look and feel of Springwood. Harlan didn't just place a camera, he flew it. The cinematography by Steven Fierberg is packed with sweeping crane shots, rapid tracking moves, and intense, canted Dutch angles that make the real world feel just as unstable as the dream world. And the lighting? It is pure late 80s neon bliss. The frames are completely drenched in saturated blues, hot pinks, fiery oranges, and deep greens. Even the boiler rooms look like a high-end nightclub rather than a gritty basement. He used contrast to make everything pop. Think of Debbie running on that treadmill surrounded by cold, stark, white fluorescent light, right before the scene bleeds into a humid, golden-hued insect terrarium. Because Harlan wanted to make an action movie, the dream sequences became massive, high-concept spectacles. He didn't just want Freddy to jump out of a closet, he wanted to warp the fabric of cinema itself. The time loop. Think about the diner sequence where Alice and Dan are trapped in an infinite loop. Harlan accomplishes this with seamless, practical edits. They drive past the same intersection, enter the same diner, and see the same waitress dropping a tray in a rhythmic, mechanical nightmare. The cinema vortex. When Alice goes to the movie theater and gets literally sucked into the silver screen, the camera tracks with her as the black and white celluloid wind pulls her into a vortex. It's an incredible piece of meta filmmaking that bridges the gap between the audience and the screen. You cannot talk about Part 4 without talking about the music. Dream Warriors had Dokken, but the Dream Master features a literal music festival. Harlan used popular music not just as background noise, but as a narrative engine to pace the film. We get the ultimate 80s pop rock anthem, Running from This Nightmare, by Tuesday Night, who played Kristen, over the opening credits. We get legendary tracks from the Divinals, Go West, Love/Hate, and an incredibly haunting pre-fame track from Sinead O'Connor, I Want Your Hands on Me, playing during the heartbreaking montage after Rick dies. And let's not forget the Fat Boys doing Are You Ready for Freddy? Over the end credits. It wrapped Freddy up in the fabric of late 80s youth culture. It told the audience, this movie is hip, it's loud, and it's a party.
Man, that Tuesday Night opening track is a certified banger, Shane. I still listen to that on my own time. And you're so right about the lighting. It's the first time Springwood felt like it was taking place in a living, breathing, hyper-vibrant 1988 pop culture universe.
It completely changed how studios marketed horror movies moving forward. After Part 4, everyone realized you could sell the soundtrack, the merch, and the aesthetic just as hard as the scares. It really was the pinnacle of the MTV horror fusion.
All right, we've praised Rennie Harlin's visual style, we've praised the music, but now we have to talk about the absolute pinnacle of 1980s cinematic absurdity. Marcus, Chloe, we need to break down the actual mechanism of Freddy Krueger's resurrection in this movie. Because it isn't a dark ritual, and it isn't a lightning bolt. Kincaid has a nightmare that he's trapped back in the auto salvage yard from Part 3. His dog, a little terrier named Jason, which is a hilarious meta joke in itself, runs over to the dirt where Freddy's bones were buried, digs a hole, and takes a leak. But it's not just normal pee. The dog urinates a stream of literal hellfire that cracks open the earth, melts the ground, and causes Freddy's skeleton to flesh out and reconstitute itself. I am not making this up. Freddy Krueger was brought back to life by flaming dog pee. Please, someone tell me how we got here.
Man, when I say this franchise went off the rails into full-blown cartoon territory, this is Exhibit A. I remember sitting in the theater in '88, watching a little terrier unleash a laser beam of fiery urine and thinking, okay, the rules are officially dead. But from a practical effects standpoint, the reconstitution of Freddy's body right after that is actually kind of incredible. You see the bones snapping back together, the muscle tissue and veins wetly web-weaving over the ribs, and the skin bubbling and melting into place. It's an awesome, disgusting gore effect preceded by the most ridiculous setup in slasher history. It's the ultimate duality of Part 4.
It is so camp. But honestly, if you look at the subtext, it tells you everything you need to know about the shift in Freddy's character. In the original, he's an urban legend born from parental guilt and vigilante justice. By Part 4, he is essentially a supernatural slasher cockroach. He can't be stopped, and the writers literally ran out of logical ways to bring him back. They were just like, look, the kids want Freddy, the studio wants $40 million, just let the dog pee fire so we can get to the treadmill scene. And can we talk about Freddy's first line when he punches out of the ground? He looks at Kincaid and just, you shouldn't have buried me in a junkyard. He's not even a terrifying demon anymore. He's an annoyed landlord complaining about his accommodations.
Exactly. It completely sets the tone for the rest of the movie. It tells the audience, hey, don't take this too seriously. We're here to have fun, look at some neon lights, and watch Freddy drop one-liners. It's ridiculous. It's completely nonsensical lore-wise, but man, it is unforgettable.
If Dream Warriors laid the anatomical groundwork, the Dream Master turned the kills into high-budget, wet, practical effects performance art. Rennie Harlin had a massive budget and a crew of absolute FX geniuses, including a young, uncredited special makeup effects coordinator named Screaming Mad George, and they went completely off the deep end. Buckle up, because under that neon MTV lighting lies some of the most grotesque, body horror-infused mutilation in slasher history. Here is my official, trademark gory breakdown of the Part 4 body count. 1. Kincaid, crushed by cars. The kill scene. Following that legendary flaming dog pee resurrection, Kincaid wakes up trapped in the dream junkyard. The cars starting themselves, headlights turning on like demonic eyes. Kincaid tries to fight, but Freddy stalks out of the shadows. The final blow. Freddy knocks him onto the ground, and two massive scrap heap cars suddenly pull themselves forward on their own accord, sandwiching Kincaid right between them. We hear the sickening, echoey crunch of his ribs flattening, his sternum snapping, and his internal organs rupturing under tons of rusted metal before his lifeless body drops into the dirt. 2. Joey, the waterbed drowning. The kill scene. Joey is asleep in his room, dreaming he's floating on his waterbed. Suddenly, the plastic vinyl top turns into a shimmering, undulating swimming pool of liquid dream stuff. A naked model swims up from inside the mattress, luring him closer. But she vanishes, and Freddy breaches the surface like a burnt shark. The final blow. Freddy grabs Joey by the throat and pulls him straight down into the mattress. The vinyl seals up over his head like suffocating plastic wrap. Joey is trapped inside his own bed, screaming underwater, bubbles pressing against the taut plastic. Freddy plunges his razor glove through the vinyl, ripping Joey open beneath the surface. The bed violently ruptures, vomiting gallons of water mixed with bright, dark arterial blood all over his bedroom floor. 3. Kristen Parker, the boiler room incineration. The kill scene. Tuesday night's Kristen gets pulled into her old, worst nightmare, the sand-scraped boiler room. She tries to use her power to summon Alice for help, but Freddy corners her over a massive, roaring incinerator pit. The final blow. Freddy slams her directly into the open, white-hot brick furnace. As she screams, Freddy slams the iron door shut and locks it. We see her silhouette pressing against the glowing metal door, her skin visibly sizzling and blackening through the grate as she is literally roasted alive, reduced to ash before she can pass her dream-pulling powers over to Alice. 4. Sheila, the asthmatic inhalation. The kill scene. Sheila is the brilliant nerd of the group, sitting in her high school classroom taking a test when everything freezes. Freddy materializes right next to her desk as the teacher. The final blow. He leans over her and says, "Want a suck face?" He locks his burnt lips onto hers and literally inhales. It is a horrific, surreal, practical effect. Freddy acts like a vacuum, sucking the actual physical breath, moisture, and life right out of her body. Her cheeks instantly collapse into hollow cavities. Her skin turns a dry, dusty, pale gray, and her eyes shrivel back into her skull. When Freddy lets go, her completely mummified, hollowed-out corpse slumps out of her desk like a brittle autumn leaf. 5. Rick, the invisible martial arts beatdown. The kill scene. Alice's brother Rick is a martial artist, and when he finds himself in a dream version of a traditional Japanese dojo, he tries to fight back using his wooden bow staff, but Freddy is completely invisible. The final blow. It's a brutal, kinetic sequence where Rick is being visually pulverized by nothing. We see his jaw snap sideways from an invisible punch, blood spraying across the pristine white tatami mats. His ribs crack, his legs are swept, and he's thrown through the air. Finally, the invisible Freddy drives his razor glove straight through Rick's stomach. The claws tear out his lower back in a wet, tearing spray of red before Freddy decloaks, grinning with blood dripping from his steel fingers. 6. Debbie, the Roach Motel metamorphosis. The kill scene. The absolute crown jewel of 80s body horror. Debbie is an athletic girl obsessed with lifting weights and staying in shape, So Freddy traps her on a dream treadmill. As she runs, the speed keeps increasing until she falls, and the heavy plastic handlebars slam down, snapping both of her arms completely backward at the elbows. The final blow. Instead of bone breaking through skin, the fractures sprout glistening black insect joints. Debbie screams as her flesh begins to slough off her body in wet, heavy chunks, revealing a hard, chitinous, yellow and black cockroach exoskeleton underneath. Her face elongates, her jaw splits into mandibles, and her eyes turn into black, multifaceted compound lenses. She flees into a giant, surrealist cardboard roach motel, only for Freddy to appear above it like a giant god, holding a massive boot. He stomps the motel flat with a deafening, wet squish, crushing her newly mutated insect anatomy into a paste of green slime and blood.
Jesus, Marcus. The roach scene. I swear to God, even thinking about her elbows snapping and the bug legs tearing out of her skin makes my stomach actively turn. Screaming Mad George went completely psychotic with those prosthetics.
And Sheila's death. The visual of her face completely deflating and turning into a dry mummy is so deeply uncomfortable to watch. It plays on that claustrophobic, suffocating fear so perfectly. Rennie Harlan really let the effects team run the asylum on this one.
Man, Marcus, you mentioning Screaming Mad George in that roach scene is the perfect bridge, because the behind-the-scenes history of the Dream Master is an absolute gauntlet of late 80s chaotic energy. This movie was greenlit, written, shot, edited, and put into theaters in less than a year, and the fact that it looks as gorgeous as it does is a literal miracle. When Rennie Harlan started shooting, the script wasn't even completely finished due to the 1988 Writers Guild strike. So Harlan and the effects crew were basically inventing these massive, surreal set pieces on the fly, writing the scenes the night before they shot them. And because the script was in flux, the budget for the practical effects went absolutely through the roof. New Line brought in 3 separate effects houses, Screaming Mad George, Howard Berger's KNBEFX group, and Kevin Yeager, and just let them compete to see who could deliver the most insane body horror. Here are a few of the legendary, mind-blowing pieces of trivia from that set that completely blow my mind. The Roach Motel Nightmare. That transformation sequence with Debbie took several weeks to shoot and was an absolute nightmare for actress Brooke Bundy. The peeling skin effect was done using layers of liquid latex and ultra-thin silicone sheets that had to be meticulously glued to her arms and then pulled away by hidden monofilament wires. To get the shot of her face turning into a cockroach, they built an animatronic head that was 3 times life-size, packed with tiny air bladders and mechanical cables to make the mandibles twitch. The Pizza of Death. Remember the diner scene where Freddy picks a meatball off a pizza and the meatball has Rick's tiny screaming face on it? Those weren't cheap rubber props. The crew built a giant, oversized pizza prop that took up half the stage. The meatballs were actually the actors' heads sticking up through holes in the table, surrounded by massive mounds of foam latex pepperoni, melted plastic cheese, and boiling red gel to look like pizza sauce. Robert Englund was standing on a scaffolding above them with a giant mechanical fork. The soul-torn climax. The grand finale, where the souls of Freddy's victims literally ripped their way out of his chest, was designed by Screaming Mad George. They built a hyper-realistic, oversized animatronic torso for Robert Englund to wear. Inside that rubber chest plate, there were actual puppeteers with grease-covered hands pushing outward through the latex, combined with mechanical levers to stretch the skin to its absolute breaking point. It took days to shoot because the latex kept tearing before they could get the lighting right. It is just mind-blowing to think about. There was no CGI safety net back then. If Rennie Harlan wanted a girl to turn into a cockroach, or if he wanted a movie screen to literally suck an actress into a theater, a bunch of guys in a workshop had to build it out of foam, cables, and pure imagination over a weekend. It was the absolute golden age of practical makeup effects.
Man, the giant pizza trick is classic old-school Hollywood magic. Hearing that just makes me appreciate the artistry even more. They were literally throwing everything at the wall to give the fans a show. It really shows on screen too. There's a texture and a weight to the horror in Part 4 that you just don't get in modern slasher films. It feels beautifully, viscerally real.
All right, we've talked about the flaming dog pee, the hyperkinetic MTV lighting, the legendary screaming Mad George practical effects, and the complete evolution of Alice. Now it's time to put the Dream Master on the chopping block. It's the biggest box office hit of the original run, but it's also the moment the franchise firmly stepped away from pure, dark horror into pop culture fantasy. So boys, let's hear it. What is the one thing you absolutely love the most about Part 4? And if you had to change just one thing, what would it be? Marcus, since you took the wheel for this movie today, I'm throwing the mic to you first. Give us your peak highlight and your one big fix.
Man, even though the opening of this movie frustrates me to no end, the thing I love the most is undeniably the pure artistry of the practical effects. This movie is the absolute zenith of the 80s body horror boom. The cockroach transformation with Debbie, the mummification of Sheila, and especially that final climax where the screaming faces of Freddy's victims rip through his sweater and tear his flesh apart from the inside out. It is just jaw-dropping work. Knowing that a crew of guys built that out of foam latex, air bladders, and cables over a chaotic weekend because of the writer's strike just makes me respect it even more. It's a gorgeous, wet, disgusting showcase of old-school practical magic. But if I have to change one thing, it's a hill I am willing to die on. Do not kill off the Dream Warriors in the first act. If you want to transition to Alice, that's fine. But let Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey survive the first half of the movie. Imagine if they acted as a protective shield for Alice, actively teaching her how to use her daydreams defensively. Then Freddy systematically breaks through their defenses, one by one, over the course of the second act, leaving Alice completely isolated for the final showdown. It would make their deaths feel like a tragic, hard-fought tactical defeat rather than a lazy house-cleaning chore in the first 20 minutes. It would preserve the emotional weight of Part 3 while still letting Alice inherit the mantle.
Man, keeping the Warriors around longer would have given the movie so much more emotional gravity, Marcus. I would have backed that rewrite in a heartbeat. For me, the thing I absolutely love the most about Part 4 is the aesthetic direction by Renny Harlin. Harlin brought a kinetic, comic book action movie energy that the slasher genre had never seen before. The cinematography is so aggressive. The camera is constantly swooping on cranes, pushing in on tracks, and tilting into these hyper-stylized Dutch angles. And the use of color is stunning. Saturated hot pinks, neon blues, and deep, toxic greens soak every frame. It completely redefined what a slasher movie could look like. He proved that horror didn't have to be shot in dingy, washed-out shadows. It could be a vibrant, visually spectacular pop art nightmare. But my one big change? I would drastically tone down Freddy's comedic one-liners. This is the exact movie where Freddy crosses the line from a terrifying supernatural threat into a stand-up comedian. When he kills Sheila by sucking her breath out and then casually puts on her glasses to mock her intelligence, or when he shows up as a kung fu master to fight Rick, it completely saps the terror out of the character. Robert Englund is incredibly charismatic, but the script pushes him too far into a cartoon character. I would rewrite Freddy's dialogue to keep him sinister, cruel, and deeply manipulative. Let the dream worlds be flashy and absurd, but keep Freddy himself a sadistic, cold-blooded killer who treats these teenagers' deaths as a twisted game, not a punchline.
I completely agree on the tone shift, Shane. The stand-up Freddy era definitely starts right here. As for me, the thing I love the most is Alice Johnson's character arc. I know I just did a whole deep dive on her, but watching a protagonist in a slasher movie go through a literal psychological evolution by absorbing the strengths of her dead friends is just brilliant. It gives the movie a sense of purpose. When she stands in front of that mirror at the end, completely unburdened by her past insecurities, wearing Kincaid's spiked band and Nancy's switchblade, she looks like an absolute superhero. It is one of the most triumphant, earned, final girl evolutions in cinema history. But if there is one thing I would change, I would fix the logic of the final church showdown. Don't get me wrong, the visual of Alice doing martial arts flips and kicking Freddy through stained glass is incredibly fun. But the way she actually defeats him, by showing him his own reflection in a broken mirror so the souls inside him can rebel, feels a bit like a narrative shortcut. It mimics Nancy's trick from the first movie too closely. Instead, I would have had Alice use her unique position as the Dream Master to physically manifest her dead friend's spirits inside the dream world alongside her. Let Kristen, Kincaid, Joey, Rick, and Sheila visually appear as a united front for one final spectacular group beatdown. Let them actively help her tear Freddy apart. It would have provided the ultimate emotional closure for the audience, and it would have truly fulfilled the promise of the Dream Master title by showing her leading the souls of the fallen into battle.
Oh wow, a full-on spectral team-up battle in the church? Chloe, that would have brought the house down. It would have perfectly balanced Marcus's love for the Dream Warriors and your appreciation for Alice's mantle. That's $1 million pitch right there.
And on that beautiful note of a full spectral team-up that should have happened, we are officially putting a lid on 1988's A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master. It's flawed, it's loud, it's ungodly camp, but it is a masterclass in late 80s practical effects and visual spectacle. If you want to read our full, uncut ranking of every single kill in this movie, or check out our exclusive gallery of Screaming Mad George's behind-the-scenes concept art, fly on over to ghostfacehorror.com. We've got new articles dropping daily to keep your horror obsession fed. But guys, the clock is ticking, and we have to keep moving through the timeline. Pop another Vivarin, because we are stepping out of the bright neon lights of 1988 and plunging directly into the cold, gothic, deeply weird shadows of 1989. We are moving into A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. With Rennie Harlan moving on to massive Hollywood action flicks, New Line brought in Australian director Stephen Hopkins to steer the ship. The studio wanted to course-correct away from the bright pop art style and pull Freddy back into a darker, more atmospheric, gothic environment. Alice and Dan are back, but the nightmare shifts into terrifying territory. Freddy figures out a loophole. Since Alice is wide awake and completely unbeatable in her own dreams, he starts attacking her through the unformed mind of her unborn baby, Jacob. It is a wild, controversial psychological ride that dives deep into themes of teenage pregnancy, eating disorders, maternal instinct, and the tragic backstory of Amanda Young. It is arguably the most tonally bizarre, visual-heavy, and fiercely debated entry in the entire original run. We're going to take a super quick breather to refill our coffee mugs and stretch our legs. Don't go to sleep, because when the scare table returns, Marcus is taking us straight into the dark, twisted nursery of Part 5.
We'll be right back.
Close your eyes, count to 10. In your bed again, but the locks on your door don't mean a thing when the hallway starts to stretch and swing. Welcome to the flip side. The blanket's still a fit cement. You're running out of oxygen. You try to scream, but your throat is glued. I'm the shadow in your gratitude. I pull the gravity out from the floor. You're sprinting down a corridor that has no door. I can hear your pulse, I can taste the fright. A lucid nightmare in the dead of night. I'm chasing you through the static. I'm living up in your attic. You can't wake up, you can't break free. Your subconscious belongs to me. Run through the fog, trip on the stairs. Nobody answers the dead man's prayer. Sleep tight under the knife. The scenery shifts to a burning room. The walls are sweating with the heavy doom. I'm wearing the face of a childhood friend, but my teeth are needles at the hallway's end. You think if you die here, you'll just wake up. Let's pour the venom in a silver cup. Your alarm clock is ringing a million miles away, but you're trapped in the dark where you have to play. reflection is closer than it appears. Twitch your fingers, move your toes. Where the nightmare stops, nobody knows. You're flipping, you're falling. The entities are calling. I'm chasing you through the static. I'm living up in your attic. You can't wake up, you can't break free. Your subconscious belongs to me. Run through the fog, trip on the stairs. Nobody answers a dead man's prayer. Sleep tight under the night. I'm chasing you through the static. I'm living up in your attic. You can't wake up, you can't break free. Your subconscious belongs to me. Run through the fog, trip on the stairs. Nobody answers a dead man's prayer. Sleep tight under the night. You finally opened your eyes. You think it's over. Look behind you.
Go ahead and turn the nightlight on, because things are about to get incredibly dark and deeply weird. Welcome back to the Scare Table. We are stepping right into 1989 with A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. Now look, if Part 4 was the absolute peak of Freddy mania, Part 5 is where the franchise hit a massive, fascinating identity crisis. The box office took a major hit, pulling in about half of what the Dream Master did, because the cultural landscape was shifting. Audiences were starting to get slasher fatigue, and New Line Cinema knew they needed a radical change. So they hired Stephen Hopkins, and he completely stripped away Rennie Harlin's neon, MTV arcade aesthetic. Instead, he plunged the franchise headfirst into a distorted, gothic, M.C. Escher-inspired comic book nightmare. The lighting is harsh, the shadows are long, and the tone attempts to swing back to something genuinely macabre. Story-wise, this script tackles some incredibly heavy, taboo subjects for a late 80s slasher. Lisa Wilcox returns as Alice, who is now graduating high school and finding out she's pregnant with her boyfriend Dan's baby. Freddy, realizing Alice is way too powerful to be beaten directly, finds a loophole. He enters the dreams of her unborn son Jacob, using the baby's pure, unformed mind to harvest souls and rebuild his own power. We get a deep dive into the tragic lore of Freddy's mother, Amanda Kruger, alongside some of the most visually stunning, controversial, and downright grotesque set pieces of the entire series. We're talking comic book body horror, demonic unicycle riders, and a high-speed motorcycle fusion that will make your skin crawl. Shane, this movie is an absolute battleground for fans. Tonal whiplash doesn't even begin to describe it. Kick us off. How does the atmospheric, gothic look of Part 5 hit you coming straight out of the party vibes of Part 4?
Man, Marcus, it is a complete stylistic left turn. It feels less like a summer blockbuster and more like a dark, twisted graphic novel brought to life. You're spot on. The contrast between Part 4 and Part 5 is like night and day. If Rennie Harlin shot The Dream Master like a high-budget music video, Stephen Hopkins shot The Dream Child like a dark, expressionistic, gothic graphic novel. Hopkins was heavily influenced by British comic book artists of the late 80s. Think that gritty, surreal 2000 AD aesthetic. He deliberately brought in production designer Norman Garwood, who worked on Terry Gilliam's Brazil, to completely redesign Springwood. They threw out the realistic suburban houses and replaced them with towering, decaying architecture, massive industrial pipes, and endless layers of fog. There are three major visual pillars that define the look of Part 5, and they completely change how the dream logic works on screen. 1. M.C. Escher and impossible architecture. The absolute visual centerpiece of this movie is the use of non-Euclidean geometry and optical illusions, heavily inspired by the artist M.C. Escher. During the climax, Alice enters a dreamscape that is a literal living labyrinth of impossible staircases. Hopkins shoots this with shifting gravity. Alice is walking upright on a staircase, but when the camera pans, we see Freddy, or young Jacob, walking completely upside down or sideways on a parallel set of stairs right above her. The walls curve into ceilings, doorways lead into empty voids of fog, and the entire set feels like a massive, claustrophobic prison of the mind. It's one of the most structurally ambitious sets ever built for a slasher movie. 2. High-contrast Gothic expressionism. Hopkins fully embraced German expressionism here. He uses incredibly harsh, high-contrast chiaroscuro lighting, meaning deep, pitch-black shadows cutting across sharp, blinding slivers of light. Instead of Part 4's hot pinks and neon blues, the color palette shifts to cold, sterile whites, deep velvet reds, slate grays, and toxic, decaying yellows. Think about the asylum sequences with Amanda Kruger. The hallways stretch out into infinite dark tunnels, and the windows throw long, cage-like shadow bars across the floor. It looks less like a 80s slasher and more like a classic Universal monster movie or a Hammer horror film injected with a modern budget. 3. The comic book transformation aesthetic. Because the character of Dan is a comic book geek, Hopkins translates that fandom directly into the film's visual language. When Dan gets sucked into his nightmare, the film's color grading literally drains away into a high-contrast, black and white ink sketch style. The editing mimics panels on a page with rapid, jagged cuts and transitions. Even the camera movement becomes hyper-exaggerated, swapping to ultra-wide fisheye lenses to distort faces and environments, making everything feel beautifully warped, grotesque, and larger than life. It's an incredibly bold stylistic experiment that predates movies like Sin City or Spider-Verse by decades.
Man, that M.C. Escher staircase sequence is mind-bending. The fact that they built those interlocking sets on a soundstage and used practical camera rigs to pull off the shifting gravity angles is just insane. It has so much texture.
It really does. It treats the dream world as a genuinely abstract, psychological space, rather than just a playground for kills. It's visually magnificent, even if the script struggles to keep up with the style. Shane, your breakdown of the visual style is the perfect setup for this, because Stephen Hopkins needed that dark, expressionistic canvas to paint some of the heaviest, most taboo themes ever explored in a mainstream slasher. The Dream Child is not a comfortable movie. It completely bypasses the fun, popcorn safety of Part 4 and dives headfirst into absolute psychological terror, teenage pregnancy, maternal anxiety, and body dysmorphia. Think about where Alice is at the start of this film. She is a high school senior preparing to step into adulthood, only to find out she is pregnant. In 1989, a teenage pregnancy storyline in a horror movie was incredibly risky. But the film frames it beautifully as a source of profound, isolating vulnerability. Alice isn't just protecting herself anymore, she is carrying a new life. Her maternal instinct is instantly weaponized against her by Freddy. Freddy's entire strategy in Part 5 is psychological violation. Because Alice defeated him in the real world, he invades the one space she cannot defend, the unformed mind of her unborn son, Jacob. This triggers an absolute avalanche of maternal anxiety. Alice is forced to watch helplessly as Freddy literally feeds on the souls of her friends to nourish her baby, corrupting the child before it's even born. It taps into the deepest, most primal fear of any expectant mother, the terror of genetic taint, of failing to protect your child from a hostile world, or worse, the fear that your own body is harboring something monstrous. Every dream sequence becomes a manifestation of her guilt and panic over bringing a child into a universe where Freddy Krueger exists. But the film takes it a step further by weaving in themes of body dysmorphia and societal pressure through Alice's friends, Greta and Dan. Let's look at Greta. Greta is an aspiring model whose entire life is strictly controlled by her overbearing, hypercritical mother. Her mother dictates what she eats, how she sits, and how she looks, forcing her into an agonizing box of perfection. Her nightmare is a direct extension of that body dysmorphia. Freddy forces her to gorge herself on her own internal organs until her cheeks burst, literally distorting her body into a grotesque caricature of consumption to punish her for a perfectionism she never wanted. It is a deeply uncomfortable metaphor for eating disorders and the violation of bodily autonomy. And then you have Dan's death, which maps onto the pressure of masculine expectation and tech body horror. He is a high-performance athlete whose body is literally fused against his will with a mechanical motorcycle, tearing his flesh and bone apart to turn him into a tool of speed. By grounding the horror in these intensely real, painful anxieties, Part 5 becomes a deeply empathetic look at the horrors of growing up. Alice isn't just fighting for survival. She is fighting a system of trauma, trying to break a cycle of abuse that stretches all the way back to Amanda Kruger so she can give her child a clean slate. It's heavy, it's messy, but it gives the film a profound psychological weight that a lot of fans overlook.
Wow, Chloe. When you lay it out like that, it really changes how you look at the movie. It's not just a slasher, it's a full-on psychological drama about the anxieties of bodily transition and parenthood.
Oh, absolutely. Greta's scene is tough to watch because the metaphor is so sharp. It cuts way deeper than just a monster jumping out of a closet. It's real-world trauma twisted into a nightmare.
All right, Marcus. You know I've been sitting here watching you chug that coffee and tap your desk for the last 10 minutes? I know you were absolutely dying to tear into the anatomy of this movie. We've talked about the MC Escher stairs. We've talked about the heavy psychological metaphors Chloe laid out. But now it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Or in this movie's case, the metal to meet the flesh. We know the MPAA absolutely butchered this film, cutting it to pieces to avoid an X rating. But I want the raw, unfiltered, unrated truth. Marcus, hit us with your trademark gory breakdown analysis. How did Freddy actually take out the class of '89 when the cameras were fully rolling?
Oh, thank God, Shane. I was about to burst out of my skin if you didn't ask.
Smartass.
You are so right. To do the dream child justice, we have to look past the heavily censored theatrical cut and talk about the unrated versions of these kills. Because Stephen Hopkins and his FX teams went full-blown, heavy metal psycho on these sets. Buckle up because this is my official, uncensored, gory breakdown for Part 5. 1. Dan Jordan, the techno-organic motorcycle fusion. The kill scene. Dan, Alice's boyfriend and the father of her child, is driving to meet her when he falls asleep at the wheel. In the dream, he's riding his high-performance motorcycle, but the bike starts taking on a mechanical life of its own. Cables whip out from the chassis like metal tentacles. The final blow. This is absolute cyberpunk body horror. Heavy metallic wires and hydraulic tubes shoot straight into Dan's legs and arms, piercing his flesh and weaving underneath his skin. The unrated cut shows this in sickening detail. Metal pipes violently bursting outward through his bare skin as his musculature fuses with the bike's engine block. His hands melt directly into the handlebars, steel claws ripping through his fingertips. As he screams, the bike pumps fuel directly into his veins, transforming him into a screaming, half-human, half-machine abomination, right before Freddy veers him into oncoming traffic, causing a massive, fiery head-on collision with a semi-truck in the waking world. 2. Greta Gibson, the socialite disembowelment and force-feeding. The kill scene. Greta is at a high-end dinner party hosted by her overbearing mother. As she falls asleep at the table, Freddy takes over as the chef and locks her into her high chair. He presents a massive, rotting cake and demands she eat. The final blow. This is the most mean-spirited, stomach-churning kill in the movie, directly targeting her anxieties about body image. Freddy uses his claw to slice open her stomach. In the unrated version, the camera doesn't look away. Freddy literally reaches inside her abdomen and begins scooping out her own internal organs and intestines, putting them on a plate and force-feeding them back to her. He laughs, stuffing her face as her cheeks visually bloat and distort from the mass inside her throat. In the waking world, her friends watch in horror as Greta physically suffocates and chokes to death at the dinner table. Her throat completely collapsed from the inside out. It is deeply disturbing, heavy metal body horror. 3. Mark Gray, the paperboy slasher shredding. The kill scene. Mark is the ultimate comic book geek, so Freddy drags him inside a completely monochromatic, ink-sketched dream world called the Phantom Prowler. Mark uses his dream power to turn into a muscle-bound, shotgun-wielding comic superhero to fight back. The final blow. Freddy completely outsmarts him by exploiting the rules of the medium. He turns himself into a giant, two-dimensional paper cutout, outmaneuvers Mark, and uses a giant pair of shears to zap Mark, turning him into a completely flat, life-size cardboard paper cutout of himself. Once Mark is flattened into paper, Freddy stands over him with a sadistic grin and uses his razor glove to slice him into perfect, jagged ribbons. In the real world, Mark's body is completely lacerated and shredded to pieces, his life bleeding out on the floor of his comic-filled bedroom. It is incredibly creative, visually striking, and a perfect use of the graphic novel aesthetic Shane was talking about.
Hearing you lay out the unrated details of Dan's motorcycle transformation, that shot of the cables threading beneath his skin like artificial veins is just magnificent, horrific practical tech. It's like David Cronenberg took over a slasher film for 5 minutes.
And Greta's kill remains one of the hardest scenes to watch in the entire Elm Street legacy. The metaphor is so deeply violating, and the imagery of her being suffocated by her own consumption is just pure, raw psychological horror. It completely shifts the mood of the movie.
All right, we just broke down what those kills were supposed to look like, which brings us to the ultimate legal battle of 1989. The Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA, completely put the Dream Child through a paper shredder. They threatened it with an X rating, forcing New Line Cinema to make over 20 distinct cuts across the film's major set pieces just to secure an R. Let's debate the fallout of this. Chloe, looking at the theatrical cut most people actually saw, how badly do you think this institutional censorship damaged the movie's legacy and pacing?
Honestly, Shane, I think the MPAA's scissors completely gutted the film's narrative momentum. When you watch the theatrical cut, the pacing during the horror sequences feels jarringly disjointed. Take Dan's motorcycle scene. In the censored version, you see cables move, it cuts away to a reaction shot, and suddenly he's fused to the bike. Because the kinetic, visceral details of the transformation were ripped out, the sequence loses its rhythmic buildup. It turns what should have been a masterpiece of body horror into a choppy, confusingly edited sequence. Worse than that, it ruined the tone. Stephen Hopkins was trying to make a dark, uncompromising, tragic film. By removing the visceral weight of that violence, the MPAA accidentally made the absurd elements, like Freddy shouting, "Spit or swallow," during Greta's scene, stand out way more. Without the grounding reality of the intense gore, Freddy just comes across as a goofy cartoon character, which completely undercut the gothic atmosphere Hopkins worked so hard to build.
See, Chloe, I actually look at it from a slightly different angle. While I agree the editing in the theatrical cut is choppy as hell, I think the heavy censorship actually had a fascinating, accidental psychological side effect. Because they couldn't show the physical disemboweling of Greta or the pipes bursting out of Dan's skin, the movie was forced to rely on sound design and the actors' sheer terror. When Greta is suffocating at that table in the theatrical version, the camera stays glued to her terrified, widening eyes and the horrible, wet, muffled choking sounds coming from her throat while her mother just babbles on. To me, that claustrophobic focus on her psychological panic is almost more disturbing than watching a rubber intestine get pulled out. The MPAA forced our imaginations to fill in the blanks, which occasionally heightened the nightmare quality. Where it did completely fail, though, was the box office. Fans in '89 wanted the red meat. Word got out fast that the movie had been neutered by censors, and that lack of hardcore payoff is a huge reason why the tracking numbers plummeted. It made the film feel safe to the casual slasher fan, even though the script's underlying concepts were incredibly dark.
That's a killer point, Marcus. It really was a lose-lose situation for New Line. If you keep the gore, you get an X rating, which means major theater chains won't carry the film and newspapers won't run ads for it, effectively killing your profits. If you cut it to satisfy the MPAA, you alienate the hardcore Elm Street fanbase who grew up on the boundary-pushing effects of parts 3 and 4. Ultimately, the MPAA's heavy hands cemented the Dream Child as the red-headed stepchild of the franchise for decades, because people associated it with messy edits and an unsatisfying payoff. It's only now, with the unrated bootlegs and boutique Blu-ray releases restoring those precious few seconds of Screaming Mad George's practical genius, that fans are finally looking back and realizing, oh wait, this might actually be the most visually ambitious movie of the entire series.
All right, we've unraveled the MC Escher staircases, the techno-organic body horror, the brutal MPAA hacks, and the psychological warfare happening inside the womb. Now it's time to put the Dream Child up for final evaluation. This movie is a massive battleground for the fandom. It's dark, it's gorgeous, but it's also incredibly messy. So boys, let's hear it. What is the one thing you absolutely loved about Part 5? And if you had to change just one thing to save it from its bad reputation, what would it be? Shane, you're our visual guru, so I'm throwing the mic to you first. Give us your peak highlight and your one big fix.
For me, the thing I absolutely love the most about Part 5 is Stephen Hopkins' distinct Gothic expressionism and comic book aesthetic. Coming straight out of the neon-soaked 1988 party vibe, Hopkins completely overmatched the visual style of standard late 80s slashers. The lighting is masterfully done, those deep, pitch-black shadows cutting across sharp, blinding slivers of white light. The sets feel massive, decrepit, and genuinely oppressive, from the asylum to that mind-bending, gravity-defying MC Escher staircase climax. It treats the dream world like a surreal, abstract, psychological landscape rather than just a movie set for kills. It is a stunning piece of dark fantasy. But if I have to change one thing, it's the tonal whiplash of Freddy Krueger's dialogue. The script tries so hard to pull the franchise back into a dark, gothic, serious territory, but then it keeps forcing Freddy to deliver these incredibly cheesy, cartoonish one-liners that completely break the mood. When he's dressed as a waiter shoving food down Greta's throat shouting, "Spit or swallow," or when he's riding a unicycle around shouting, "Better late than never," it completely kills the atmospheric dread Hopkins is trying to build. I would rewrite Freddy to be cold, sinister, and quietly manipulative. Let him be a menacing shadow grooming young Jacob, not a stand-up comedian.
Man, I am right there with you on the tone, Shane. Stand-up Freddy was a disease in the late 80s, and it almost ruined a beautiful movie here. For my highlight, the thing I love the most is undeniably the raw, cyberpunk ambition of Dan's motorcycle transformation. Even with the MPAA cutting it to pieces, that sequence is a triumph of old-school practical tech. The visual of those hydraulic tubes and throttle cables violently threading themselves underneath his bare skin, his hands melting directly into the handlebars, and his bones fusing with the engine block. It's magnificent, sickening body horror. It's David Cronenberg-level stuff injected into a slasher flick, and Screaming Mad George absolutely crushed the practical execution. But my one big change? I would legally forbid the MPAA from touching this movie. The heavy, institutional censorship absolutely butchered the pacing and the legacy of Part 5. By hacking out over 20 seconds of raw gore across the film's major set pieces, they left us with jagged, choppy edits that ruined the rhythmic buildup of the horror. If New Line had fought harder for that unrated cut, allowing us to fully see the visceral weight of Greta's disemboweling and Dan's fusion, the movie wouldn't have felt so neutered to the hardcore fanbase in '89. Restoring that practical effects showcase completely changes how the film tracks.
Both of those fixes would have elevated this movie so much. As for me, the thing I love the most is the psychological framing of the horror through prenatal anxiety. I know I just raved about it, but introducing Jacob and turning Alice's womb into a supernatural battleground is such a ballsy, deeply violating concept for a mainstream slasher. It grounds the horror in a very real, very isolating maternal fear. The terror that your own body is a bridge allowing a monster to corrupt your child. It raises the emotional stakes through the roof, making Alice's fight feel incredibly desperate and meaningful. But if there is one thing I would change, it's how they handled the character of Amanda Krueger at the end. The film spends all this time building up the tragic lore of Freddy's mother, but her final defeat of Freddy feels like a narrative shortcut. She just sort of absorbs him back into her spirit form. Instead, I would have rewritten the climax so that Alice uses her Dream Master abilities to consciously unite Amanda's spirit with the souls of the dead teenagers and young Jacob. Let them form a generational alliance. Let the mother who birthed the monster, the final girl protecting the future, and the souls of the victims all physically team up to tear Freddy's power apart. It would have fulfilled the cycle of abuse metaphor perfectly and given the film a massive, emotionally satisfying payoff.
Oh man, Amanda, Alice, and the victims launching a coordinated, multi-generational assault on Freddy inside an Escher labyrinth? Chloe, you are officially hired to rewrite the entire late 80s horror boom. That would have been legendary. But we cannot put a lid on Part 5 without talking about the absolute peak of comic book absurdity. Mark's death and the brief, unforgettable birth of Super Freddy. Mark is the resident comic book geek of the group. He's obsessed with graphic novels and illustration. So when he slips into the dream world, his subconscious naturally transforms the nightmare into a completely stylized, monochrome comic world. He even manifests dream powers, turning into a trench coat-wearing, shotgun-wielding comic superhero called the Phantom Prowler to take the fight to Krueger. But Freddy doesn't just play along. He completely hijacks the medium. And this is where the sequence goes off the absolute deep end. Before Freddy flattens Mark, he transforms himself into a muscle-bound, caped caricature known to the fandom as Super Freddy. Robert Englund is swapped out for a massive professional bodybuilder named Michael Bailey Smith, wearing a ridiculously tight, bright red sweater, a cape, and a mutated Freddy mask. Super Freddy flies through the air, bursts through comic panels, and yells campy, booming comic book villain dialogue. Man, talk about a lightning rod for the fan base. On one hand, it is the absolute nadir of Scary Freddy. He is literally a cartoon superhero character. It completely shatters any remaining shred of gothic atmosphere or dread that the movie spent the last hour building up. If you hate stand-up comedian Freddy, this scene is your ultimate nightmare. But on the other hand, it is a magnificent piece of late 80s camp history. It was so popular and bizarre that NECA actually manufactured a retro, cloth-costumed Super Freddy action figure decades later. It shows just how deeply Freddy had permeated pop culture by 1989. He wasn't just a monster in the shadows anymore. He was a pop icon who could morph into a literal comic book supervillain because that's what the kids were buying. It's completely ridiculous. It makes absolutely zero sense tone-wise, but man, you can never, ever forget it.
Man, seeing Michael Bailey Smith fill out that red and green striped sweater like an absolute tank is burned into my retinas forever. It's so campy it hurts, but the actual black and white comic shading on that set before he transforms is visually stunning.
And with Super Freddy officially flying out the window, we are finally drawing the curtain on 1989's A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. It is a fascinating, beautifully flawed puzzle of a movie. It tried to carry the weight of some incredibly dark, mature psychological themes, while simultaneously being crushed under the weight of its own pop culture commercialism and aggressive MPAA censorship. But whether you love it for Stephen Hopkins' stunning gothic visuals or laugh at its campier missteps, you cannot deny the absolute sheer ambition of the practical effects teams who left blood, sweat, and foam latex all over those sets. If you want to read our full track-by-track breakdown of the gothic atmosphere in Part 5, or see our complete ranking of every single entry in the Elm Street saga, head over to ghostfacehorror.com. We've got new deep dives, retrospective articles, and franchise audits dropping daily. But the 1980s are officially over, crew. The neon is dead, the gothic velvet is packed away, and a brand new decade is waiting for us. Pack your bags because when the Scare Table returns, we are heading straight into 1991 for the absolute cartoon spectacular that is Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare. We're talking 3D glasses, video game controllers weaponized against teenagers, cameos from Tom Arnold and Roseanne Barr, and the definitive studio-mandated end of an era. We're going to take a quick break to stretch our legs and shake off the dream world. Do not fall asleep, because the 90s are coming for us.
Yo! Yeah! Wabba-dabba-dabba-now. Walla-ba-ba-bow. Yeah! Hey! Woke up this morning, flipped the calendar back to a time when the internet was finding its track. Got my slap bracelet on, my t-shirt tie-dye bright, feeling like I could party all through the night. Remember dial-up screens, that agonizing sound, waiting for a page to load, nowhere to be found. Before the screens were smart, before the cloud was king, just a kid with a tape deck and a melody to sing. Oh, the 90s, can you feel the vibe? From the Super Nintendo to the Macarena Jive. It was a neon glow, a flannel shirt, a mood when life was a little simpler, misunderstood. We were all that, a bag of chips, what we'd say, throwing it back to the 90s every day. Saw a girl with a choker and a pair of platform shoes. Took me right back to MTV and all the breaking news. From grunge rock's raw to the boy band beat soft hum. Wondering if the Saved by the Bell gang would ever come. Got my time, I got you blinking, hoping it wouldn't die. While my Walkman spun on a vinyl track beneath the cloudy sky. We learned about the world from a big box screen. Before Netflix arrived, we had blockbuster dreams. Oh, the 90s, can you feel the vibe? From the Super Nintendo to the Macarena Jive. It was a neon glow, a flannel shirt, a mood when life was a little simpler, misunderstood. We were all in a bag of chips, what we'd say, throwing it back to the 90s every day. Rocks scattered on the playground, trading cards in hand, trying to catch them all across the promised land. From the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to the friendship, we felt like anything was possible, held them back in fear. Can you feel the vibe? From the Super Nintendo to the Macarena Jive. It was a neon glow, a flannel shirt, a mood when life was a little simpler, misunderstood. We were all that, a bag of chips, what we'd say, throwing it back to the 90s every day. Oh, the 90s, can you feel the vibe? From the Super Nintendo to the Macarena Jive. It was a neon glow, a flannel shirt, a mood when life was a little simpler, misunderstood. We were all that, a bag of chips, what we'd say, throwing it back to the 90s every day. Yeah, the 90s, don't you forget it. Be calm, please rewind. Mic drop.
Go ahead and dust off your flannel shirts and lace up your combat boots, because we have officially survived the 1980s. Welcome back to the Scare Table. But before we dive face first into the 90s, you already know what time it is. If you are loving this massive, retrospective franchise audit, make sure to hit that subscribe button, leave us a 5-star review on your favorite podcast app, and tell a fellow horror hound about the show. And for the ultimate slasher fix, head right over to ghostfacehorror.com. We've got exclusive behind-the-scenes galleries, full kill count analytics, and fresh horror articles dropping daily. Keep your eyes peeled because we are cooking up something massive for the site very soon. All right, no more waiting. We are stepping right into 1991 with Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare. Now look, if Part 5 was an identity crisis, Freddy's Dead is the franchise throwing its hands in the air, chugging a gallon of Surge, and going full-blown Looney Tunes cartoon. New Line Cinema explicitly marketed this as the definitive end of the franchise. They even held a public celebrity funeral for Freddy in Hollywood. To direct this grand finale, they brought in Rachel Talalay, who had been a producer on the earlier films. She looked at the slasher landscape of 1991 and realized that the old-school scare tactics weren't working anymore. So she leaned entirely into the absurdist, pop culture phenomenon that Freddy had become. The plot is completely wild. It's set 10 years into the future, which would be 2001, and Freddy has successfully murdered every single teenager in Springwood, leaving the town a surreal, adult-only wasteland suffering from mass psychosis. The only survivor is an amnesiac teenager known as John Doe, whom Freddy deliberately lets escape to a shelter for troubled youth in a nearby city. Why? So John can unwittingly lead Freddy's long-lost daughter, Maggie Burrows, back to Springwood. Freddy needs his bloodline to escape the town borders and harvest a brand new generation of souls. We get celebrity cameos from Johnny Depp, Tom Arnold, and Roseanne Barr. We get Freddy playing a video game using a Nintendo Power Glove clone. And to top it all off, the final 10 minutes of the movie were originally presented in theatrical 3D, where the audience had to slip on those cheesy red and blue paper glasses to see Maggie's trip into Freddy's mind. Shane, this movie splits the fandom right down the middle like a log. Coming straight out of the heavy prenatal trauma and dark gothic shadows of Part 5, how does this 90s cartoon explosion hit you?
Man, Marcus, good call on the plug. Folks definitely need to check out the new layout on the site. But as for the movie, it is a total tonal whiplash of cosmic proportions. It completely drops any pretense of trying to be scary and just embraces the absolute madness of the era. Calling it a Looney Tunes cartoon explosion is the most accurate description possible. Rachel Talalay completely leaned into the absolute peak of early 90s pop art absurdity. If Stephen Hopkins shot Part 5 like a dark graphic novel, Talalay shot Freddy's Dead like a brightly colored, live-action Nickelodeon show with razor blades. When you look at the design of this movie, it is a masterclass in hyper-stylized 90s pop culture aesthetics and theatrical gimmicks. Let's break down the three biggest design pillars that define this grand finale. 1. Springwood as a post-apocalyptic Twin Peaks wasteland. The first act of this movie is just visually unhinged. Because Freddy killed all the kids, Springwood is designed like a ghost town trapped in a state of collective, adult-onset madness. The production design pushes everything into surrealism. The sky isn't blue or dark. It's a permanent, weirdly saturated orange-red. The adult citizens are completely brain-fried, acting out bizarre, twisted parodies of suburban life. You've got Tom Arnold and Roseanne Barr playing a manic, childless couple running around an empty neighborhood, and a high school where the only remaining teacher is completely manic, babbling to an empty classroom about Krugerology. The streets are littered with dead leaves and debris, and the architecture feels incredibly warped and theatrical. It feels less like a real town and more like a fever dream theme park ride. 2. The weaponization of 90s tech. This movie completely immortalized early 90s consumer tech by turning it into an instrument of death. The absolute peak of this is the Nintendo Power Glove sequence. When Spencer falls asleep, his nightmare turns into a literal 16-bit side-scrolling video game. The production design flips into a pixelated neon grid landscape. Freddy doesn't just attack him with a glove, he slides a massive, modified tech glove onto his arm, which looks exactly like Nintendo's infamous 16-bit controller, and literally uses a giant joystick and arcade buttons to pilot Spencer over a cliff. It is the ultimate time capsule moment. It anchors the movie so firmly in 1991 pop culture marketing that it completely detaches Freddy from his roots as a dark folklore monster and cements him as a corporate video game mascot. 3. The interactive 3D climax. And then, of course, you have the ultimate theatrical gimmick, the final dive into Freddy's mind, which was shot entirely in John Logue's Freddy Vision 3D. When Maggie Burrows puts on her 3D glasses in the movie, a giant prompt on the theater screen told the real-world audience to put theirs on too. The production design inside Freddy's subconscious shifts to look like a surreal, subterranean cave system filled with floating, green-screened elements designed to pop out at the camera. We see giant flying dream demons, floating skulls, and jagged rock formations. It was incredibly campy, and by today's standards, the green screen composites look hilariously dated. But in 1991, it was an absolute event. It turned a horror movie climax into an interactive carnival attraction, which perfectly sums up what the franchise had evolved into.
Man, that power glove scene is burned into my brain forever. Thinking with power. It's so aggressively 1991 it hurts. The fact that Nintendo allegedly threw a fit over their brand being used for a slasher kill just makes me love it 10 times more.
It really shows how much the studio's priorities had shifted. They weren't trying to make audiences lock their doors anymore. They were trying to sell tickets to a fun house. It's completely goofy, but as a time capsule of early 90s studio marketing, it's unparalleled. All right, let's talk about the absolute narrative whiplash of this movie. Because while Shane is totally right about the live-action Nickelodeon aesthetic, the script is secretly trying to pull off a massive, heavy piece of lore surgery. Freddy's Dead introduces Maggie Burroughs, aka Catherine Krueger, Freddy's literal biological daughter. By 1991, New Line was faced with a massive problem. How do you kill a supernatural boogeyman who has already survived being burned, buried in holy ground, doused with holy water, and torn apart by souls? Their answer was to ground him by giving him a human tether, a bloodline, and rewriting his human backstory to give him an emotional Achilles heel. But man, the way they execute this backstory rewrite is a wild ride. Let's break down how the movie shifts the entire history of Fred Krueger. Before Part 6, the lore always painted Fred Krueger as this solitary, filthy, basement-dwelling local creep who snatched kids from the shadows. Freddy's Dead completely blows that up. Through Maggie's repressed memories and her trip into Freddy's mind, we find out that before he was burned, Krueger was masquerading as a perfectly ordinary, clean-cut, mid-century suburban dad. We see flashbacks of him in a pristine, sunlit backyard, hosting a neighborhood barbecue and playing with his little daughter, Catherine. It attempts to add this incredibly dark, psychological layer of double-life deception, showing that the monster was hiding in plain sight, wearing a polite smile in 1960s suburbia. But the illusion cracks when Maggie remembers the secret room in their basement. The production design flips instantly from sunny suburbia to a BDSM torture chamber. Maggie finds his collection of razor gloves, whips, and newspaper clippings. And then we get the ultimate tragic rewrite. Freddy's wife Loretta discovers the room. In front of their terrified little girl, Fred strangles his wife to death in their backyard. He looks right at young Catherine and says, "Don't worry, she didn't feel a thing." It rewrites Freddy not just as a town monster, but as a deeply abusive domestic tyrant who destroyed his own family before the parents of Elm Street ever touched him. It implies that his daughter's trauma is what ultimately fueled his curse. The film also tries to answer the ultimate how question. How did a human child murderer get godlike dream powers? During the 3D climax, we see the exact moment Fred Krueger was being burned alive by the town parents. As his human body is melting, 3 giant, squirming, snake-like ancient spirits, called the Dream Demons, approach his dying soul. They make a literal satanic covenant with him, offering him immortality and absolute control over the dream world in exchange for becoming their vessel of pure, unadulterated evil. Here is the problem. While all of this lore is fascinating on paper, it completely clashes with the tone of the rest of the movie. You cannot expect the audience to feel the heavy, tragic weight of a child witnessing her mother's domestic murder, or the ancient cosmic horror of the Dream Demons, when 5 minutes earlier, Freddy was literally dressed as the Wicked Witch of the West, flying on a broomstick shouting, "I'll get you, my pretty!" By introducing Maggie, the movie tries to turn the finale into a deep, emotional story about a daughter breaking the cycle of her father's abuse. Maggie has to pull him into the real world and kill him using his own weapons, a pipe bomb and his own razor glove. It gives the film a definitive ending, but because the rest of the movie is so loudly cartoonish, the emotional payoff feels completely unearned. It's a heavy metal family tragedy trapped inside a Saturday morning cartoon.
Spot on, Chloe. That tonal dissonance is exactly why the climax feels so strange. 1 second we're looking at terrifying ancient demons in 3D, and the next second Maggie is just kicking Freddy in the shins and calling him a bad dad.
Yeah, it's a total mess. But man, that flashback of Freddy in the sunny backyard with a manic smile on his face? Robert Englund plays that double-life creepiness perfectly. I almost wish we got a whole movie of that psychological thriller instead of the video game stuff.
All right, Marcus, I can see you over there practically vibrating in your seat, just waiting to rip into this kill count. Because if Part 5 was a dark, tragic bloodbath that got butchered by the MPAA censors, Part 6 is a completely different animal. Rachel Talalay and the FX teams didn't even try to make these deaths look grounded or gritty. They went full-blown, live-action Looney Tunes, relying on hyper-stylized visual gags, bright colors, and early 90s technology. So, hit us with it. Bring us into your trademark gory breakdown analysis. How did Freddy actually take out the final class of Springwood when the rules of physics completely went out the window?
Oh, thank God, Chloe. I was about to burst out of my skin if you didn't throw to me. You are so right. Love it or hate it, the kills in Freddy's Dead are some of the most unhinged, bizarre, and aggressively electronic sequences in the entire franchise. They completely dropped the gothic dread and turned Freddy into a literal cartoon assassin. Let's crack open the official gory breakdown for Part 6. 1. John Doe, the bed of spikes skydive. The kill scene. John Doe, the amnesiac teenager, thinks he's finally escaped Springwood. He's asleep in a shelter van when Freddy pulls him into a dream where they are falling through the clouds together. The final blow. This is straight out of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. Freddy pulls out a massive old-school remote control, clicks a button, and literally summons a giant wooden bed frame covered in thousands of long, razor-sharp steel spikes right onto the road below. John drops out of the sky from thousands of feet in the air, falling face-first directly onto the spikes. He hits the bed with a wet thud, and the spikes burst all the way through his chest and face. In the waking world, he hits the asphalt after falling out of the van, his body instantly covered in perfectly symmetrical puncture wounds. It's a completely ridiculous way to kick off the kill count. 2. Carlos Rodriguez, the high-frequency hearing aid explosion. The kill scene. Carlos is a deaf teenager who suffered horrific physical abuse from his mother as a child. While sleeping at the shelter, Freddy sneaks into his dream, turns into his abusive mother, and violently jams a massive cotton swab straight through his ear canal, destroying his hearing. The final blow. Freddy then gifts Carlos a brand new, supernatural Kruger brand hearing aid that attaches to his ear like a metallic parasite. This thing magnifies sound by 10,000%. Freddy starts dropping pins, scraping his razor glove across a chalkboard, and laughing in a high-frequency pitch. The sound waves literally become visible, turning into bright neon ripples that physically tear Carlos's head apart. The unrated cut shows Carlos's head visually swelling, blood pouring out of his eyes, until his entire skull violently detonates from the sheer acoustic pressure. It is a deeply mean-spirited, highly electronic piece of early 90s body horror. 3. Spencer Lewis, the 16-bit Power Glove Super Mario Smasher. The kill scene. Spencer is a massive stoner and video game addict who gets pulled into a live-action, 16-bit side-scrolling video game platformer. Freddy is the final boss, tracking him down across pixelated platforms. The final blow. This is the most iconic, aggressively 1991 sequence in the whole franchise. Freddy steps up to a giant arcade cabinet in the real world and slides a massive tech glove onto his arm, which looks exactly like Nintendo's infamous Power Glove. He looks right at the camera and says, "Now I'm thinking with power." Freddy starts mashing buttons and jerking a joystick, which forces Spencer's dream body to violently mimic the game. Freddy makes Spencer jump across bottomless pits, smash his head into floating brick blocks, and bounce off walls. The climax comes when Freddy enters a cheat code, forcing Spencer to sprint at maximum speed off a massive virtual cliff. In the waking world, Spencer literally throws himself over a high staircase banister, plummeting multiple stories down to smash through the floor below.
Man, Marcus, hearing you break it down like that, Carlos's kill is the one that always stands out to me because of the sound design. That screeching chalkboard noise is absolute torture to listen to, even if the head explosion looks like a total green screen cartoon.
Exactly. And Spencer's kill is just the ultimate symbol of what happened to the franchise by '91. Freddy isn't a terrifying entity hiding in the boiler room anymore. He's a literal arcade game villain using licensed electronics to assassinate teenagers. It's completely goofy, but man, it is an unforgettable time capsule. All right, we have to talk about the absolute elephant in the room with this movie. Rachel Talalay didn't just turn Freddy's Dead into a live-action cartoon. She turned it into a full-blown Hollywood celebrity party. This movie is absolutely packed to the brim with random, jarring celebrity cameos that completely break the fourth wall. Marcus, I want to bring you in on this first because you are our resident purist when it comes to the raw, visceral tone of these slasher movies. We get Johnny Depp showing up in a fake anti-drug TV commercial on Spencer's television, only for Freddy to hit him over the head with a frying pan. We get Tom Arnold and Roseanne Barr playing a manic, childless couple screaming in a backyard. We even get a cameo from Alice Cooper playing Freddy's abusive foster father in a flashback. Marcus, look me in the eye. Did these celebrity cameos completely destroy whatever tiny shred of horror this movie had left? Or were they just part of the funhouse charm of 1991?
Chloe, they didn't just destroy the fear factor, they took it out back and buried it in a shallow grave. When I watch an Elm Street movie, I want to be trapped in a claustrophobic, dirty boiler room with a terrifying child murderer. I do not want to be sitting there going, "Oh look, it's the guy from 21 Jump Street getting hit with a cartoon frying pan while a cartoon sound effect plays." The Johnny Depp cameo is hilarious historically because New Line basically discovered him in the original 1984 film, so it was a nice thank you nod. But tone-wise, it completely tells the audience, hey, none of this matters, it's all just a big joke, look at our famous friends. And don't even get me started on Tom Arnold and Roseanne Barr. They were the biggest sitcom couple on television at the time, and their inclusion feels like a desperate stunt to get mainstream audiences into theaters. It completely rips you out of the atmosphere. The second you see them doing a comedy bit in the middle of a town that's supposed to be a post-apocalyptic, childless wasteland suffering from mass psychosis, the stakes drop to zero. It turns the movie into a late-night variety show.
See, Marcus, I agree that it completely kills the scares, but from a purely historical standpoint, I actually find it kind of beautiful. By 1991, Freddy Krueger wasn't a monster anymore. He was a pop culture rock star. Having Alice Cooper play his dad is a perfect metacasting choice because Cooper is the godfather of shock rock, and Freddy was basically the shock rocker of the slasher world. It's goofy as hell, but as a time capsule of that exact moment in pop culture, it's absolute gold.
And with Johnny Depp getting flattened by a frying pan, we are officially putting a lid on 1991's Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare. It is the ultimate corporate funhouse ride of the franchise. It's loud, it's aggressively early 90s, and it completely traded in its horror roots to become a live-action Saturday morning cartoon. But whether you love the sheer audacity of the Nintendo Power Glove kill or roll your eyes at the sitcom cameos, you can't deny that it marked the end of an era. New Line Cinema threw Freddy a literal funeral, packed up the striped sweater, and closed the book on the original Elm Street continuity. If you want to read our full, definitive ranking of every single kill from the original 6 films, or see our exclusive behind-the-scenes gallery of the practical effects behind Carlos's hearing aid explosion, make sure to head over to ghostfacehorror.com. We've got deep dives, retrospective articles, and franchise audits dropping all week long. But horror icons never stay dead for long, especially when their original creator decides it's time to take back the reins. Pack your bags, crew, because we are leaving the fictional town of Springwood behind and stepping right into the real world. When the Scare Table returns, we are diving face first into 1994 for a movie that was a decade ahead of its time. Wes Craven's meta-horror masterpiece, New Nightmare. We are talking about Heather Langenkamp playing herself, Robert Englund playing himself, and an ancient, demonic entity that has outgrown the movies and decided to cross over into our reality. It completely reinvented the slasher genre 2 full years before Scream ever hit theaters. We're going to take a quick break to check our closets and make sure our reality is still intact. Don't fall asleep, because this time, the nightmare is real. We'll be right back.
The air is thick. I'm swimming in the trees. Is that a light, or just my mind breaking?
And we are back. Welcome back to the Scare Table. Grab your copy of the script and keep one eye on the phone, because we have officially crossed over the barrier separating fiction from reality. But before we unlock the gates to the real world, you already know the drill. If you are loving this deep, track-by-track dive through the entire Elm Street legacy, take 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button, leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, and share the show with your favorite horror fan. And for the ultimate slasher fix, make sure you are checking out ghostfacehorror.com every single day. We've got comprehensive franchise audits, retro media retrospectives, and fresh articles dropping constantly. Trust me, if you love the breakdown we're doing on Mike, you're going to want to see what we've written over on the site. All right, let's get into it. We are stepping into 1994 for a movie that was so radically ahead of its time, it practically rewrote the DNA of modern horror, Wes Craven's New Nightmare. By 1994, the slasher genre was essentially dead and buried, largely thanks to the campy, cartoonish excess of movies like Freddy's Dead. The market was completely oversaturated, and the scares were gone. So, Wes Craven stepped back into the director's chair and decided to do something completely revolutionary. He didn't make a sequel. Instead, he made a film where the Nightmare on Elm Street movies are just movies, and the actors who starred in them are being haunted by the very concept they created. Heather Langenkamp plays herself, a mother and actress dealing with an obsessive stalker, earthquakes in Los Angeles, and her young son Dylan, who is exhibiting terrifying behavior. Robert Englund plays himself, a wealthy artist painting a terrifying, darker version of the monster he made famous. And Wes Craven himself shows up, trapped in a room writing a script dictated to him by his own nightmares. The premise is that an ancient, primeval, shapeless, demonic entity was trapped by the storytelling of the original movies. But because the franchise ended with Part 6, the demon has broken free, taken on the form of its favorite vessel, Fred Krueger, and is now trying to cross over into our actual reality. To do that, it has to destroy the original final girl, Heather. Coming straight out of the neon video game logic of Freddy's Dead, how does it feel to step into a movie that is this grounded, cold, and intensely meta?
Honestly, Shane, it feels like an absolute breath of fresh air. It is staggering to realize that Wes Craven pulled this off 2 full years before he directed Scream. He completely strips away the pop culture clown version of Freddy and gives us an entity that feels genuinely malicious, mythic, and terrifying. What makes New Nightmare so brilliant and honestly deeply unsettling is that Wes Craven didn't just write a clever meta-gimmick. He grounded the entire film in the real, lived-in anxieties of Heather Langenkamp herself. By having her play a fictionalized version of her actual self, the movie becomes this incredibly raw exploration of celebrity stalker culture and maternal isolation. Remember, this movie came out in 1994, just a few years after the tragic murder of actress Rebecca Schaeffer, which completely changed how Hollywood viewed fan obsession. Craven took that real-world paranoia and injected it right into the script. Let's break down the 2 psychological pillars that make Heather's journey in this film so terrifyingly effective. 1. The parasitic nature of stalker culture. From the very opening act, Heather is trapped in a state of hypervigilance. She is constantly receiving heavy-breathing, threatening phone calls from someone doing a terrifyingly accurate Freddy impression. What makes this so invasive is that she can't distinguish between a supernatural threat and a dangerous, real-world human obsessive. Craven forces us to look at how public fandom can twist into private violation. When Heather visits the New Line Cinema offices, the executives treat Freddy like a beloved corporate piggy bank, completely oblivious to the fact that the imagery they are selling is actively destroying her peace of mind. Her house is cracked by literal Los Angeles earthquakes, symbolizing that the very ground beneath her feet, her sanctuary, is unstable. Every fan interaction feels unsafe. Every phone call feels like a breach, and she is forced to realize that she can never truly escape Nancy Thompson. The character she played a decade prior has become a parasitic twin she cannot cut away. 2. Maternal isolation and the gaslighting of medical sanity. But the true psychological horror of the movie kicks in when the threat shifts to her young son, Dylan. As Dylan begins falling into terrifying catatonic trances and reacting to the Rex, the demon's name for Freddy, Heather is pushed into absolute maternal isolation. Because she is a famous horror actress, the real world completely gaslights her maternal instincts. The medical gaze. When she takes Dylan to the hospital, the doctors and child psychologists don't see a protective mother dealing with a crisis. They see an unstable, neurotic actress who is projecting her own cinematic trauma and horror background onto her child. The ultimate isolation. The hospital staff literally lock Heather out of her own son's room, treating her like a danger to her child. It traps Heather in a nightmare scenario that every parent dreads. Knowing your child is in absolute danger, but being completely stripped of your autonomy to save them because the authority figures around you think you're insane. Her isolation is total. She can't turn to Robert Englund because he's distracted by his own dark artistic visions. She can't turn to Wes because he's trapped writing the very script she's living. She is entirely on her own, forced to realize that the only way to protect her son is to stop running from Nancy Thompson, step back into the role of the final girl, and cross the barrier into the screen to fight the monster head-on. It turns the entire climax into a desperate, feral act of maternal protection.
Man, Chloe, that hospital sequence is genuinely hard to watch. When Dr. Hefner looks at Heather with that cold, judgmental condescension, it makes your blood boil. It's a completely different kind of horror than A Guy with a Glove, but man, it hits so close to home.
Exactly. It replaces the funhouse rules of the late 80s with cold, hard reality. By making the world react to her exactly how the real world would react to a celebrity experiencing a breakdown, Craven makes the supernatural element feel 10 times more dangerous when it finally breaks through.
Oh man, if Chloe just laid out how Wes Craven completely overhauled the psychological stakes, I get to talk about how they completely overhauled the monster. Because this wasn't a standard sequel, Craven wanted to completely strip away the familiar, cozy pop culture icon we'd all grown used to. He wanted to present the true essence of the entity, something ancient, muscular, and genuinely terrifying. To pull this off, the legendary effects artist Lou Carlucci and the team completely reinvented Freddy's design from the ground up, making him look less like a scarred burn victim and much more like a demonic, organic force of nature. Let's break down the massive visual and practical shifts in this redesign. 1. The demon's flesh. Muscular, defined, and cruel. In the original films, Freddy's makeup, brilliantly crafted by David Miller and later Kevin Yeager, was designed to mimic real, highly detailed third-degree burn tissue. It was pizza-textured, localized, and withered, hanging off Robert Englund's naturally slender frame. In New Nightmare, the look shifts entirely to something mythic. His flesh doesn't look like it was burned by gasoline. It looks like raw, exposed, deeply grooved muscle tissue. It's a much darker, almost dark red and charcoal tone. The facial structure is completely altered. The jawline is wide and prominent, the cheekbones are sharp, and his nose is hooked and vulture-like. They even gave him a massive, towering stature by putting Englund in subtle lifts and a much broader, structured trench coat over his classic sweater. He doesn't skulk or dance around like a comedian anymore. He looms over the frame like a cold, imposing, unstoppable tyrant. 2. The organic razor glove, a synthetic evolution. But the absolute crowning achievement of this redesign is the brand new organic razor glove. The classic glove was a brilliant piece of blue-collar industrial terror, rusted copper, leather, steel blades, and exposed rivets. It looked like something a creepy janitor welded together in a basement. For New Nightmare, Lou Carlucci built a glove that looks like a literal biological extension of the demon's anatomy. There is no leather glove anymore. Instead, the weapon fuses directly with the flesh of his arm. The backing of the hand is made of exposed, moving tendons, veins, and raw muscle tissue that pulse when he moves his fingers. And the blades? They don't look like standard butcher knives bolted onto metal fingers. They are long, thin, incredibly elegant silver talons that literally erupt straight out of the organic tissue of his fingertips. It looks synthetic, sleek, and terrifyingly natural. It transforms the weapon from a crude tool of murder into a predatory, animalistic claw. 3. The subtle wardrobe shifts. Even his iconic wardrobe got a dark, high-fashion upgrade. The red and green striped sweater is still there, but the colors are heavily muted, woven from a much thicker, darker material. And most importantly, Craven adds a long, dark green trench coat that blows dynamically in the wind. It completely changes his silhouette. He no longer looks like a dirty local creep. He looks like an ancient, timeless Grim Reaper figure who has walked through centuries of human nightmares before finally adopting the guise of Fred Krueger. It is a stunning, sophisticated redesign that proved Freddy could be terrifying again if you just treated him with respect.
Man, Marcus, that silhouette change is everything. When you see him standing at the top of the stairs or on the edge of that highway, the trench coat gives him this massive, almost operatic presence. It is a total masterclass in how to modernize a classic design without losing the core of what made it iconic.
And it pairs perfectly with the organic glove. The fact that the blades come out of his actual fingers makes every swipe feel incredibly intimate and violating. It's not a weapon he's holding anymore. It is him. He is the blade.
You know it, Chloe. If we're talking about New Nightmare, we absolutely have to look at the behind-the-scenes engineering and the structural architecture of this movie, because it is where the meta-narrative and the real world collided in a way no one could have predicted. Production designer Cynthia Charette was handed a massive task: build a world that feels completely ordinary and grounded in 1994 Los Angeles, but build it with a hidden structural architecture that allows the dream world to slowly seep through the cracks. Literally. Let's break down the wild production history, the mechanical stagecraft, and the structural architecture that makes this movie a technical marvel. You cannot talk about the production of this movie without talking about cosmic irony. Wes Craven wrote earthquakes into the script from day one as a metaphor for the demonic entity cracking open the barrier between fiction and reality. Then, on January 17, 1994, right in the final month of principal photography, the massive 6.7 magnitude Northridge earthquake struck Los Angeles. It devastated the city, caused billions of dollars in damage, and completely shut down production. But instead of letting it ruin the film, Craven did the ultimate meta move. He sent a second unit camera crew out into the streets of LA immediately after the tremors stopped. The shots you see in the movie of collapsed highway overpasses, cracked asphalt on the freeways, and shattered building facades aren't Hollywood special effects sets. That is real, raw footage of a major natural disaster that happened while they were making the movie. It blurred the lines between fiction and reality so severely, it gave the entire cast and crew chills on set. Cynthia Charette's production design subtly manipulates the architecture of Heather's home throughout the film. At the start, the house is a modern, light-filled, split-level California suburban home located in Tarzana. It feels safe and open. But as the entity grows stronger, the architecture begins to morph. The walls literally crack open from the earthquakes, revealing a dark, cavernous void hiding behind the drywall. The doors become heavier, and in the ultimate third-act transition, the interior architecture of Heather's modern home seamlessly transforms right back into the classic, claustrophobic layout of the 1428 Elm Street house from 1984, complete with the return of the iconic blue front door. The physical layout of her life is literally rewritten by the nightmare. When Heather finally crosses over into the screen to save her son, the architecture shifts away from reality and enters the entity's domain. The design team completely abandoned the traditional dirty boiler room sets of the late 80s and built a massive, breathtaking ancient coliseum. It is designed like a cross between a Roman ruin, a brutalist concrete fortress, and a subterranean temple. It features huge, sweeping stone columns, massive burning braziers, and a literal river of boiling blood and fire. To build it practically, the crew constructed gigantic, towering sets on the sound stages, utilizing forced perspective to make the caverns look infinite. They integrated massive, mechanically controlled stone doors and hydraulic systems to make the set pieces physically shift and shake around the actors. It gave the climax this operatic, mythic scale that made Freddy feel like an ancient god reigning over his underworld, rather than just a guy hiding in a basement.
Man, knowing that earthquake footage is completely real changes the entire viewing experience. Talk about art imitating life, or the demon deciding to help out with the practical effects budget.
It really does. And that underworld set is a masterpiece. It anchors the idea that this entity isn't just a movie slasher. It is a primordial force that has existed for centuries, and the concrete architecture makes it feel incredibly heavy, permanent, and suffocating.
Oh man, the kill count in New Nightmare is incredibly small, but the violence is heavy, mean, and deeply personal. Wes Craven deliberately moved away from the cartoonish, high-tech spectacle of Part 6. He wanted the deaths here to feel shocking, grounding the horror right back into the physical reality of the characters. And the absolute pinnacle of this approach is Julie's death. This scene is a masterpiece because it functions as a brilliant piece of meta-artistic tribute, while simultaneously elevating the terror for a 90s audience. Let's break down the visceral mechanics of the infamous ceiling tribute scene. The Nightmare Echo, Tina versus Julie. For anyone who loves the original 1984 film, this sequence is a direct, calculated echo of Tina Gray's iconic death, which remains one of the greatest practical effects sequences in horror history. But Craven adds a brilliant, modern psychological twist. When Tina died in 1984, the audience was trapped inside her perspective. We saw Freddy slash her chest and drag her up the wall. In New Nightmare, the scene takes place in a cold, sterile hospital room. Dylan is fast asleep, and Julie, the fiercely protective babysitter, is left entirely alone to guard his door. When the entity attacks, Craven alternates our perspective between reality and the dream world. To everyone else in the waking world, Julie is being violently assaulted by an unseen force. It strips away the comforting slasher framework and turns the attack into something that looks like an aggressive, terrifying, demonic possession. The masterclass of the rotating set. Practically speaking, the effects team recreated the legendary stagecraft of the original film by constructing a massive, fully self-contained rotating room set. They built a replica of the hospital room on a gigantic gimbal system that could physically roll 360 degrees. Actress Tracy Middendorf had to be securely harnessed and physically dragged across the floor as the set piece slowly turned. As the room flipped upside down, the camera was bolted directly to the frame, spinning alongside it. This created the flawless, gravity-defying illusion that she was being violently thrown against the walls and pinned flat against the ceiling, her hair hanging upside down toward the floor while her clothes defied gravity. The visceral impact of this kill is brutal. The entity doesn't just slash her, it uses her body to toy with Heather and Dylan. She is dragged across the white ceiling tiles, leaving a thick, massive, smeared trail of dark blood behind her as she screams in absolute agony. It's a long, desperate, exhausting struggle that completely strips away any of the fun or camp that Freddy had acquired over the previous decade. When Heather finally bursts through the door, the sequence concludes with a sickening, heavy thud as Julie's lifeless body plummets from the ceiling onto the hospital floor. It is a stunningly dark, technically flawless sequence that announced to the world that Fred Krueger was officially done playing games.
Man, Marcus, that trail of blood on the pristine white hospital ceiling is such a stark, disturbing image. It completely shatters the illusion of safety that a hospital is supposed to provide. Tracy Middendorf sells the absolute terror of that moment so well. You can feel the sheer physical exhaustion in her performance.
All right, we have to talk about what might be the most fascinating, mind-bending piece of meta-commentary in the entire film. Wes Craven playing himself as a literal prophet-like figure. In this universe, Wes isn't just a Hollywood director making scary movies for a paycheck. He is a modern-day mythmaker. The movie reveals that this ancient, shapeless, demonic entity has existed for centuries, and the only way humanity has ever been able to keep it trapped and harmless is by catching it inside a story. Wes was chosen, or cursed, to be the vessel to write those stories. But because the movie franchise stopped, the demon broke out of the cage, and now Wes is trapped in his home, frantically painting and writing a script dictated to him by his own nightmares, just to try and pin the monster down again. Shane, I want to toss this to you first. How does this director as a god prophet concept hit you? Does it elevate the franchise to a grand, mythic scale? Or is it Wes Craven sniffing his own creative quirk a little too much?
Man, Chloe, I absolutely love it. I think it elevates the entire concept of horror storytelling. It's Wes Craven exploring the ancient tribal roots of why humans tell scary stories in the first place. Think about it. Since the dawn of time, humans have sat around campfires inventing monsters to give a name and a face to the abstract terrors of the dark, like disease, death, and violence. By naming the monster and giving it rules, you control it. You cage it in a narrative. Wes is saying that filmmakers are just the modern version of those ancient tribal shamans. The script isn't just a blueprint for a Hollywood movie. It's a literal containment vessel, a cosmic cage. When he sits at that desk, bleeding from his nose because the nightmares are hitting him so hard, he's carrying the weight of keeping a demon out of our world. It turns the act of writing horror into a heroic, necessary burden. I think it's a brilliant, poetic piece of writing.
See, Shane, I hear you, and I respect the poetry of it, but it's definitely a little self-indulgent. It's Wes Craven literally casting himself as the savior of reality, where his typewriter is the only shield protecting humanity from supreme evil. But my biggest issue with it isn't the ego. It's the narrative paradox it creates for Heather. Wes tells her, "I'm writing the script as it happens, and you have to play your part." He basically hands her the pages and tells her she has to become Nancy again to defeat it. So my question is, does Heather actually have free will in the climax? Or is she just a puppet dancing to the keys of Wes Craven's typewriter? If Wes is writing her destiny in real time, it kind of robs Heather of her autonomy as a final girl. She's not surviving on her own wit and grit anymore. She's just following the stage directions of a prophet who decided how the scene ends. It makes the director the ultimate god of the universe. And as a purist who loves the raw survival instinct of the characters, that meta layer can feel a little suffocating.
That is a killer point, Marcus. It really forces you to look at the movie as a chess match between Wes's typewriter and the demon, with Heather caught right in the middle as the ultimate prize. It's incredibly complex, and honestly, it's exactly why we're still arguing about this movie over 30 years later.
And on that note, with Wes Craven typing away at the very fabric of reality itself, we are taking a quick breather from the psychological weight of New Nightmare. But do not touch that dial, because the scare table is nowhere near finished tonight. We are hitting pause for a quick music break to let our heart rates come back down, and when we return, the gloves are officially coming off. We are finally stepping into 2003 for the absolute heavyweight slasher showdown that fans spent nearly 2 decades begging for. Get ready, because the long-awaited ultimate grudge match is up next. Freddy versus Jason. If you want to read our pre-fight breakdown, look at the tail of the tape for both of these icons, or check out our fresh retrospective articles on the road to this crossover. Make sure you're keeping ghostfacehorror.com open on your phone during the commercial. We've got a ton of fresh content dropping on the site all night long. Go grab a fresh cup of coffee, check the locks on your doors, and whatever you do, don't fall asleep. And definitely don't go near the lake.
The air is turning cold. I can feel it coming in the damp of the night. Oh, I've been waiting for this moment all my life. If you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face in the camera lens before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there in the shadows, and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own 2 hollow eyes. So you can wipe off the grin, I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies buried in the dirt. I can feel it coming in the air. Been waiting for this moment for remember the way the light left. How could I ever forget the first time, the last time we ever met in the basement? But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, you don't fool me. The hurt doesn't show, but the rot still grows. It's no stranger to you or me. The archives are waiting, the blade is ready. I've been watching you sleep, I've been counting your breath. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Alive, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Life, can you feel it coming? The shadows are moving and they're looking for you. Lord. The road isn't real. I remember everything stays in the
Oh, you better believe I am taking the wheel for this one. Welcome back to the Scare Table, everybody. If you can't tell by the manic energy radiating off me right now, the wait is officially over. But before we send Springwood and Camp Crystal Lake into a total collision course, you already know the drill. If you are losing your mind with us over this ultimate slasher retrospective, smash that subscribe button, leave us a 5-star review on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and tell your fellow gorehounds about the show. And look, if you want the ultimate round-by-round breakdown of the fight choreography, or want to see our exclusive archival gallery of the original 2003 theatrical promo materials, hit up ghostfacehorror.com right now. The site is absolutely loaded with Freddy vs. Jason content to celebrate this episode. Now, let's talk about August 2003. I need you guys to understand the sheer historic weight of this movie. For nearly 20 years, this was the holy grail of horror. Ever since the final frame of Jason Goes to Hell in 1993, when Freddy's glove burst out of the dirt and dragged that hockey mask down to hell, fans had been suffering through development hell. We went through dozens of scrapped scripts, wild rumors, and total radio silence. So when August 15th, 2003 finally rolled around, I was first in line at the theater, completely out of my mind with hype. And looking back at it now in 2026, man, it holds up as the absolute apex of the turn-of-the-century new metal horror aesthetic. Ronnie Yu stepped into the director's chair and treated this like a dark comic book. He brought in visual stylist Fred Murphy and gave us this slick, saturated, high-gloss world where the blood is bright crimson and the action is heavily kinetic. The premise is sheer genius for a crossover. Freddy is forgotten in hell, completely powerless because the town of Springwood has put the entire youth population on Hypnosil and erased his legacy. To get his power back, he needs people to remember him. He needs fear. So, he manipulates the ultimate muscle, resurrecting Jason Voorhees to go to Elm Street and start a slaughter, framing Freddy for the body count. But the plan backfires spectacularly when Jason refuses to stop killing Freddy's targets, leading to an all-out scorched earth war between the Dream Demon and the unstoppable zombie. Marcus, I know you have thoughts on the tone shift, but look at the pure spectacle of it. We finally got Robert Englund's Freddy squaring off against Ken Kersinger's massive, towering Jason Voorhees. How does this opening setup land for you, coming straight off the artsy, cerebral vibe of New Nightmare?
Oh, it's a massive tonal whiplash, Shane. We went from a sophisticated, psychological masterpiece to a movie that feels like it was sponsored by a Monster Energy drink in a Slipknot album. Look, Shane, I hear the 2003 nostalgia pouring out of you, but we've got to be real here. Coming straight off the atmospheric, sophisticated mastery of New Nightmare, stepping into Freddy vs. Jason feels like getting hit in the face with a flying skateboard. Don't get me wrong, the movie is an absolute blast, but as a purist, the creative decisions behind the overall aesthetic and the casting of Jason still give me a massive headache. Let's break down the two big pills I still have trouble swallowing. 1. The saturated slasher pop nu metal aesthetic. By 2003, the gritty, grainy, shadow-drenched horror of the 80s was completely dead. Instead, New Line gave us a movie tailored specifically for the MTV Total Request Live crowd. Director Ronnie Yu brought in a style that I like to call slasher pop. Everything is aggressively slick, polished, and drenched in hyper-saturated neon blues and sickeningly bright greens. The lighting makes every set look like a high-budget nu metal music video, which makes sense given the soundtrack is just a wall-to-wall compilation of Il Niño, Kill Switch Engage, and Spine Shank. The biggest casualty of this style is the atmosphere. The dream world stops feeling like a surreal, unpredictable subconscious nightmare and starts looking like a highly choreographed laser tag arena. The tone is so focused on being cool and fast-paced that it completely abandons any attempt to actually scare the audience. It trades genuine dread for cinematic adrenaline. 2. The Great Kane Hodder recasting controversy. But the absolute biggest crime this movie committed was behind the scenes. The decision to replace Kane Hodder. Kane had played Jason Voorhees across 4 consecutive movies, parts 7 through 10. He single-handedly defined the modern persona of Jason. The heavy, rhythmic chest heaving, the aggressive, calculated brutality, and the absolute, unadulterated swagger of an unstoppable killer. He was the one who pulled the glove into the dirt in '93. He earned the right to be in this crossover, and the fans universally wanted him there. Instead, Ronnie Yu passed on him because he wanted someone significantly taller than Robert Englund to create a visual David versus Goliath dynamic. They brought in stuntman Ken Kersinger, who stands at a towering 6 feet 5 inches. Now, credit where credit is due. Kersinger does a fine job with the stunts, and the sheer physical scale is impressive when he looms over Englund. But his movement style is completely different. Kersinger's Jason is slower, more mechanical, and lacks that terrifying signature Kane Hodder rage. He feels less like an angry supernatural zombie and more like a massive, lumbering Frankenstein's monster. For a movie that spent 10 years in development hell, promising the ultimate fan service matchup, cutting out the definitive Jason felt like a massive slap in the face to the Friday the 13th faithful.
Man, Marcus, I knew the Hodder thing was going to get you going. You're totally right that losing Kane was a heartbreak for the hardcore community. But I gotta defend Kersinger's frame a little bit. That shot where he's walking down Elm Street and he just completely dwarfs the suburban houses, it gives Jason this mythic, comic book villain presence that fits Ronnie Yu's hyper-real style perfectly.
I'm right in the middle on this one. The nu metal soundtrack is definitely goofy looking back, but you can't deny the energy it brings to the screen. It turns the movie into a giant, bloody stadium rock concert. And honestly, after 10 years of waiting, maybe a stadium rock concert is exactly what the fans needed. All right, look, I hear Marcus's purest grievances about the nu metal soundtrack and losing Kane Hodder. And honestly, those are totally valid critiques. But if we are looking at Freddy vs. Jason through the lens of what it actually set out to do, I think this movie is an absolute blast of pure, unadulterated popcorn entertainment. Coming straight off New Nightmare, which was so cold, clinical, and high concept, Freddy vs. Jason is the ultimate palate cleanser. It doesn't want to be an artsy psychological thriller. It wants to be a hyper-stylized, bloody stadium rock concert. And it absolutely nails that assignment. Let's break down why this crossover actually works so well from a structural and narrative standpoint. The biggest trap of any versus movie is figuring out a reason for these two characters to exist in the same space without it feeling incredibly forced. The screenwriters, Damian Shannon and Mark Swift, hit on a piece of absolute narrative genius here. By tying Freddy's power directly to the town of Springwood erasing his memory with Hypnosil, it gives him a desperate, logical motive. He needs a weapon that can cross over into the physical world and stir up panic so his name gets whispered again. Using Jason as his unwitting boogeyman is the perfect exploitation of both franchises' lores. It respects Freddy's status as the manipulative, evil mastermind, and respects Jason's status as the ultimate, unstoppable force of nature. We also have to acknowledge that this is Robert Englund's final, definitive cinematic outing in the makeup. And man, what a victory lap he gets. Because Freddy is up against a silent, towering titan who can't speak, Englund gets to dial his theatricality up to an absolute 11. He is spitting one-liners, cackling wildly, and chewing the saturated scenery with everything he's got. But because the tone is so unhinged, it doesn't feel like the campy cringe of Freddy's dead. Instead, it feels like Freddy is reveling in his own malice. He is having a blast being evil again, and Englund handles that balance beautifully. It trades the genuine dread of the 1984 original for high-octane, kinetic action horror. And honestly, after 10 years of waiting in development hell, giving the fans a beautifully shot, hyper-violent comic book showdown was the best decision New Line could have made.
Preach, Chloe! That is exactly why I was front and center in that theater in 2003. It understood the assignment perfectly. It took 20 years of schoolyard playground debates and actually put them up on the big screen with a massive budget.
Okay, I'll admit that Englund is having the time of his life in this flick. His performance is magnetic. But man, once the plot moves past the setup, the actual meat grinder starts kicking in. All right, look, if we're dropping the 2003 cool MTV lens and actually looking at the cold, clinical violence in this movie, the body count is absolutely savage. Strip away the rock soundtrack, and what you're left with is a genuinely cruel, mean-spirited meat grinder. Let's go straight through the timeline. Here is the complete, blood-soaked anatomy of every single death in Freddy vs. Jason, in the exact order they occur. Trey is lying flat on his stomach in Laurie's guest bed, completely relaxed with a beer in his hand, watching television. He has absolutely no idea that the 6'5" supernatural brick wall has just stepped into the bedroom behind him. Jason approaches the side of the bed. He raises his massive machete and stabs Trey repeatedly in the back. We are talking at least 10 consecutive rapid-fire stabs straight into his spine and torso. Trey is completely incapacitated, gasping and bleeding out face down into the mattress. But Jason isn't done. He stands right over the middle of the bed, reaches down, and grabs both the top and the bottom ends of the mattress frame. With pure zombie muscle, Jason pulls both ends inward and upward at the exact same time. Because Trey is laying face down on his stomach, pulling the two ends of the bed together forces his upper torso and his legs to fold backwards against the natural alignment of his anatomy. The heavy metal spring frame completely locks in half, snapping Trey's spine in reverse and crushing his heels straight against the back of his head. When Gib finally gets out of the shower, she notices a massive, thick puddle of dark blood slowly pooling out from underneath the closed bedroom door. She pushes it open, and a sudden flash of theatrical lightning illuminates the pitch-black bedroom, revealing Trey's horrific, reverse-folded corpse stuck inside the collapsed bed like a broken piece of human origami. That is the exact sequence. It's mean, it's completely unique, and it set the bar incredibly high for the rest of the movie's body count.
Yes, that is the scene that had the entire theater screaming and losing their minds back in August 2003. Jesse Hutch sells the absolute helplessness of that moment so well, and the visual of the blood pooling under the door is pure classic slasher tension.
And structurally, it does exactly what Freddy wanted. It leaves a massive, impossible-to-ignore signature crime scene that immediately panics the town and forces the adults to think Freddy Krueger has come back to Elm Street. It's the perfect catalyst for the plot.
Following Trey's murder at Laurie's house, Blake goes home. He's sitting outside on his front porch, drinking from a flask, and swearing absolute vengeance for his best friend. But exhaustion and liquor catch up to him, and he nods off right there in the porch chair. This triggers our very first foray into the dream world for the movie. Blake sees a creepy goat with blood in its beard and walks into the dark street, where he is suddenly cornered by Freddy Krueger. Freddy stretches out his clawed glove, ready to tear Blake apart. But here is the massive structural twist. Freddy strikes, but he can barely scratch Blake's chest. Because the town of Springwood has put most of the youth population on Hypnosil and aggressively erased Freddy from local history, he is still far too weak to manifest a lethal blow on his own. Realizing he doesn't have the power to finish the job yet, Freddy deliberately nicks Blake just enough to shock him awake, frustrated that he has to rely on Jason to generate more town-wide panic first. Blake instantly snaps awake, right back in his chair on the dark front porch. He looks over to his left and sees his dad sitting in the chair right next to him. Relieved to see a friendly face, Blake tries speaking to him. His dad doesn't answer. Suddenly, the man's posture shifts, and his head completely slides clean off his neck, tumbling straight into a terrified Blake's lap. Jason Voorhees had already intercepted the father off-screen inside the house, cleanly decapitating him, and had propped the headless body up in the porch chair right next to his sleeping son as a sick, silent waiting game. Blake screams in pure, unadulterated terror, clutching his father's severed head. When Blake stands up and turns around, Jason corners him and slashes him to death off-screen. Jason swings his massive machete down with immense force, sending a massive, violent spray of crimson blood painting across the front windows of the house. The next morning, the Springwood Sheriff's Department completely covers up the crime scene, labeling the entire horrific scene as a copycat just to keep the community from uttering Freddy Krueger's name. It's a dark, brilliantly paced sequence that perfectly highlights the tragic irony of Blake's storyline.
Man, that visual of the dad's head just casually sliding off into Blake's lap is such a fantastic, classic horror gag. It's exactly the kind of black comedy flair that director Ronnie Yu brought to the table from his time doing Bride of Chucky.
All right, let's pivot directly to Gib, because her death is arguably the most critical structural turning point in the entire movie. If Trey and Blake's deaths were Jason just doing his usual yard work, Gib's death is the exact moment this movie transitions from a standard slasher into a direct personal war between two titans. Let's lay out the exact real-world movie details of how Catherine Isabel's character gets taken off the board, because it plays out with ruthless precision across two different planes of reality. After dealing with the trauma of finding Trey folded up in bed, Gib is trying to drown her sorrows at the massive cornfield rave. She heavily overdrinks, stumbles away from the loud music, and passes out cold out in the field. While she is completely unconscious in the real world, a creepy raver named Frizzell spots her prone body and decides to take advantage of her. But the second Gib falls asleep, her mind plunges straight into the dream world. In her nightmare, Gib sees an illusion of Trey beckoning her. She follows him right into a massive, rusty, industrial boiler room. The trap springs and Freddy Krueger emerges. He terrorizes her, stalking her through the steam pipes until he completely corners her inside a metal school locker. Freddy drags his glove down the door, cracks it open, and raises his razor claws, fully prepared to deliver a spectacular, theatrical kill to claim his very first real-world victim. But right at that exact split second in the waking world, Jason Voorhees steps up in the field where Gib is passed out and Frizzell is on top of her. Jason doesn't use his machete here. Instead, he grabs a heavy, jagged, broken piece of industrial metal pipe. With sheer, terrifying zombie strength, Jason drives the metal pipe downward, completely impaling both Frizzell and Gib at the exact same time. The pipe tears straight through Frizzell's back and exits clean through Gib's chest, pinning them together to the ground. Because she dies instantly in the physical world, her dream self completely vanishes into thin air right in front of Freddy's face. His claws slap against the empty back of the metal locker. Jason literally stole the meat right off Freddy's plate. This is the exact catalyst for the rest of the film. This isn't just a kill, it is an act of accidental cosmic disrespect. It's the moment Freddy realizes Jason isn't just a mindless tool he can control. He's a rogue apex predator who is actively hunting his territory. The look of unadulterated screaming fury on Robert Englund's face when that locker door flies open and Gib is gone tells you everything you need to know. The war is officially on.
And it's such a beautifully executed sequence visually. The cross-cutting between the bright, fiery reds of Freddy's boiler room and the cold, damp blue shadows of Jason's shed creates this incredible tension, right up until the pipe hits.
All right, let's keep this train rolling straight into the main cornfield rave area, because the next two major character kills completely break the movie wide open. This is where Jason stops playing the role of a stealthy urban legend and turns the entire party into an absolute war zone. This is where we meet Shaq, an arrogant, heavy-drinking jock wearing a number 66 jersey who is completely hammered on grain alcohol. He and his buddies see this massive, hulking figure in a hockey mask step out of the cornrows. Because they are completely wasted on Everclear, they mistake Jason for some local backwoods hillbilly farmer. They get right in his face, mocking him, calling him Jethro, and telling him to go find a pig to screw. Jason's response is instant and utterly terrifying. He reaches out, grabs Shaq's friend by the head, and twists his neck 180 degrees until his face is looking completely backward over his own spine. As the friend drops dead, a panicked Shaq screams, throws his remaining cup of high-proof Everclear straight onto Jason's chest, and grabs a lit tiki torch. "Burn, motherfucker!" The alcohol catches instantly, completely engulfing Jason's entire upper body and jacket in roaring, aggressive orange flames. Shaq turns and flees into the dark cornrows in absolute terror. But a completely on-fire Jason Voorhees doesn't even slow down his stride. He raises his heavy, burning machete and hurls it like a giant dart straight through the air. The flying, flaming blade catches Shaq squarely in the back mid-sprint, impaling him entirely through the torso and pinning him to the ground. It is an incredible, high-octane practical stunt sequence that officially unleashes the full cornfield rave massacre.
Yes! Man, Chris Gauthier played Shaq perfectly as the jock you just absolutely could not wait to see get wiped out. In the physics of that machete throw, absolute poetry. It completely flips the script. The kids think they can use fire to stop him, and Jason just weaponizes the fire right back at them.
And it cements the fact that Jason is a physical force of nature. He doesn't care about psychological torture or creeping in your dreams like Freddy. If you disrespect him, he will physically dismantle you and everyone standing within a 50-foot radius.
Oh man, if you want to talk about absolute cinematic pandemonium, the second Shaq drops to the dirt with that flaming machete buried in his spine, Ronnie Yu turns the rest of the cornfield rave into an absolute industrial meat processing plant. Once the crowd realizes there is a literal 6 feet 5 inches zombie juggernaut completely engulfed in roaring, bright orange flames, walking down the main path, the music stops, the neon lights start flashing erratically, and it becomes a massive, stampeding bottleneck of pure survival terror. And Jason? He just stands right in the center of the exit path and proceeds to completely harvest the background extras. Let's look at how that chaotic, fiery montage actually breaks down frame by frame. The slasher poetry line, Ravers number 1, number 2, and number 3. As the kids try to bottleneck out of the cornrow, a completely on-fire Jason pulls his burning machete free from Shaq's corpse. In a series of slow-motion, hyper-saturated wide shots, he just begins swinging horizontally into the crowd. He cleanly hacks down 3 unnamed teenagers in rapid, consecutive, heavy swings, ripping open torsos and sending bodies collapsing into the dirt like bowling pins, while flames lick off his leather jacket. The Milk Crate Hero, Raver number 4. In one of the most hilariously desperate background details of the entire movie, a panicked guy in the crowd decides the best defense against an undead, flaming engine of mass destruction is a plastic dairy crate. He throws a plastic milk crate squarely at Jason's chest. It bounces right off him without even slowing his stride. Jason instantly responds by bringing his machete down in a vicious, overhand vertical strike, splitting the guy's shoulder and chest wide open. The plastic cup disrespect, Raver number 5. Right after the milk crate guy falls, another absolute genius in the crowd decides to throw empty plastic party cups at Jason. Jason doesn't even blink behind the hockey mask. He just steps into the space and slashes the kid cleanly across the abdomen, painting the surrounding corn stalks with a massive arc of bright crimson. The Pigtail Girl, Raver number 6. As the final wave of the stampede clears out toward the vehicles, a young girl with her hair in pigtails gets cornered against the tall cornrows next to a guy in a blue sweater. She tries to back away in pure terror, but Jason executes a massive, heavy lunging strike. The camera cuts away just as the blade connects, dropping her out of frame as the remaining survivors, Lori, Kia, Will, Linderman, and a completely high Freeberg, pile into the van and slam the gas to escape the field. By the time the van peels out, the rave is completely silent except for the crackle of burning corn, leaving a trail of at least 6 hacked, smoking bodies littering the dirt. It is a legendary, high-octane slasher sequence that completely sets the benchmark for the modern era of high body count horror. With the cornfield rave reduced to absolute smoking ash, the story pivots back to the psychological heart of Springwood for the next major kill. And this is a big one, because it is Freddy Krueger's first and only actual present-day kill in the entire movie. Let's break down the tragic, deeply unsettling demise of Mark Davis, because this is where the movie briefly recaptures that old-school, terrifying Nightmare on Elm Street atmosphere. Mark is back at his house, and he is completely terrified because he knows the truth. He realizes that the town has been systematically hiding Freddy's existence, and he knows that if people start dreaming about him, Freddy gets his power back. Desperate to keep his mind awake, Mark goes to his bathroom and opens a bottle of Wake Aid caffeine pills. But as he goes to shut the medicine cabinet door, the reflection in the mirror reveals Freddy Krueger standing right behind him. A panicked Mark drops the bottle, and his very last caffeine pill rolls hopelessly down the sink drain. He has lost. He falls straight into a deep, inescapable nightmare. Inside the dream state, Mark hears running water and opens his bathroom door, only to find a horrific, twisted sight. His late brother Bobby, who committed suicide years prior due to Freddy's torment, is sitting inside a bathtub completely filled with thick, pooling blood. The corpse of his brother suddenly starts speaking in Freddy's signature, mocking voice. Freddy drops the disguise, steps out, and pins Mark against the wall. He tells Mark that he needs someone to pass on a message to the town to let them know he's returned. When a brave Mark flatly refuses to be his messenger, Freddy gives that iconic, malicious grin and, I guess I'll have to pass on that message myself then, won't I? Freddy violently throws Mark across the room, sets his back completely ablaze with supernatural fire, and delivers a brutal, fluid slash across Mark's face with his razor glove. What makes this kill genuinely terrifying is how it bridges into reality. Will and Lori pull up to Mark's house in the real world, running up to the barred windows of his bedroom just in time to watch his physical body suffering the exact trauma of the nightmare. Right before their eyes, Mark's sleeping body suddenly erupts into physical flames. He starts spinning frantically around his room, in agony as fresh, deep, bloody claw marks manifest across his face out of thin air. His shirt burns away, revealing the words, "Freddy's back," violently blistered and seared directly into his skin. He collapses to the floor, dead. It is a mean, atmospheric, and incredibly dark kill that completely changes the stakes. It proves that Freddy is no longer just a spectator. He officially has enough power to start slaughtering the kids of Elm Street himself.
Man, Brendan Fletcher acts his absolute heart out in that scene. The sheer panic of losing that last pill down the drain is such a fantastic, claustrophobic piece of tension. And seeing Freddy's back burn into his flesh is easily one of the most iconic practical visual effects in the whole crossover.
And narrative-wise, it changes everything for our main characters. Up until Mark dies, Laurie and Will thought they just had to avoid a physical monster in a hockey mask. Now, they know the rules have completely fractured. The dream world is officially active again, and no one is safe when they close their eyes.
Lock it in, we are hitting the Weston Hills Psychiatric Hospital sequence. The kids need to steal Hypnosil from the asylum to keep from dreaming, and new Deputy Scott Stubbs, played flawlessly by Lachlan Monroe, actually steps up to help them. But Jason has tracked them to the facility, and things go from a stealthy heist to a claustrophobic slasher maze incredibly fast. Let's break down the exact, screen-accurate mechanics of how the nameless asylum security guard and Deputy Stubbs get wiped out. While the kids are inside trying to locate the Hypnosil, a bald security guard named Stafford is sitting in the security command center. He notices on the monitors and card reader systems that someone has breached an entrance using a stolen ID badge. He draws his sidearm and walks down a long corridor to investigate. He hears a massive, violent pounding coming from behind a heavy, reinforced steel door. Stafford raises his gun, and just as he fires a single shot, Jason Voorhees kicks the door with so much supernatural force that it rips entirely off its heavy hinges. The massive steel slab flies forward and flattens the guard underneath it, crushing him to death instantly on the concrete floor. Shortly after, the group splits up in the dark, leaking underbelly of the D-Wing. Deputy Stubbs and Linderman end up circling back toward the security station area, where they look through a glass window into the adjacent room and see a completely possessed Freeburg, who is being piloted by Freddy's dream demon caterpillar form, dumping the liquid Hypnosil down a sink drain. Before they can process this, Jason Voorhees steps into the security room. Linderman panics and flees, leaving Stubbs entirely alone. Stubbs tries to fight, but Jason swings his massive machete at him. Stubbs executes a quick reflex dive, successfully evading the blade. But here is the exact environmental chain reaction. Jason's missed swing causes his heavy machete to crash straight into an active, high-voltage computer control panel. The impact triggers a massive short circuit, causing electrical currents to furiously course into Jason's zombie body. Stubbs is still down on the floor when Jason reaches out and grabs him. Because Jason is completely lit up with electricity, his body acts as a literal conduit for the massive voltage surge. The electrical current passes instantly from Jason into Stubbs, electrocuting the deputy to death right there in a shower of sparks. To put a terrifying exclamation point on the scene, Jason later picks up Stubbs' stiff, charred corpse and hurls it violently through a glass observation window, shattering it right in front of a screaming Laurie, Will, and Kia. It is a fantastic, tightly paced sequence that shows how dangerous Jason is in tight spaces. He doesn't just use his blade, he accidentally weaponizes the building itself to thin out the cast.
Man, that Stubbs kill is so unique. Lachlan Monroe usually plays comic relief or high-energy characters, so seeing him get absolutely fried like a circuit board is such a jarring, effective horror moment. And the way Jason just uses his body as an extension of the live wire is brilliant.
And it leaves the kids completely defenseless. Stubbs was their only adult ally with a badge and a gun. Once he gets thrown through that window, they are officially stranded in that asylum with an unstoppable zombie and a possessed teenager.
Oh man, if you want to talk about absolute peak, unhinged body horror, this is the scene. The demise of Bill Freeburg is easily one of the most bizarre, visually jarring, and memorable set pieces in the entire crossover. It is the definitive moment where Freddy's psychological warfare and Jason's blunt physical force collide in the waking world, using a stoner teenager as a meat puppet. Let's break down the exact, screen-accurate mechanics of how Freeburg gets Jason to sleep and pays the ultimate price. Before Jason even corners him, Freeburg is already completely gone. While looking for weed in the asylum's pharmacy, he slips into a dream state where Freddy corners him in the form of a demonic, smoke-inhaling caterpillar monster. The creature forces itself down Freeburg's throat, taking complete physical possession of his central nervous system. Back in reality, Freeburg's body acts like a total zombie puppet. He uses massive syringes to systematically dump the remaining liquid Hypnosil down a sink drain so the kids can't stay awake. When Jason Voorhees walks into the pharmacy, a possessed Freeburg doesn't run. He just stands there with a completely dead, glassy-eyed stare, an unsettling grin plastered on his face, exhaling a thick plume of blue smoke. Jason approaches, looming over him. Freeburg calmly steps into Jason's space, entirely unfazed by the hockey mask. He raises two massive, industrial-sized glass syringes, completely filled with liquid sedatives. Before Jason can bring his blade down, Freeburg drives both syringes deep into Jason's neck, slamming the plungers down to inject a massive, lethal dose of tranquilizers directly into his bloodstream. The drugs hit Jason's system instantly. His body begins to sluggishly shut down, his vision blurring and his head dropping. But before the muscle memory completely fades, Jason executes one final, massive, desperate counterswing. He unleashes a heavy, horizontal sweep with his machete. The blade is moving with so much force that it slices clean through Freeburg's waist, completely severing his spine and internal organs in a single fluid motion. What makes this kill so legendary is the delayed practical effect. Because the cut is so perfectly clean, Freeburg doesn't instantly drop. For a brief, agonizing second, his top half stays balanced on his lower half. Then, his upper torso slowly slides right off his legs, crashing face first into the linoleum floor. He is still conscious for a split second, screaming in sheer shock as he looks back at his own standing legs. An instant later, Jason's massive, 250-pound sedated body completely collapses forward, landing directly on top of Freeburg's severed torso and crushing the life out of him. It is a spectacular, beautifully executed, gory finale to the asylum sequence that successfully forces Jason into the dream world for round one of the main event.
Man, that shot of Freeburg's top half sliding off his pants is an absolute masterpiece of 2000's practical effects work. It's so jarring because it happens so smoothly, and Kyle Labine plays the weird possessed swagger perfectly right up until the blade hits him.
And structurally, it moves us directly into the heavyweight title fight. Freeburg sacrificed his body to get Jason onto Freddy's home turf. Now that Jason is completely under the influence of the sedatives, the kids have no choice but to load his sleeping body into the back of a van and haul him straight to Camp Crystal Lake.
All right, we are hitting the final stretch at the Camp Crystal Lake construction docks. This is where the body count wraps up and the movie transitions into an absolute heavyweight demolition derby. With Jason dragged out of the dream world and both monsters fully awake in reality, the human survivors are caught in a literal blender. Let's break down the exact, screen-accurate mechanics of how Linderman and Kia get brutally taken off the board, right alongside the savage choreography of that real-world clash. During the absolute chaos, Linderman tries to play the hero to protect Kia. As Jason slowly stalks toward them, Linderman picks up a flagpole and charges. He lunges, but Jason easily parries the attack with zero effort. He effortlessly shoves Linderman backward. Linderman goes flying through the air and crashes violently into an exposed shelving unit. A sharp, rusted metal bracket protruding from the structure punctures straight through his torso, pinning him to the frame. He doesn't die instantly. The remaining teens, Will and Lori, pull him off the bracket. They try to carry him to safety, but he is bleeding too heavily. He tells them to leave him behind because he knows he cannot make it. Linderman dies of internal bleeding in the woods surrounding Camp Crystal Lake. While Freddy and Jason are violently tearing up the campgrounds, Laurie and Will are trying to navigate the chaos. Freddy, having been successfully dragged into the real world, is tracking the kids through the woods when Kia bravely steps out of the shadows to intercept him. She deliberately puts herself in harm's way to draw his attention completely away from her friends.
And man, she doesn't just distract him, she absolutely eviscerates his ego. She looks Freddy dead in the eye and delivers one of the most memorable, trash-talking roasts in slasher history. So you're the one everyone's afraid of. Tell me something. What kind of maggot runs around in a Christmas sweater? I mean, come on, get real. You're not even scary. You're not even scary. And let's talk about the butter knives. What is with the butter knives? You trying to compensate for something?
Freddy is simultaneously completely irritated and strangely amused by how fearless this girl is. He allows a dark, wry smile to spread across his burned face because he looks past her shoulder and sees a massive silhouette moving through the dark trees. Freddy simply stops walking, gives a sinister little chuckle, and points directly behind her. Kia gets total tunnel vision. She is so completely locked into insulting Freddy that she doesn't realize she has backed herself right up into the hunting path of the other monster. She turns around just in time to see Jason Voorhees standing directly over her. Jason doesn't hit her with the flat side of the blade. He delivers a massive, full-force horizontal swing with his machete. The impact of the blunt, crushing blow is so incredibly violent that it sends Kia flying backward through the air, where she slams hard straight into a solid pine tree trunk before collapsing limply to the dirt, dead on impact. She effectively wins her psychological battle by completely humiliating Freddy, only to be instantly erased by the one silent machine who doesn't have an ego to bruise. It is a fantastic, tragic, and completely memorable exit for her character.
And it's the ultimate dark irony of the crossover. It shows that in the real world, mind games only work on the guy who has a mind to play with. Jason is just a physical wall of meat and steel. You can't insult a zombie.
All right, look, we've made it to the ultimate grand finale, the heavyweight title bout on the burning construction docks of Camp Crystal Lake. This is where the movie throws out all the traditional slasher tropes and turns into a full-blown, blood-drenched monster movie demolition derby. Let's break down the exact, frame-by-frame chaos of how Jason, Freddy, and Laurie collide in those final chaotic minutes, leading right up to that legendary decapitation. The final battle on the docks is pure physical attrition. Freddy has been dragged into reality, meaning he can feel pain, bleed, and be killed. But he uses his incredible agility and the industrial construction environment to his advantage. He climbs the scaffolding, drops heavy iron pipes on Jason, and uses a crane control lever to drop a massive iron rebar grate directly onto the giant, pinning him down. Freddy then slices open a series of pressurized propane tanks and sparks his claw against the metal pipes. It triggers a colossal explosion that completely engulfs the entire dock system in a roaring inferno. But Jason is an undead machine. He walks right through the fire, corners Freddy on the edge of the burning pier, and uses sheer brute strength to completely overwhelm him. In a sequence of pure, heavy gore, Jason literally snaps Freddy's arms and uses his bare hands to rip Freddy's iconic razor glove arm completely off the shoulder socket. Before Jason can finish him, Laurie and Will, determined to end the nightmare, pour gasoline all over the docks and detonate the remaining fuel tanks. The secondary explosion blows both monsters completely off the pier and hurls them into the black waters of Crystal Lake. Laurie and Will drag themselves onto the burning, destroyed dock, thinking it's finally over. Suddenly, Freddy Krueger crawls out of the lake. He is horribly mutilated, missing an arm, but he is holding Jason's own heavy machete. He limps toward a defenseless Laurie, raising the blade to execute her. But just as Freddy is about to strike, Jason Voorhees miraculously rises from the dark water behind him. Jason is impaled straight through the torso with Freddy's own severed, clawed arm, and drive it completely through Freddy's chest from behind. Freddy drops to his knees on the edge of the pier, pinned and completely helpless. Jason collapses backward, slipping back down into the dark waters of the lake. Laurie walks up to the kneeling, defeated Freddy. She reaches down and grips the handle of the machete that Freddy dropped onto the wooden planks. She looks down at the monster who slaughtered her mother, locks eyes with him, and delivers the ultimate venomous kiss-off line. "Welcome to my world, bitch." With one massive, two-handed emotional swing, Laurie brings the heavy machete horizontally across Freddy's neck. The blade cuts perfectly clean, and Freddy's severed head pops right off his shoulders, tumbling down into the dark water of Crystal Lake, followed immediately by his lifeless torso. It is the ultimate, cathartic, triple-threat final showdown. It gives Jason his brutal physical dominance. It gives Freddy his resilient psychological cruelty. And it gives Laurie the ultimate, definitive, final girl vengeance.
Man, Marcus, that is how you close out an absolute masterclass of a crossover. Sending Freddy's head rolling into the lake with his own rival's weapon? That is pure horror poetry.
And it sets up that legendary final frame the next morning perfectly. When Jason walks out of the mist holding the severed head, and Freddy gives that iconic fourth wall breaking wink to the camera, it reminds the audience that even when these monsters lose, the nightmare never truly dies.
To wrap this entire body count up with absolute cinematic precision, we have to touch on the two foundational flashback kills. Even though they happen off-screen or years in the past, they are the structural anchors for the entire movie. They are the exact reasons why Freddy and Laurie are locked in this trauma loop to begin with. Let's do a quick frame-by-frame acknowledgement of those two critical historical deaths. During Freddy's opening monologue where he laments losing his power, the film cuts away from hell to a gritty, high-contrast flashback inside the dingy, rusted boiler room of the Springwood power plant where Fred Krueger worked as a human janitor. An unnamed 12-year-old girl, played perfectly by Joelle Antonison, is trapped inside the maze of pipes, trembling in absolute terror. Human Freddy walks right over to a blazing, roaring burner furnace. With pure, cold-blooded malice, he takes the little girl's rag doll and throws it directly into the roaring fire, watching it incinerate. As the poor girl backs away, pinning herself flat against the industrial wall, Human Freddy stands completely over her. He slowly raises his newly constructed, custom four-bladed leather glove and sharpens the razors right in front of her face, letting the metal scrape together. He steps directly into her space to claim her as one of his original 20 child victims, before the parents of Springwood finally caught up to him. It is a short, incredibly grim beat, but it instantly grounds the movie. Before all the campy, hyper-stylized action of the 2003 crossover takes over, that scene reminds the audience exactly how depraved, sinister, and evil Fred Krueger was before he ever became a dream demon. Before the final demolition derby erupts on the burning docks, Laurie agrees to be intentionally drugged to drag Freddy out of the dream realm and into reality. But instead of a standard nightmare, Freddy drags her back to her childhood bedroom at 1428 Elm Street to force her to witness the terrifying, hidden truth of the night her mother died. During the final act at Camp Crystal Lake, Laurie is intentionally put under with tranquilizers so she can enter the dream realm and drag Freddy Krueger into the physical world. Instead of a random boiler room, her mind plunges straight into her own childhood home, which the movie confirms is 1428 Elm Street, the legendary ancestral home of Nancy Thompson. As Laurie walks up those stairs, she initially relives the horrific trauma Will described. She sees her father, Dr. Campbell, standing over her mother's body in bed, furiously swinging a massive butcher knife. But as she steps closer into the room, the dream shroud fractures, revealing the terrifying reality. Her father wasn't murdering her mother. He was desperately trying to use that knife to slash at Freddy Krueger, who was pinned directly on top of Mrs. Campbell in the dreamscape. tearing her apart. Before Dr. Campbell can stop him, Freddy drives his razor-clawed glove straight through the stomach of Laurie's mother. Because the trauma kills her in the dream, her heart instantly stops in the waking world. Freddy slowly pulls his bloody claws out, turns his burned face directly toward a horrified Laurie, and delivers that vicious, incredibly mean-spirited line. "I've always had a thing for the whores that live in this house."
Yes! It completely changes Laurie from a passive slasher victim into a deeply motivated protagonist. She isn't just fighting to survive the night anymore, she is actively executing the monster that tore her family apart.
And structurally, it ties the generational trauma of Springwood directly to the final girl. It proves that Freddy's sins aren't just urban legends, they are real physical scars that these kids have been forced to carry their entire lives. Beneath all the heavy nu metal tracks and the spectacular gore-soaked action choreography, Freddy vs. Jason actually operates on a brilliant, three-tiered psychological engine. It is a movie entirely about how memory, trauma, and legacy function for the survivors, the monsters, and us as the viewers. Let's break down the psychological dynamics of this crossover across all three dimensions. The characters: generational gaslighting and repressed trauma. The teenagers of Springwood aren't just dealing with a standard slasher threat. They are victims of severe systemic trauma suppression. The stolen narrative. The adults of Springwood literally gaslit an entire generation. By weaponizing their institutional medical authority to force-feed the town's youth Hypnosil, they didn't just suppress dreams, they erased the kids' ability to process grief and trauma. Laurie is told her mother died in a car accident. Will is locked in an asylum because his eyes saw something the town council demanded be forgotten. Fear as a cognitive currency. In Freddy's world, fear is a literal, tangible currency. The moment the teenagers begin to uncover the truth, their psychological vulnerability becomes the portal for the monster's return. The realization that their parents lied to them completely fractures their sense of security, making them perfect targets for Freddy's psychological invasion. The killers, the clash of egos. The dynamic between Freddy and Jason is a psychological masterclass in contrasting pathology. It's the ultimate battle between a textbook narcissist and a non-verbal, instinctual force of nature. Freddy Krueger, the sadistic narcissist. Freddy doesn't just want to kill, he requires an audience. He feeds on fear, notoriety, and psychological torment. His power is entirely derived from his legacy and reputation. Without a town whispering his name in terror, his ego is starved, reducing him to a powerless, forgotten phantom. This is why he is so easily humiliated and completely infuriated when Kia ruthlessly mocks his sweater and butter knives. He cannot handle being stripped of his terrifying status. Jason Voorhees, the arrested development machine. Jason is completely devoid of ego, vanity, or complex malice. Psychologically, he is permanently frozen as a terrified, drowning 11-year-old boy, driven entirely by a primal, instinctual loop of territorial defense and maternal devotion. You cannot bargain with him, you cannot psychologically break him, and you cannot insult him because he has no social persona to attack. He is an unstoppable, unthinking wall of pure physical id. The audience, nostalgia, legacy, and the playground debate. For us sitting in the theater, the psychological hook of this movie is entirely rooted in collective cinematic nostalgia and the subversion of long-standing horror rules. Settling the debate. For over 2 decades, horror fans debated who would win a heavyweight bout between the two biggest icons of the 1983 to 1989 slasher boom. The movie plays directly into that collective fan psychology, treating the match with the weight of a championship prize fight. Sympathy for the monster. Psychologically, the film forces the audience into a fascinating position where they actively cheer for Jason Voorhees. Because Freddy is so uniquely loud, arrogant, and viciously sadistic, especially after the reveal of how he murdered Laurie's mother, Jason naturally becomes the working-class anti-hero of the film. We want to see the silent, lumbering giant smash the loudmouthed bully, delivering a unique kind of cinematic catharsis that traditional slasher films rarely offer.
Man, Chloe, that is an incredible breakdown. Looking at Jason as the pure physical id and Freddy as this hyper-inflated fragile ego completely reframes how that final fight plays out. It's not just a brawl, it's two completely opposite horror philosophies tearing each other to pieces.
Absolutely. And it explains why the human characters feel so desperate. They aren't just fighting to keep their heads on their shoulders. They are fighting to reclaim the truth of their own lives from a town that tried to erase their minds.
And honestly, that is what makes this crossover such an absolute milestone in horror history. It balances the deep, multi-decade mythology of Wes Craven and Sean S. Cunningham with the high-octane, visceral energy of the early 2000s, giving both franchises a massive send-off before the era of modern reboots took over. So, to close out our ultimate franchise audit on the Scare Table today, I want to pitch the big final question to you guys. Looking back at this entire blood-soaked, dream-shattering heavyweight title bout, what is the one absolute thing you love the most about how this movie came together? And if you had the director's chair for a day, what is the one specific thing you would change?
Oh, I am jumping in first on this one, Chloe, because the answer for what I love is instantaneous. The sheer, unapologetic commitment to the real-world physical brawl on the docks. They didn't take the easy way out with a quick, CGI-heavy standoff. Ronnie Yu gave us a visceral, heavy, blood-soaked demolition derby. Seeing Jason physically rip Freddy's arm out of its socket and walk right through a giant propane explosion is pure, unadulterated monster movie bliss. It perfectly settled decades of schoolyard playground debates by respecting the raw power of both icons. But if I had the director's chair for a day and could change one thing, I would completely rewrite the character of Will and put a much heavier focus on the town's adults. The whole concept of the parents systematically gaslighting their own kids, burying their trauma, and using a psychiatric facility to lock away anyone who remembered Freddy is so dark and brilliant. I wanted more of that psychological, small-town conspiracy horror before the movie shifted entirely into a heavyweight action film. Give me a few more scenes showing the desperation of the parents instead of the standard teen relationship drama.
Man, I'm right there with you on the lore, Shane. But for me, what I love the absolute most is the screen-accurate mechanical execution of the kills. From the asylum guard being crushed flat by a steel door, to Freeberg getting sliced cleanly in half and having his top half slide off his legs. The practical effects work in this movie is peak early 2000s excellence. It masterfully balances Freddy's creative, twisted dream world sadism with Jason's blunt, overwhelming environmental destruction. As for what I would change, it's a small detail, but it drives me crazy every time I do an audit on this film. Give Kane Hodder the hockey mask. Ken Kersinger did a phenomenal job as a towering, sluggish, zombie-like Jason, but Kane Hodder was the definitive Jason Voorhees for an entire generation of fans. He fought for years to get this crossover made, and not having him behind the mask for the ultimate heavyweight title bout always feels like a massive, missed historical milestone for the franchise.
And for me, I absolutely love the dark irony of the final girl architecture. Laurie's entire journey from being a passive, terrified victim to a deeply motivated avenger is incredible. When she stands over a kneeling, defeated Freddy and delivers that venomous, "Welcome to my world, bitch," line before taking his head off with Jason's machete, it's pure, cathartic horror poetry. If I could change one thing, it would be the balancing of Freddy's dream world powers in the second act. I wanted to see Freddy push the dream logic even further, manipulating Jason's deepest, primal childhood fears of water and drowning in a more surreal, psychological way before they dragged him into reality. But honestly, even with those minor gripes, the final frame of the next morning says it all. When Jason emerges from the mist holding that severed head, and Freddy gives us that classic fourth wall breaking wink to the camera, it reminds the audience that in the world of slashers, the nightmare never truly dies.
Man, that is the perfect note to ride out on. We are going to hit a quick music break to let the smoke clear from the Crystal Lake docks, but do not go anywhere. When we come back, the Scare Table is stepping out of the original timelines entirely in diving straight into the gritty, hyper-bleak world of the late 2000s Platinum Dunes era. We are dissecting the controversial, ultra-vicious 2010 A Nightmare on Elm Street remake. Before we crank up the tracks, make sure you hit that subscribe button on your favorite podcast app, leave us a 5-star review to keep the horror gods happy, and head over to ghostfacehorror.com for full franchise breakdowns, survival calculators, and exclusive articles. You can also follow The Chaos Daily on Facebook. Stay locked in, keep your eyes on the woodline, and we'll be right back on the other side of this break. Whew.
One, two, Freddy's coming for you.
3, 4, lock the door.
Playing a forgotten game. So I reached into the lake, pulled the giant from the dead, put the mask back on his face, put the terror in his head.
Go to Springwood, paint the pavement red, feed the rumors, keep the urban legend fed. But the puppet snapped the strings, now he's hacking up the flock, and the boiler room is shaking to a heavy metal shock.
Blade against claw, flesh against steel. Welcome to the nightmare. Tell me how it feels from the waters of crystal to the fire in the skies. The dream demon bleeds when the hockey mask rises.
Who will survive?
Who's gonna fall? The ultimate slaughterhouse wall to wall. You can't kill what's already dead in the mud. He's a tank in a jacket and he's thirsty for blood. You slash my face, I'll take off your arm. A demolition derby on the old Elm farm.
Inject the hypnosil, drag him to the real. Now you're out of your element, let's see how you heal. No tricks, no illusions, just a blood force trauma. A slasher cinema, psychological drama.
Blade against claw, flesh against steel. Welcome to the nightmare. Tell me how it feels from the waters of crystal to the fire in the skies. The dream demon bleeds when the hockey mask rises.
Who will survive?
Who's gonna fall? The ultimate slaughterhouse wall to wall.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Scare Table. We have officially arrived at the final stop of our franchise audit journey, and man, we are dropping straight into some incredibly dark, polarizing territory. We are talking about the final film in this entire legacy as of right now, the 2010 A Nightmare on Elm Street remake, produced by Platinum Dunes and directed by Samuel Bayer. Following on the heels of the 2009 Friday the 13th remake, which brought a gritty, hyper-physical survival energy to Jason, Hollywood turned its sights to Elm Street a year later. But the psychological landscape changed entirely. They traded in Robert Englund's iconic, theatrical, dark carnival showmanship for Jackie Earle Haley's deeply disturbing, hyper-realistic, and clinical take on Fred Krueger. This movie is an entirely different beast. It attempts to strip away the camp, completely lean into the real-world horror of the original Springwood sins, and give us a dream world that feels suffocatingly bleak, washed out, and industrial. The characters are completely exhausted, the stakes feel dirty, and the audience is forced to grapple with a much darker tone. So, Marcus, Shane, grab your adrenaline shots and pour another cup of black coffee, because we are diving straight into the micro-naps. Let's break down exactly how this 2010 reimagining handles the dream logic, the controversy, and the gore.
Oh man. Chloe, you are trying to be diplomatic right out of the gate, but I've got to throw my flag on the field early. I am just going to come out and say it. This movie is an absolute joyless drag. They wanted to go dark and gritty, which is the ultimate 2010 Hollywood buzzword, but instead they just stripped out every single ounce of the creative, surreal, dark fantasy that made Wes Craven's original vision a masterpiece. Robert Englund's Freddy was a theatrical showman. Jackie Earle Haley, who is a phenomenal actor, don't get me wrong, feels like he's trapped in a washed-out music video where every dream sequence is just a bunch of gray industrial hallways and exploding boiler pipes. It's completely uninspired.
Whoa, hang on a second, Marcus. Uninspired? Are we watching the same movie? Because I actually respect the hell out of what they were trying to do here. After Freddy vs. Jason, the character of Freddy Krueger had basically become a cartoon character, a walking, talking pop culture punchline who spent more time cracking jokes than actually being scary. The 2010 remake deliberately pulls the emergency brake on the camp. It treats Fred Krueger like the absolute, disgusting, real-world predator he was always supposed to be. The dream sequences should feel bleak and industrial because his mind is a rotten, toxic wasteland. It actually made Freddy intimidating again.
Intimidating? Shane, he looks like a CGI-smoothed CGI burn victim. The practical makeup on Englund gave him an expressive, demonic, witch-like silhouette. The 2010 digital facial mapping makes him look like a disappointed turtle. And don't get me started on the blatant, lazy copy-pasting. If you're going to completely reinvent the tone, why are you doing a frame-by-frame inferior imitation of Nancy in the bathtub, or Tina, now Chris, thrashing around on the ceiling? They lacked the nerve to fully commit to their own new direction, so they just hid behind Wes Craven's greatest hits, but with 10 times the digital gloss and half the soul.
And the battle lines are officially drawn. I knew this one was going to fracture the table. You both make great points on the aesthetic, but before we tear each other apart over the facelift, we have to talk about the absolute elephant in the room with this script. The psychological bait and switch regarding whether Fred Krueger was actually innocent.
Oh, thank you, Chloe, because this, right here, is my absolute biggest, most furious grievance with this entire script. The writers actually stumbled onto a genuinely brilliant, high-stakes psychological horror concept, and then they completely lacked the testicular fortitude to follow through with it.
All right, look, Marcus, you're looking at it like a narrative failure, but from where I'm sitting, that innocent Freddy angle is actually the most brilliant, malicious, psychological weapon Freddy Krueger has ever deployed in the entire history of the franchise. Let me break down how this plotline functions from a pure, weaponized dream demon perspective, and why it actually completely worked. What everyone misses about this storyline is that the doubt doesn't come from a script writing mistake. It is a deliberate, targeted psychological attack on Nancy and Quentin. Freddy knows these kids are desperate to find a logical, real-world reason for why this nightmare is happening to them. So, what does he do? He lures them back to the Badham preschool records and lets them find a gaping hole in the investigation, a complete lack of physical evidence. He forces them to look at the old photographs of their parents holding torches and shotguns, and he implants the most horrifying thought a teenager could ever have. My parents are cold-blooded murderers who burned an innocent man alive. Think about the sheer, twisted sadism of that. Freddy's greatest power has never been the 4 blades on his glove. It has always been his ability to play mind games. By making the kids believe he might be a tragic martyr, he completely paralyzes them. He robs them of their moral high ground. How can you muster up the strength and anger to fight a monster when you are drowning in the guilt of your own family's sins? It is the ultimate gaslight. He weaponizes their empathy and turns it against them. When they finally find that hidden room behind the wall with the drawings and photographs, it isn't a cop-out. It's the terrifying moment the trap snaps shut. Freddy lets them discover the truth only after he has completely broken their spirits and dragged them right back into his old hunting grounds. It shows that he is a completely unrepentant, sick scumbag who enjoys the lie just as much as the slaughter. It didn't fall flat. It successfully made Freddy look like a master manipulator who could torture you just as easily with a false truth as he could with a nightmare.
Oh, come on, Shane. You are doing Olympic-level mental gymnastics to defend a lazy Hollywood script turnaround. If Freddy was actively projecting that lie into their heads as a tactical dream move, that would be awesome. But the movie doesn't frame it as a dream trick. The kids find actual, physical, real-world police files showing a lack of evidence. The movie wanted to have its cake and eat it too. They wanted the edgy internet buzz of a framed Freddy storyline, but realized at the 11th hour that the fans would burn the theater down if they actually changed his backstory. So they threw in a hidden cave painting room. It's sloppy.
And the table stays divided. But look, whether you think it's a brilliant mind game or a narrative chicken out, it leads us directly into the movie's unique physical mechanics. To get to that hidden room and survive long enough to uncover the truth, the kids have to fight off the physical toll of sleep deprivation, using a concept this remake completely leans into: micronaps.
All right, let's talk about the absolute best mechanical upgrade this 2010 remake brings to the table: the entire concept of micronaps. In the original series, the line between awake and asleep was usually a slow, surreal fade. You'd notice a weird shadow, or the hallway would suddenly get longer, and you'd realize, oh crap, I'm dreaming. But the 2010 film introduces a brutal, scientifically grounded physiological reality. When you deprive the human brain of sleep for days on end, it desperately starts shutting itself down for fractions of a second at a time to survive, completely outside of your control. Let's break down exactly how this mechanics shift completely alters both the real-world stakes and the visual language of the film. The introduction of micronaps means the safe zone of the waking world is completely destroyed. In the classic films, as long as you were walking around, talking to friends, or chugging coffee, you were generally safe until you finally collapsed into a deep sleep. With micronaps, the transition is instantaneous, unpredictable, and terrifyingly brief. Nancy or Quentin can be right in the middle of a sentence, blinking their eyes, and boom! For the next 10 seconds, they are completely vulnerable. Because it happens in public, real-world spaces, it means Freddy can strike while you are driving a car, walking down a grocery store aisle, or sitting in a brightly lit pharmacy. The stakes skyrocket because you can't prepare for it. Your own central nervous system is actively betraying you. Because these micronaps are so incredibly short, the film creates a brilliant visual style where the real world and the dream world literally bleed into each other frame by frame. The grocery aisle transition. Look at the scene where Dean is walking through a brightly lit convenience store. He blinks, and suddenly the floor transition goes from linoleum tiles to thick black ash, and the fluorescent lights flicker into roaring furnace flames. He is still standing up. His body is still technically moving in reality, but his brain is trapped in the boiler room. The swim pool shift. When Quentin is standing at the edge of the indoor pool, a single micronap instantly freezes the water into a solid sheet of dark ice, casting a completely claustrophobic, washed-out shadow over the entire room before snapping back to reality a second later. It forces the audience to experience the exact same disorienting paranoia as the characters. You constantly find yourself questioning if what you are looking at is real or just a micro-flicker of the brain. It turns sleep deprivation into a physical, suffocating trap where you can't even trust a single blink of your eyes.
That is an excellent point, Shane. It transforms sleep from an eventual enemy you're trying to outrun into an immediate chronic illness that is actively eating away at your reality every single minute.
All right, look, we've made it to the ultimate finish line of this remake. The final bloody showdown where Nancy and Quentin make their last desperate stand at the abandoned Badham preschool. This is where Nancy stops running, steps up to become the definitive final girl of this timeline, and decides to execute the exact same tactical play Nancy Thompson used back in 1984, dragging Fred Krueger kicking and screaming straight into the real world. Let's break down the frame-by-frame chaos of how this final hospital and bedroom brawl plays out. With Quentin pumping her full of adrenaline shots to keep her under just long enough, Nancy plunges deep into the dream world to corner Freddy in his own territory. She finds him in the industrial labyrinth of the boiler room, and she doesn't just act as bait, she fights back with pure, unadulterated rage. Freddy tries to psychologically break her, but Nancy manages to wrap her arms around him, lock him in a tight grip, and yells out the cue for Quentin to inject her with the adrenaline in the real world. The wake-up pull works flawlessly. Boom. Suddenly, Freddy Krueger is lying flat on the floor of the real-world preschool bedroom. He is completely stripped of his dream demon omnipotence. He can bleed, he can feel pain, and his skin is vulnerable to the blade. The moment Freddy realizes he is trapped in reality, the fight turns into a gritty, frantic, close-quarters scrap. He instantly goes after Nancy with the glove, but Quentin bravely leaps in to intercept him. Freddy violently slashes Quentin across the chest, completely taking him out of the fight and leaving him bleeding out on the floor. Now it's just Nancy and Freddy, face to face in the ruins of the bedroom. Freddy corners her against the wall, but Nancy spots a heavy, rusted metal paper cutter blade left behind in the school equipment. She grabs it with both hands and swings with everything she's got, shattering Freddy's arm and pinning him down. With Freddy completely incapacitated, Nancy picks up his dropped leather glove. She stands completely over the monster who ruined her childhood, looks down at his burned face, and slices his throat wide open with his own 4 blades. To finish the job, she drags his body toward the center of the room and sets the entire place ablaze, watching the flames consume him as she and Quentin escape into the night. It is a remarkably mean, heavy, and physical finale. It lacks the surreal, mind-bending physics of the original franchise's endings, but it gives Nancy Holbrook a deeply cathartic, blood-spattered moment of survival.
Man, Marcus, you've got to admit, that paper cutter slice was an absolute standout practical effect beat. Ending it with his own glove really solidifies Nancy reclaiming her power from him.
Exactly. But of course, in true slasher fashion, the movie couldn't just leave us with a clean escape. The film cuts to the final stinger, where Nancy and her mother are back in their real home, and Freddy suddenly bursts straight through the bedroom mirror, dragging her mom into the dark. The nightmare never truly ends, and with that final mirror-shattering stinger, the book closes on the 2010 remake, and on our massive multi-film franchise audit here on the Scare Table. We have dissected the dreams, the logic, the micronaps, and the blood. But before we lay down our official, definitive letter grades and sign off, I want to pitch the big final question to you guys one last time for the Elm Street legacy. Looking back at this incredibly polarizing, dark, modern reimagining, what is the one absolute thing you loved the most about how this movie came together? And if you had the director's chair for a day, what is the one specific thing you would change?
I'll jump in first on this one, because for me, the thing I loved the absolute most was the introduction of the micronap mechanics. It completely revolutionized the survival rules of the franchise. It stopped sleep from being this distant enemy you could outrun with coffee and turned it into an immediate, erratic physiological breakdown. Having a character blink and instantly stand on an icy pool or a burning grocery aisle while still awake was a brilliant, terrifying upgrade that injected real urgency back into Elm Street. But if I had that director's chair, the one thing I would change is the visual effects on Freddy's face. Jackie Earle Haley is an incredible physical actor, but they completely handicapped his performance by layering that smooth digital CGI over his burn makeup. It made him look less like a scarred, terrifying monster and more like a rubbery video game asset. They should have trusted the raw, practical prosthetics to let his natural expressions shine through.
Man, I'm right there with you on the digital facelift, Shane. But for me, the aspect I loved the most was that initial innocent Freddy psychological gaslight. For about 20 minutes, the script actually touches greatness by making Nancy and Quentin believe their parents might have murdered an innocent man out of pure small-town hysteria. It was a deeply unsettling, gray narrative risk that gave Freddy a completely unique psychological edge over the kids. And that leads directly into the one thing I would desperately change. Don't chicken out in the third act. Finding that literal, evil, cave-painting room behind the wall was the ultimate corporate cop-out. If they had the nerve to actually stick to their guns and make Freddy's dream demon form a manifestation of the town's collective guilt, rather than just a standard-issue villain, this movie could have been a modern psychological masterpiece instead of a forgettable reboot.
I love both of those takes. For me, what I loved the most was the sheer portrayal of sleep-deprived exhaustion by Rooney Mara and Kyle Gallner. They didn't look like glamorous Hollywood teens. They looked hollowed out, frantic, and genuinely on the brink of a psychological breakdown, which grounded the stakes perfectly. But if I could change one thing, it would be the blatant, lazy copy-pasting of Wes Craven's original imagery. If you're going to completely reinvent the tone to be dark, clinical, and industrial, don't lazily recreate the classic bathtub scene or the ceiling thrashing with digital gloss. It made the movie feel like an inferior imitation exactly when it should have been carving out its own distinct nightmare legacy.
Oh wait, before we fully drop the curtain and sign off, I've got to throw in one quick, deep-cut bonus track for the real Elm Street completionists out there. If you think the story ends with the movies, you are completely missing out on a bizarre piece of late 80s television history, Freddy's Nightmares. This was a syndicated anthology TV show that ran for 2 seasons from 1988 to 1990, right at the absolute peak of Freddy mania. Now, the twist here is that Freddy Krueger isn't actually the killer chasing people down in every single episode. Instead, Robert Englund hosts the show in full makeup, acting as a twisted, sinister Rod Serling figure, introducing these weird, urban legend-style horror stories about the residents of Springwood. But here is why you have to seek it out if you're a lore nerd. The pilot episode, directed by Tobe Hooper himself, is an absolute goldmine. It is a full prequel titled No More Mr. Nice Guy, and it actually shows Fred Krueger's real-world trial, the legal technicality that lets him walk free, and the parents of Elm Street chasing him down and burning him alive in that boiler room. It is cheesy, it is campy, it is pure 1980s television cheese, but seeing Robert Englund play human, pre-burn Freddy is worth the price of admission alone. Go hunt it down if you want the ultimate forgotten piece of the Springwood puzzle.
Man, I am so glad you brought that up, Shane. That pilot episode is legendary among fans. It's wild, it's frantic, and it's the closest thing we ever got to a full-length human Freddy prequel before the 2010 remake tried to play with it.
And it proves that Freddy Krueger completely conquered pop culture. He didn't just own the box office, he literally invaded our living rooms every week.
Man, standing at the finish line of this entire franchise audit, it is wild to look at the sheer evolution of the Springwood Slasher. We started all the way back in 1984 with Wes Craven inventing a new breed of supernatural terror. watched Freddy morph into a hyper-theatrical pop culture phenomenon in the late 80s, saw him go head-to-head with a hockey-masked Titan in 2003, and finally ended in the pitch-black industrial grit of the 2010 remake. What makes A Nightmare on Elm Street so uniquely enduring isn't just the iconic look of the leather glove or the burned face, it's the fact that it weaponizes the one universal vulnerability we all share: sleep. You can run from a physical killer, you can lock your doors, but eventually, your own body forces you to close your eyes and step right into his world. Whether you prefer the surreal, dark fantasy of Robert Englund or the clinical, sleep-deprived paranoia of Jackie Earle Haley, this character proved that a great horror icon never truly stays buried. He changes with the eras, adapts to our shifting cultural anxieties, and continues to find a way back into our collective subconscious. And that, ladies and gentlemen, officially brings our ultimate Elm Street marathon to a close. Before you close your eyes tonight, make sure you hit that subscribe button on your favorite podcast app so you never miss an episode. Drop us a 5-star review to keep the podcast algorithms happy, and head over to ghostfacehorror.com to check out our complete slasher database, run your numbers through our custom survival calculators, and read our exclusive franchise articles. From Marcus, Chloe, and myself, thank you for sitting with us at the scare table. Grab another cup of black coffee, stay awake, keep your eyes on the shadows, and we'll see you in the next nightmare.
The scare table. Let the haunting begin.
The Scare Table is proudly brought to you by GhostfaceHorror.com, where independent horror journalism meets hardcore forensic genre analysis. Turn the volume up, lock the front gates, and head over to GhostfaceHorror.com to explore the complete blueprint of terror. The slab is waiting.